Hi, everyone. Gilda is speaking at the fort for Indigenous Peoples Day, so I am serving in her stead. So we will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Do we need to do a roll call?
Do you want to
Maybe
just,
go around the room
yeah,
and-
just absolutely, if you'd like to, just to make sure.
Okay, cool. You want to start?
Corey Plant, Chief Financial Officer.
Jose Madrigal, City Manager.
Mary Kathleen Moore, Budget Analyst.
Heidi Wise, Acting Deputy Chief Financial Officer.
Marissa Ruth, Grants and Contracts.
Tom Sluse, Public Information Officer.
Erin Hyder, Assistant City Manager.
Mike French, Prosperity Officer.
Shirley Gonzalez, City Council.
Chief Joseph, City Council.
Jessica Buell, City Council.
Dave Woodruff, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mark Morgan, City Attorney.
Rachel Hart, Parks, Open Space and Trails Design Manager. Sarah Hill, Transportation Director.
Bob Roberts is Susan.
David Carey, Aviation Director.
Bob Lowry, Interim Public Works Director.
Bryce Current, Chief of Police.
Katie Fox, 911 Director.
Shelley Dome, interim Administrative Services Manager for Public Works.
Jamie Lopko, Community Development Director.
Bonnie Kling, Human Resources Director.
Clancy Nixon, Community Engagement Specialist.
Justin Carlton, IT Director.
Luke Alvey Henderson, Library Director.
Sarah Humphrey, Parks Assistant Director.
Kelly Jaycox, Assistant Recreation Director.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Evan, I'll let you go ahead and. Oh, Indigenous Lands on
This is a call to honor and respect Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination. As residents and visitors of Durango, we are called upon to educate ourselves about the history and cultural heritage of the land we inhabit. The city of Durango is situated on the ancestral homelands and territories of the Nuchu, Ute, Jicarilla Apache, Pueblos of New Mexico, Hopi-Sinom, Hopi, and Dene Navajo nations. The original stewards of this land were forcibly removed and exposed to countless atrocities by the United States government, including repeatedly broken treaties, forced assimilation, the tragic legacy of Indian boarding schools, and the loss of ancestral homelands. We recognize lasting generational trauma exists within Native communities today. We affirm the continuing importance of ancestral sites to descendant communities as integral to the living cultural landscape. This acknowledgement only becomes meaningful when combined with accountable relationships and informed actions. May this serve as a step toward inclusion and reconciliation.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, just wanted to welcome you to our budget retreat, our annual budget retreat, as we go through and do the presentation. First off, I do want to give a special thanks to our finance and budget team, Gloria, Heidi, MC, Mary Catherine for the record, for their work in putting this together, as well as the executive leadership team and everyone in their departments in putting this budget together. It definitely was a team effort. Appreciate also y'all's patience, the staff and the council, as we go through this. Gloria coming in at the end of June, as well as having one position down in our budget division side so far, has kind of made it a little more challenging than we thought we could be. But that's okay. I think we'll go better as we get through next year, fully staffed, and Gloria having kind of a full budget year under her belt. Also, going through a bond rating at the same time was a lot of different things going through. So just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate your patience on it. Gloria will be pretty much leading the presentation. I'll be assisting out in some different parts. We'll have other members within our team doing some presentations. Obviously, this is one long presentation, so this is one where if you have a question, please just go ahead and ask the question on the slide. You'd be happy about what there it is.
Thank you.
Yes, so we will get started and go through there and probably look at, taking bio breaks, maybe in an hour and a half for the first one at 10:30, just so that we have that ability to have a break that works for the city council. And with that, I will hand it over to Gloria.
Being Mayor and Council, we're having some technical difficulties.
right. First, we want to look at our beautiful budget cover. This was a picture that was submitted by the community in our photo contest, and the winner was, I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, Deidre Denali. This is definitely a beautiful picture. This is, reminds me why I'm moving to Durango. So we'll get into our budget. Definitely supports our mission, vision, and value statement as we strive to provide outstanding services and experiences for the entire community. So we do want to go through the presentation outline. We'll have a budget introduction, kind of an overview. We'll go through our strategic goal accomplishments and objectives of the various goal areas. We will talk about some of the major funds, and we will go through the lodger's tax and those council determination projects. We will also talk about the 5-year capital improvement plans, community support funding, and also there's many areas that we'll be seeking your additional guidance throughout the presentation. This is just a guide, so if you get lost in the presentation, you can come back to the front area and hopefully find where we're at in the slide if you're using a paper copy. So just outlining the budget, basically, we wanted to talk about how we really, in our operations, we prioritize investing in existing services. So we're really, this budget was kept pretty flat overall, and we're really just trying to focus on existing services and enhancing those with efficiency and effectiveness. We will continue to advance our initiatives and our strategic plans. We'll talk about some of those performance excellence journeys and the best practices of both the public and private sector. And of course, our commitment to the community with the completion of projects, both in capital and operating, and investing in our workforce through compensation, benefits, and incentives. There may be a little delay as I'm trying to make sure I'm on the same page as y'all. So we'll talk through our goals and accomplishments through the various goal areas. The first goal area is the organizational stewardship. And these departments include city manager's office, city attorney, finance, customer service, information technology, performance excellence, fleet, sustainability programs, and non-departmental departments. We just want to call out some of the accomplishments over the last year from these departments. So you have the slide there with all of those listed. I didn't want to read all of them, although they are all to be commended, but I did want to call out a couple. So some of these are really taking strides in harnessing technology, pursuing sustainability, and fostering engagement with the community. One of those, the city was awarded for building a culture of service. This impact through engagement due to performance excellence strategies. The promotion of sustainability activities through the utility bill notices and the inserts regarding solid waste and recycling services, bulk pickups, water system safeguards, just all of these information pieces that really help the community. Also, we secured over $1 million in new grant funding for the city and partner sustainability initiatives. And this included the e-bike rebates, public building electrification, and a regional energy coach position. So some items that we are working towards this next year in the 2026 proposed budget include developing a process to keep historical records of engagement efforts as we do engage with the community on these various topics and projects throughout the year. We're working towards having a cross-department debrief so that we do have those records and can engage more fully. Also, our customer service web pages and forums are being updated for new ADA requirements so we can really reach the entire community. Our cybersecurity audit and remediations in line with best practices, and along with implementing new security vulnerability scanning software. Also, implementation of the Colorado Producer Responsibility Recycling Program and updating the city water efficiency plan. So we'll get into these departments and talk about, we divide these costs by goal many times throughout the budget so that we can show this. We show it a couple of ways, by fund and then also by goal. So these are expenses by those departments in the general fund. As you see here, we did reduce the proposed budget from the amended budget in 2025 across these departments.
But can I just interrupt for a second? Sure. So the strategic deliverables, there's not necessarily quantitative measurements that are associated with the strategic deliverables. So just philosophy wise, then do those quantitative measurements of success or lack of success get created?
They are included in the budget book online. I did not include all of that information in the slide presentation today, but I can direct you to the portion on the budget book online where it's at.
Okay, I'm on. Thanks.
So our second goal area is innovative housing and economic development. And the departments that are included in that goal area are Community Development, Prosperity Office, and the Durango Renewal Partnership. So some areas that we want to call out for strategic accomplishments in 2025 that supported the completion of a regional housing needs assessment, community-led grant programs, 89 projects for a total of $564,243, and the land use and development code amendments to ensure our regulatory standards are up to date. Some of the goals that we are working towards delivering in 2026 include creating a community events resource webpage and a special events guide, achieving recognized sustainable tourism certification, and then to continue to identify sustainable tourism KPIs. Also launching a community and stakeholder engagement platform and administering the city's fair share program to track developer obligations.
But I'm sorry. So I've gone through the budget book that we got, and so I've got OS, IHED specific questions for each department. I do not want to disrupt your presentation, and some of this may need to be done outside of this meeting. I'm just not sure the best way to proceed.
This is a long presentation, so as Jose said, if you have questions throughout, you're welcome to interject those at any time.
My questions are also pretty specific to budget, since that was mostly what the budget book was about. Do we still feel like that's appropriate at this point, or should I save these for another meeting with finance, or what's the best way?
So
That would be, yeah, no worries. I was like, I think it just depends. I mean, if we go into the next slide where it's going to show their budgets and there's questions that you have in those department budgets to ask them then, I think would be appropriate.
So we moved through OS, right?
Are individual departments making presentations too, or are you just leading it all and they're just here?
This is it. And then we've got some on the general fund side,
Cool. Just
more higher, like here's some of the things that we've included on it. But like department specific, if you wanted that need to be a question to be asked and then be able to provide an answer.
Cool.
Yeah, I love the successes too. We didn't necessarily get that in this book. And so it's great that we see an expansion on the successes, but I'm open to how we want to proceed. But sure, I mean, I definitely have 5, 6, 7 questions per.
Do you want to jump back to the?
Go back to this organization.
Is that how we want to do it? And when everybody gets tired, you can tell me or something like that.
I think that makes the most sense.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah. Just pass it. I can go. Yeah, one more. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I can cite the page that I'm on in the budget book. It's not going to coordinate with this slideshow.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, we all have budgets, so I'm pretty sure. May take us a few minutes to get there, but.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And some of these are you should be able to answer a lot of these right off the call. The ERP, the ERP got referred to multiple times through multiple departments. And so I could just use a kind of a grounding on what we're trying to achieve with the software integration and what the ERP looks like.
So the ERP it's two separate projects, really. It's a utility billing software, ERP, and then an overall financial accounting software, ERP. So there are project slides that are divided up between the utility funds for that utility billing piece of it. And then there is a project slide in the capital section for the general fund. So we had initially reserved, we were hoping to split that project over 2 years. It's in there for the discussion of the general fund, but we're really not considering at this time until we have a better idea of other things that we're asking guidance on and including it. So the project was expected to be about 2 million, and we were hoping to kind of spread that out over 2 years with $1 million in 26, but right now it is not included.
Okay. So this is synchronizing our software a little bit.
Yes.
This is improved software that does better billing. People can.
It's a part of it. It's the backbone of our financial software. It's replacing the backbone of our financial software, our accounting, our financials that kind of tie into everywhere else within the organization. So it's a complete replacement of what we are currently using.
Okay.
So we just have some, it would be definitely an increase in efficiencies and things that would be connected that aren't now, things that, are more very manual processes, that kind of thing. So it would definitely help with efficiencies. And then it would, of course, tie in with the utility billing software, which we are still including.
Okay, and it got referenced in multiple places because of that tie-in. Okay, great. Thank you very much. On the budget for 132, the software maintenance budget is just really large, 1.4 million for the IT side of things. So I may be throwing it at Justin here, but it seemed like there were multiple departments that had software related budget connected in their departments, and yet you've got, it's a 1.4 for the, what is that for, I guess, the software maintenance?
So typically when software gets used by the entire city, all departments, a lot of times it gets absorbed in my budget. And a lot of that software as a service, so a lot of that is cloud software, which inflates over time. And yes, that is a very large part of my budget.
So if it's used across the city, it typically ends up in your budget. If it's specific to their department, then it ends up in their budget.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
And many times the first year there's a request, it would be in the department or a capital project. And then after that, IT takes that over so that they can coordinate everything.
Sorry, say that again.
So many times it's in the department or the capital projects first, the first initial year when we are implementing. And then after that, it would be in the IT budget. That way they have coordination.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. That one. 127 on 137, sorry. We're talking about liability insurance. There's just a tremendous jump on 2024 to 2026. 400,000 up to $1 million. And I didn't quite understand why the liability insurance was such a significant jump.
I'll have to look at that one, and we will get to it later in the presentation as well. We did have so there are a few corrections that we will call out or updates. So at the time that we did the initial proposed budget with the budget book online, we did not have our workers' comp numbers back.
Okay.
So we projected that at the same increase as what we had in the current year from last year. We did last week get those numbers back in, and we're able to pull that number down a bit. So so there will be a difference probably when we get to that fund, but we can go through that. Our liability insurance, so it's kind of lumped together in liability insurance, but it's liability for property casualty, all of those things, and workers' comp. And so the liability did have a significant increase, but the workers' comp came in pretty flat.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And I just wanted an update on the plows. We've been talking about plows getting delayed, plows coming in. How many plows are we still hoping to get?
I believe there's 6 that we're expecting to get this year. So yes, they were delayed for quite a while. I've heard throughout COVID, but now that things have picked back up again and those vehicle orders are being filled and equipment, We are expecting to get several before the end of the year.
Cool. That's that for the OS section.
Okay.
Maybe as a follow-up to Councilor Kozo's question, when we get a new plow, we obviously have the existing plow. Do we resell it or do we, what is the?
What's the used plow market?
Depends.
I would have to get back to you.
Depends. Usually we just use a online auction, I believe, and we just post it out there. So depending on the age and the use of it, depends on what price we get out of it. But then once that goes, that funding goes back into the ES for us to continue to use for new vehicles.
Gotcha. Is it ever like kept around just as a backup in case?
The answer is yes. Should we do that sometime? No.
Okay.
But there are used vehicles that if they may be, they're past their life cycle, but we may could use it as an emergency if we need to. There are times we will hold on to an equipment from that part of it. These snow plows are pretty well worn and pretty well used. So hopefully, usually we try to get rid of them as soon as we can or get them replaced with a new one.
Sure. Makes sense to keep one around. It's a very specific piece of equipment that nothing else can really do the same job. So.
For sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
They're gonna park it out in front of your house.
Great.
Storage.
I know who's getting plowed first.
Good point.
Before we move on real quick, there was just something I wanted to bring up, mostly because you're new. I'm the only one on council that experienced this and I loved it. And I bring it up every budget season. And I think we're just trying to like catch up and be good. And so in here, in all of these departments, you have 2026 strategic deliverables, right? I like quarterly or when you're doing your updates to us, for us to see where we're at with all these deliverables. We used to have a whole KPI like interface with these and like, where are we successful? Are we not? And there's reasons why we're not, and that's fine. You know, so-and-so can't get this installed in the middle of Maine because it no longer can go there, like whatever. But I like to know, like, it's great to see these and I'm excited and I love our accomplishments once a year. But like quarterly, like, are we on track? Is it red? Is it green? It was beautiful. Devin had like this, all these deliverables were all up and like, it was like green, we're amazing. Yellow, we're on track. Red, you know, we suck at this right now and this is why. But it was great for us to know, like, and that for me is more, not more important. I mean, it is important for me to know, like, why are, you know, telephone bills doubling this year and compared to last year or whatever. Like, those are great things. I'm assuming you're worried about that too. These things is what my community holds me accountable to. Does that make sense? So I would love that. And I've said it before and I know, but it was amazing and I want it again.
Appreciate you letting me know.
No, I dive in on that.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
None of you were here when that happened.
None of you.
Great.
You don't know my name.
Okay, on the innovative housing, oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Second goal, you have questions there that you wanted to go through?
I do. Will other counselors please just step in whenever you need?
You answered all mine that I had circled, so you go.
I think I need the department head, their department head specific questions in these categories. On page 164, the other contracted services. Other contracted services, page 164, this is under the URA. So there was no money spent out of the actual. The 2025 actual goes to the end of September-ish. There was no money spent. I guess I just wanted to check in on.
This table is actually, has been updated.
Okay.
The budget book has been.
Great, thanks. Never mind, I'm good.
Anyone else on this one?
Okay, our next goal area is safety and quality of life. Departments that this includes is Parks and Recreation, Police, 911 Communications, Library Services, and the Fire Administration contract. Some areas that we want to call out of accomplishments are the security cameras at high incident parks, including Schneider Skate Park, Iris Park, Rotary Park. So this enhances public safety and deters criminal activity. Also, continued implementation of fuel reduction on city lands to reduce wildfire risk, and upgraded all critical infrastructure, including CAD, phone, radio, and GIS systems and servers for reliability and future scalability. Some items that we want to focus on are goals for 2026. Construct and replace the section of Animas River Trail. Initiate the update of the park's open space trails and recreation master plan. Implement improved operations at Chapman Hill with the snow guns, artwork, and retaining wall enhancements. River trail patrols. And install dual fuel conversion for backup generators to strengthen power redundancy and emergency preparedness. Also, library partnership prioritization protocols. And the departments divided by the goal general fund, we did have a 1% increase. Those are these do include some very large departments with Parks and Recreation and Police. That there. Do you have any questions in this area?
Oh, I think you're gonna have every question in every area, Gloria. Thank you. The trail on the park side of things, the text tied results directly to specific objectives, and I really thought that was helpful. So whoever did that on the park side, thank you very much. That was really beneficial. Trip signage, I'll wait until we get to that. Contracted services on page 169. I guess I don't understand what contracted services include.
Okay, so that just in general, that category does include any contracted services, professional services. It also includes utilities, water, sewer, electric, and telephone. Anything basically that doesn't fit into supply.
And for parks, that would be contracted work on trails, contracted work on parks.
Yes, and we do have staff here as well that can.
I can answer that one.
Thank you.
So contracted services, we contract out the small park mowing. We contract out our herbicide applications. We contract out fertilization for fall and spring weed and feed treatments. We contract out asphalt repair. We contract out anything that our staff isn't experts in, or we don't have the equipment. So we have quite a large budget for those sorts of services that come up. Concrete replacement. Gosh, I have a.
Sure. No, that's great. That's great. Are the contracts usually similar vendors each year? Are they local vendors for the most part?
So it kind of depends. We do set a number of things out to bid. So herbicide application goes out to bid for right of ways and parkland. The mowing contract goes out to bid. So there's a handful of those contracted services that are annual services, but then there's also dollars allocated for sort of more routine maintenance operations that don't fall within the parks maintenance team's scope.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Community special events move, that's why the deduction here, correct? Why is there still 10,000 here? What is here?
There are still some events that are managed by the Parks Department.
Okay. Oh, the small.
Your smaller
Yeah. Okay.
neighborhood type
Just
events.
making sure. I just was confused as to why now it's in both and.
Right.
On page 170, credit card fees were zeroed out, recruitment was zeroed out, and FICA was zeroed out. Was that just something that needs updating, or was there?
Credit card fees are passing to the customer now, so we're no longer paying for those.
Okay.
Recruitment.
Recruitment, we weren't planning on hiring like a big Parks and Rec director type job, so that was a large item in the budget that isn't there.
Recruitment budget typically just goes for the higher level
Yeah.
positions. Okay.
The smaller ones we do, and Colorado Parks and Rec or national, but that's like $200.
Okay.
And there is budget in the FICA line.
Did I look wrong?
Self-insurance supplement, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. I probably, well, it was zeroed out in 2025. Sorry. That was. I just didn't understand. Not a big deal. Kelly, maybe you can help me. The youth and adult contractual program really had some jumps.
As you saw, we hired a new recreation manager, and the goal is to increase our programming and in Parks and Rec, in the recreation side. Independent contractors are like Four Corners River Sports or Wilderness Survival. Like those are contractors that come in and actually run programs with the department, and it's a 70-30 split or an 80-20. Depending on if they use our facility or not. So Four Corners River Sports, they are on the river, so it's an 80% 20, and we partner with them on a lot of programs. And then Coil Outside does Wilderness Survival. And they bring in, like this year, I thought it was like $17,000 they bring in just on classes. And
Do you tend to sit there as a staff and say, we want these 4 programs, we can't run internal because of staff limitations, and then you go out to Four Corners and those folks, or does Four Corners approach you and say, here's a great idea, we'd love to run as a rec program?
we kind of do both. So if Four Corners comes to us, then that's great. We've been partners with them for so long
Right.
before I even got here, but Coil Outside was Wilderness Survival and they came to us. But like we're looking at for archery and those kind of things, then we're going out to those like rock climbing, things that it's just very high cost to have the equipment and expertise. So then we search them out.
Okay, great, thank you. Bryce, I guess I wanted to ask about the Citizen Detective Program. I didn't see it anywhere in here. I've always thought that that was a good idea. Was there anything that was moving forward on that? Or is that just something that'll be down the line?
No, I mean, we're working to civilianize as much. I like to call it more civilianize is kind of a bad word. And but professionalize. And we've worked that way with the police service technicians, the open space rangers, and we're going to continue to grow that department, but we haven't moved into detectives yet, but that is a goal. That is a goal, and it's something that's kind of cutting edge, and a lot of people, you know, either agree or disagree with that they should be completely certified, but there's a lot of duties that detectives can do, and I think we can become more efficient, but we want to look at that more as we grow, because we have our base set right now that we need. We need people that can sign affidavits and do real police work. And then the professional staff can be reviewing video. And as technology continues to increase within the department, that's when we grow that direction. And we're starting to grow with the technology and look for those efficiencies. And we want to bifurcate that at the same time as the to be able to use the technology and all the AI technology, because there's software out there now that's like adding 4 detectives because it's a software that learns everything that you have. And that's how Farmington caught those people with in a recent shooting. I think you've seen on the news maybe where they've got a lot of violent crime with the youth right now. There was one guy with a bunny on his hand, and they caught him utilizing that software that just goes through their entire CAD system and looks up keywords, key searches. It even learns their videos, all their everything. But anyway, we're wanting to bifurcate that at the same time. But that is a goal.
Okay, great. And good reason for me never to get a bunny tattoo. That's right.
Just one in your hand, Kim.
On your side, Bryce, the service enhancements and reductions addressing the significant changes in the budget, that was really helpful. So thanks for doing that. I appreciated that page in particular. I'm on page 184. Yes, there were text points made, 55% change in software maintenance. And it didn't seem to be reflected in the budget itself, as well as overtime. That's, you know what, I'll take that offline. Sure.
So are you talking about police department specifically?
I was just moving through my sections, so I'm done with that.
I was gonna call it, I will talk about it also in the general fund, but police did find some measures to, some of their overtime is paid back to us by certain events, things like that.
It's reimbursed, okay,
So we did find some strategic ways in the budget to be able to lower some of the.
okay, great, thank you.
I got a quick follow-up kind of on the AI thing. Is there currently like a cost benefit ratio of leveraging the cost of AI versus how many the testings that we take? And is it more efficient to leverage AI in some of those scenarios than have man positions?
There's what the vendors say, and then there's what's real. We're out researching what's real with other departments right now, and we're actually wanting to implement some of that. We're not wanting to implement it slowly, but cautiously.
Okay.
So yes, there's some data out there. Like even like growing as a first responder and some other things, people are cutting, up to 20 to 30% of their call load within an area. But we're going out to those departments and seeing if that's really true, and then what kind of city that is, if it's comparable to ours, and if we would see that kind of workload reduction. But we're looking for any way we can to decrease workload and increase technology. And at the same time, privacy, the greatest fundamental human right, to have the right policy and audits in place to protect that privacy as well.
Sure. I guess that kind of leads to like a overall higher philosophical question from the organization. Do we anticipate replacing human positions with AI? Like, we're agents of fiscal responsibility, right? Our basic role is to do the most amount of good with the least amount of money. And so if we figure out that AI is going to be a much more efficient and budgetary tool, do we anticipate like progressing to lower our manpower and increase our AI capacity?
I would say that the answer would be no. And the reason I would go there is that no matter what we do as a city, our demand for our services never goes down. And I look at AI as a tool that implements for us to be able to be more efficient and then maybe be able to transfer some of the duties that maybe would be more AI resilient, whether that's somebody calling in, they're able to get answers and use that extra capacity for other areas on it. So there is an efficiency standpoint with AI where it is maybe instead of focusing on some of these things that are really remedial tasks, that frees up, and now we have staff that are able to provide other services on it. But the demand for services that we get continuously increases. So if there's never been a part in local government that I've been in where citizens are like, okay, we don't need these services anymore, they'll just continue to ask for more, which is what you should do. It's what government is here. We're here to serve. But I think in the long scheme of things, it's really to help us efficiency and what can we maybe not have to worry about having 3 officers now focus on this portion if we have a drone that's able to take care of that side of it. And now it frees them up to do more tasks to do.
And it's exactly what Bob kind of his intent is with this, is to enhance the human component. And really how a good example of that is our analyst right now. She has to go to 10 different platforms to look at things. And there's AI right now that takes all those platforms and learns all of it. And you just chat through the AI and you give it permissions to learn different parts of your organization.
Great. Thanks so much.
Fire administration contracts, 196. There's professional services piece, but I thought it was a straight contract payment out to the fire districts. So I guess I didn't understand what the budget was for professional services there.
In that department, the way we have it organized, we also have the payment that goes for our, it's FPPA, the pension payment that the city makes on the old.
For the old firefighters? Okay, and that's probably what that is? Okay, thank you. We'll probably get into Humane Society stuff later. Is that fair?
Well, might as well go ahead and get into it now. Well, for some component of it, Humane Society will be coming to do a presentation, but there was a conversation that Bob and Bryce have had on Friday, sent an email out, but I think it is a little bit imperative for them to discuss about it because it will affect a little bit of their PD administration in regards to some of the things they'll be able to do now. So I'll kick it over to them.
Okay. So currently we have 2 contracts with the animal control that run through the end of 2028. One is for shelter operations and one is for animal control operations. So they've come back this year to ask for increased funding on that. We increased the shelter operations last year by $31,000. for the contract and amended that. The animal control services, obviously this year we've had some challenging times with the Animal River Trail, our parks, our trails, open space, a lot of complaints coming in from the citizens. We don't feel that we're getting the $289,883 worth of services that they provide to us to be able to do that. So strategically, we're looking at just having more operational control over that. So we had a conversation with the director on Friday to cancel the animal control portion of that service to enhance the ranger program, which will have an emphasis on animal control and protection services, as well as wildlife interface when we're having problematic years like with bears, such as this year, to go through the education and enforcement component of that as well. So we just think that we can take that $290,000, internalize it, and really enhance that program, just to have complete strategic control over that, be able to deploy it in a much faster and reliable service to the community as a whole. And then this year with that, it's going to bring on a couple more rangers and also stand up the equipment portion of it, do a real good evaluation to see what that funding is going to need moving forward as we control that service.
And still work hand in hand with the shelter.
Will,
Go ahead.
will their animal control department just be gone? And like, will we, if someone like has a dog out, we'll call you guys?
Yeah, it'll be a PD service at that point. Currently, right now, with $290,000, we're funding 4 animal control officers and partial supervisor for city services per the contract. What we're looking at doing right now is bringing on 2, maybe 3 animal control, and then doing an evaluation of that, and then upgrading one of our current rangers into a supervisory role to oversee that operation under the Bryce's program.
And all 4 of those people that we currently fund, those services will all be under you now, and
We're looking at 2 or 3 with the supervisory.
Yeah.
Is what we're doing. Yeah, and those will be within the service. And then we're working right now, we're gonna work with HR here in the future to see if we can take their existing officers on, a couple of them.
Yeah.
If they meet the criteria that's gonna be needed to ensure the security.
She'll keep going, section, not the housing.
Yeah.
right, yeah. The shelter will still be with them. But then I just am wondering is there anything that will be missed? Like, are we losing anything from this?
I think if I may, Councilor Bill, what we're looking at is statistically wise of what we've seen is that we really haven't seen a concentration of what we think 2 to 3 animal control officers if they're full-time within the city. Being that it's the La Plata County Animal Control, they're all over the county. So sometimes we may be getting lost in the shuffle if there's more phone calls out in the county. Whereas here, we can ensure that those 2 are actually 2 to 3 are actually focused completely within our city limits and enforcing in those boundaries. Some of the data that Bob got from them didn't show that there's really much activity going on in the city that we would believe would be there for 2 folks if they're really full-time enforcing.
So does the county know that we're not funding this anymore?
So per the contract, we're supposed to have 2 or total 4 animal control officers that are designated specifically to the city. The county cut some of their animal control funding last year for that. So what we think is happening is that our animal control officers are supposed to be designated to the city are actually going out to the county and enforcing services. So we're paying for service outside the city limits is what we're deducting.
Had almost 1,500 calls for service as of today in 2025 from animal control.
Yeah, no, I think it's a smart move and good. What does the Humane Society think? Are they supportive? Are they good at working with us to make sure that it's gonna work
Yes.
out? Great.
Yeah, there was a difficult conversation
Yeah.
Friday because it was a contracted issue. She was relieved in certain ways, but at the same time concerned of what this is gonna look like in the future.
Yeah.
But I have full confidence in Bryce and his team that we're actually gonna make this a better service for our community.
Cool.
She said, good luck.
Yeah.
She said it's hard.
Yeah.
But run an animal control group before, so.
Yeah.
It is difficult, we can handle it. And
Okay.
we'd like a little more control over there were a lot of promises that they'd be riding on the trail and so we had to maneuver ourselves because we didn't have any control over it, and try to take control over some of that, and to turn up the dial here and there. And so this will help us even more.
It seems logistically like it's a lot easier for all of your department to work together as you're seeing issues with animal control, and you get in and see 6 dogs at the same time as you're busting somebody for something else. It makes sense to me that there's some
Absolute
compatibility.
An officer can jump in on the weekend if somebody, or at night if somebody's not in, use the catch pole, put them in a vehicle, get them over there, same thing.
Remind me again the timeline for this transition.
January 1st.
So this kind of.
Yes.
Okay, and then this is funded out of the SQL general fund? What we were giving to the Humane Society?
Yes.
This will also go, if we do fund 2 to 3 new open park officers, that would come out of the same budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in this budget, it's still in that community support funding section because this, again, it's happened on Friday. And so we haven't updated all the pieces or we don't even have all that information yet. But so, yes, that would change.
Wouldn't change the bottom line. It would just change where that site goes to.
Yeah.
Can I ask a couple questions on where does the human services block grant go?
The CDBG,
Is that the CDBG?
yes. That goes to Homes Fund, and it's for the most part, a pass through the housing department. Approximately $750,000. And that's a HUD program that goes from the feds to DOLA, to us. We're the fiscal agent, if you will. And then we send it to Homes Fund.
So this is a $325,000 budget here. Is that just a piece of what you're talking about then, Mike?
That is correct.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the shelters budget increase is about 120,000. Was that in response to this proposal or was that something separate?
Previously submitted. Like I said, the contract itself is 169. We amended that last year to 200,000. And this year they're actually going 359. So it's $160,000 increase they're asking for shelter operations.
Okay. Cost of doing business is going up for them. Are we doing more animals or is there anything driving from the city side?
It's their overall budget. And what we did this last year is I worked with the director to see exactly what amount of use is coming from the city. It's about 20% of their shelter operations are being run there, with the, other outlying cities and county, taking up the rest of that. So the $159,000 increase is huge in my opinion. But she'll have a proposal later this week.
Do we know how much is being funded from the county and from all the other municipalities outside of Durango?
There's requests for that, and I could find that really quickly.
No worries. I just, seems like we're paying a lot of money for 20% of the overall.
I think their overall budget for shelter operations is like 1.77. Yeah, so this is 20% of that. So she's just running, she's running based off of that.
If I recall correctly, to make sure if we go through, because I've had conversations with her as she's come on board. One of the things that I believe the answer is the other municipalities do not. I think it's us in the county and then heavily on donations.
And that's what we're working on this year, was to have conversations with Ignacio and Bayfield to make sure that they're picking up their share, but they didn't have a breakdown of what that was at that particular point.
And they also accept from they don't ask questions if I'm correct on that. And so since it's a no kill, being where we're at, if you're down in New Mexico and Aztec, you can bring a dog up here or a cat, give it away, surrender, and know that it's not a no kill. So without really some of those, which you normally have in a shelter where people will ask, let me see your residency card, where do you live, so that we can at least attribute to what entity that's coming through. You kind of have a welcome for all that kind of comes through, and that does increase your costs. And then for us, the question that you're asking, Mayor Pro Tem, is absolutely on point, because we don't know exactly really how much of that really is city, coming from the city, or is it coming from other areas that are not contributing to these shelter operations?
Chief, last question. The positions, would really love one of those positions to be halftime focused on bears and enforcement and follow up with the bear issues that we have in that seasonal period. It's open to council discussion for sure, but was hoping that was in the mix in regards to how you're thinking about the position.
Yeah, I put a lot of thought into this, and some of it revolves around being able to have the animal control as a portion of that. When did a little research, talked to some folks, I think about 10 years ago, we had a position with Bear Smart doing the same thing, and we got rid of the position. It was from, just in the fall, from 8 to noon or something like that. And realistically, with coming in at 1% this year, I mean, we're really coming in flat on our budget, and I have a lot of needs right now. And truthfully, looking at my top 5 calls for service, and the other officers barely keeping up with their workload, but have a hard time seeing a position like that when we need, I need an admin analyst. I need more officers. And I would want to focus in those areas and then just maybe take that on as a challenge for efficiencies. And I think we can do that through animal control, animal protection, and having control of that as well. It was a pretty big hit to take that position and move it to a bicycle on the art position, because that took away somebody taking traffic crashes from the patrol this year. And I mean, it's not woe is me. I mean, we're looking at efficiencies, we're looking at technology, we're looking at AI, we're looking at everything right now, and everything's coming so fast. We're trying to figure out what that balance is, like the Mayor Pro Tem was asking, to enhance those efficiencies of our employees. But I would be looking towards enhancing other positions and looking at our calls for service truthfully, even though it got really loud. Also looked at the bear issue, and I attended a Bear Smart meeting prior to this influx that we had earlier this year. About every 5 years, we have an issue like this where the acorns and everything aren't being grown, and so they come down here to eat. And so to have a position like that for every 5 years for half the day just in the fall, it'd be difficult for me to.
Can I get what that position cost looks like in some way, shape, or form, either the historical position that it looked like? I agree with you that it didn't necessarily work before. I'm not sure I totally agree that every 5 years there's a cadence to it. I think it just depends on how bad it is.
Right, yeah.
From a water and.
I think the average is 3 to 7, but.
Yeah. Well, it's going to get worse. So, you know, in my belief, but is there any way we can start looking at what that cost might look like, ballparkish? I'm not trying to get a lot of specifics there, but anything that's feedback on the impact on your budget for that position to be a seasonal one. From my way of thinking, it seemed to me that you would have 6 months of usual enforcement capability out of that position, and then 6 months where it's got some percentage that's paying attention to the bear issues.
Yeah, in that position, mainly what it did was check trash cans in the mornings, tag the cans that were out, that shouldn't be out, check them, the ones that were damaged, because we're having a hard time enforcing it now.
Yep.
Because we're having a hard time proving that they knew they were damaged before, just things like that is what it did before.
Yeah, I think as a liaison with some of the nonprofit organizations that are trying to do education, we make some changes on electric mats and electric fencing. I think there's some ability for this position to be kind of at least some kind of central resource for these nonprofits to, coordinate on how they're going to approach some of the bigger problems and speak to the problems back to city council and to city staff when we've got a bad year. So I'll stop beating the dead bear on that.
And to circle back on Counselor Koso, that human service block grant in this section is actually our contribution to Teamed Up. That used to be United Way. So
Oh, okay.
I just misspoke on that this section. We do have a CDBG block grant as well. This is community support funding, so.
Okay, and so that.
I believe we'll have a presentation.
Is that a
later.
Well, we will. Okay, great. Thanks. That's good for me for the section. Thanks, everybody.
Council, what are the breakdowns on the different pet center other locations if you'd like to remove?
Yes, please.
So Bayfield is surrounding 6.5%, Durango is 20.2%, Neosho is 0.4%, Platte County is 47.7%, out of the county is 16%, Southern Utah's 8.4%, and our unhoused population is 0.8%.
What is that unhoused?
0.8.
They could be unhoused in county or in city, and they're.
Yes.
Okay.
What was that percentage outside of the county?
16%.
Pretty big chunk.
Who's Bayfield again?
Bayfield is 6.5%.
Then Mayor and Council, Zita is online. I'll ask her to unmute herself. She's got an update to Councilor Buell's question in regards to quarterly updates dashboard that she's working on. So Zita, if you're there, if you wouldn't mind unmuting.
Yes.
There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Just referring to Councilor Buell's question, we are in the process with IT of developing a dashboard that will provide you exactly what you're looking for, albeit the first rollout that we have of this will be basic. It is what we will build on, and it will have some indicator of how we are doing toward each of the strategic goal areas, whether we're behind, on track, or need to make some improvements or efficiencies. So I just want you to know we're hoping to have something fourth quarter. If not, it will be first quarter of next year that we'll work on getting that rolled out, and you will be able to access it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
we see a strategic deliverable in this, those strategic deliverables are for sure for the department, and the department has quantitative measurements underneath those, and we would be seeing this as some kind of representation of that. Is that fair to say? Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yes. We're working, we took the spreadsheet that Devin had and worked with all the department directors to try to isolate the ones that best represented their progress toward that goal. Some of the things we're running into is having disparate sources of this data and trying to bring it all together so that it can be fed into the dashboard. It will not update automatically at first because we're still working on that back end piece. But as we get it implemented, there'll be a constant review of those KPIs to make sure they are, that there may be a layer that shows you the goal area, and then there'll be a more detailed layer with other information, but we're going to have to phase some of that in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Zeta.
Yes, and so Zeta and her team in performance excellence now it's all of that for the city, organizes it with the departments and those KPIs. Thank that very much. So the next goal area is reliable infrastructure and community activity. The departments included in this goal area are airport, transportation, public works, and building maintenance.
The asterisk on public works is this is the public works from the general fund side, not the water and sewer side, which will be on it separate later on in the presentation.
You may have to correct me as we go along. Sometimes I blur the lines.
Some of the 2025 accomplishments facilitated an increase in airline seat capacity through air service development and market initiatives. Completed the construction phase of the airport wastewater system improvement project. Introduced park mobile pay by cell option at meters in transit center parking lot, and on schedule to repair 1,241 potholes citywide. Strategic deliverables for 2026, implement an airport drone program, continue to develop wildlife management strategies to further improve airport safety, continue supporting the development of a variety of housing types, continue to expand safe routes to school programs at the various schools in Durango, continued implementation of the comprehensive parking management plan, and clean main sewer line that runs down Camino del Rio to maintain proper operation. So the expenses in the general fund for the school area did decrease by 5%, and the non-general fund areas, these departments did overall decrease 18%. Take your questions for the school area. Yeah.
Tony, I wanted to talk a little bit on the airport. Just the we seem to be putting a lot of parking lot infrastructure in there, tarmac. There's not a lot of sustainability oriented goals, I think, around there. And I know the airport's very limited in what it can do, but it also seems to be one of the major impactors on climate change and some other issues around there. So I didn't know what we were talking, if there was much thinking around, the shade structures, increasing the solar that's going in already with the airport. Other ways for us to try and improve. I know, we had talked about the fact that we just keep building more acreage of parking and people keep filling it up. So I don't know. Just wanted to throw that out for a little bit of discussion on goals around sustainability.
That's a fair question. As you mentioned, I think it is somewhat hamstrung in the sense of what the airport does and the type of infrastructure we provide. As it relates to overall initiatives, as you mentioned, we're in the midst of putting in a 200 kW solar system on the phase 1B terminal expansion roof, which will offset about 30% of our overall electrical demand at the airport, which is probably the largest singular move that we've done in that sense. Apart from that, we have some other long-term thoughts around solar. The problem we have is restricted by LPEA. Their substation that feeds the airport is maxed out effectively. And so we're not able to backfeed onto that substation. So we're only able to offset what our daily demand is. And so we have to be a little bit careful. We're able to add this 200 kW system in a way that is going to still be efficient because we don't have to backfeed onto that grid. But as we get much more beyond that, it starts to get into peaks of time or portions of the year where the solar generation will outstrip during peak demands what our energy use is, and then we can't push it back to the grid, and then it starts to reduce the ROI on it pretty dramatically. So long-term solar is really going to be tied to some LPEA limitations. If they're able to free up space on that substation, then I do think that there is some very real potential for additional solar generation at the airport in some capacity. So that'd probably be the biggest thing there. Apart from that, like I said, it's tricky with vehicle traffic in the sense that we're, accommodating what the community demand is. Obviously, we can't dictate the number of vehicles coming to us and the types of vehicles those are. We did stand up EV charging for the first time a year and a half ago at the airport. We have some tentative plans to expand it kind of as demand is needed on that front. But those are some of the high level pieces that I would note.
The asphalt for the parking, I mean, that creates stormwater. Like I keep seeing us in this, negative cycle of a ton of asphalt parking means stormwater. We've got to do all of our own water treatment out there. So we're driving costs to upgrade the stormwater to take care of the stormwater coming off the parking lots. I mean, I guess I just, putting in more trees, canopy, I think makes some sense in regards to decreasing the amount of a heat island out there. It helps with stormwater. Those kind of ideas, I don't know how to implement them, but those are some pieces that I think could be included in some of the goals that we've got around the airport.
Yeah, certainly something we could further with some conversation with the airport commission on some specific things to focus on. Not to always be the bearer of bad news, but there's usually some kind of challenge there, like trees drive wildlife not friendly with airports, those type of things. We have water supply issues as well, so irrigation becomes a problem. So we've actually looked to remove some of the non-native tree species that are heavy water end users from us. And so we get stuck in some of these pincher points between water supply and water demand, for example, can be a hard thing for us.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
The wrong overall economic landscape time to ask this, but has there ever been any conversation around taking transportation, asset to be able to go to the airport from the transit center? I know there's so many other conversations that need to be had around that, but as we're looking at some of the sustainability goals, I think that could potentially be an opportunity, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely been conversation around it and is ongoing. We had a meeting with Councilor Coso the other day to kind of talk about some things there. So I think it's an evolving thing, right? So the demand at the airport is becoming borderline overwhelming. We've paid 400 spaces of parking in the last 2 years, and we were within 30 spaces of overflowing last weekend on a random weekend in October that didn't align with anything. Just after mid-fall break, it's not associated with a holiday. That's our reality. We lease space during Thanksgiving. We'll park probably 300 cars at the ICAP building down the road as a kind of a temporary option to manage holiday traffic. But it's becoming a challenge for us as we continue to see growth and demand, which we're forecasting to continue, that the vehicle demand in theory is only going to increase. Interesting, we have more parking spaces per capita in the sense of per capita airline traffic user than almost any airport we have surveyed. And I think what that reflects is the fact that we are a very private ground transportation heavy zone, i.e. private vehicles. We don't, we're not, the airport is outside of a city center. It's not on a main transit line. We're not
as convenient. And we also have a really wide catchment area, and that's the fact that we pull 20% of our traffic from a different state in New Mexico. We pull 10% of our traffic from Pagosa Springs, 8 to 10% from Cortez. So the challenge is we have such a wide regional catchment area, which is a good thing in many ways. We serve a big area, which shows some of the economic value of the airport. It makes it difficult to provide realistic ground transportation services in those areas. We can talk about town and Durango and that there's enough density there to at least have a decent conversation around it. But we're not going to have the density to Farmington and Pagosa and Cortez to be able to establish like fixed line bus routes unless a municipality is willing to underwrite that in major cost on that end. So that's kind of a challenge. So what it really zeroes in on is like, where is there enough density to actually have a conversation around it? And the only answer to it is Durango. Even then it becomes a little challenging in the sense that we're disparate. You know, if you run it to downtown, for example, will the folks in Three Springs use it? No. You know, will Rafter J use it? Maybe. Will Edgemont use it? Maybe. They're already partway there if they come down the back way to the airport. So you get into some of these density challenges, and then you have to answer the parking question. If we shift the parking demand from the airport to downtown, just downtown, the capacity to absorb the parking, because, you know, if I try to defray the 200 to 400 spaces that I'm looking to build at the airport in the next 5 to 7 years, is there 200 to 400 spaces we can put in downtown that can be accommodated if you had a shuttle lot here? So it's kind of a question of where does it sit and how does it work? And then of course, how do you fund it? You know, that becomes the other thing. When we talk about on-site development at the airport, that's obviously what the airport is funding. If you talk about off-site things, then it gets a little more nebulous. The airport has some restrictions on what it can fund off-site. We can't divert our revenue into off-site things. It has to be for airport use. So any kind of thing that we would fund would have to be 100% airport dedicated in the sense that it can't have sprawl over or cut over to other types of community uses. So it becomes a little complex. Perfect world, we can find ways to work with the private sector a little more and figure out ways to create some robustness within the ground transportation, taxi, limo, shuttle service side. There's been a little bit of renewed conversation with the lodging properties in town in the last 6 months or even less around some restoration of previous services that they used to offer for courtesy shuttles back and forth to the airport that have been all canceled post-COVID. And so we're kind of like at the apex of bad, you know, outside of town ground transportation. Like we have a great in-town transit system, but outside it really starts to crumble pretty dramatically. So I don't have a perfect answer for it, but it's definitely an ongoing conversation. And we have, if you look at our 5-year plan, we've got somewhere in the range of about $5 million budgeted for just for parking expansion and this whole series of phases as we go through those. And so that's kind of cognizant for us is there a way that I can affect some consumer behavior to defray some of that? We're not going to defray all of it, right? The airport's going to have to keep growing its parking, but is there a way that I can, you know, take 20% of the demand and convince folks to use alternate options out there so that it's not so aggressive on the heavy infrastructure side? So that's kind of the conversations we're thinking about is how do we affect that? And then that's the hard part. How do you affect consumer decisions?
Tony has a really good presentation that him and Sarah put together. You wouldn't mind, Tony, just sending that out to the council so that they could have it? Because the other challenge also is just our airport. It's 24/7. So we have the first flight that leaves at 5 a.m., the last flight that comes in at midnight. So if you're looking to serve that gap, you're pretty much running 24/7, which then also drives the operational cost as well.
I mean, again, the breakout roughly of visitation versus people that live in Durango for use.
Yeah, no, we have all that information as well. So on the full annualized scale, right now we're about 55% visitation, 38% local use, and then about 10%-ish is seasonal homeowners and second homeowner residents effectively. So we do skew a little more heavily towards the visitation side than the local side, but that's both segments the last 5 years pretty robustly.
Going on to general services, page 228, there's a significant position change, but no service enhancements. The positions went up substantially. And I guess I didn't quite understand what was happening in the department.
This was a change, and we'll get into that a little more in the general fund as well, but buildings services, I think was the department in the general fund, and it's really a division of the Fund 81 services, maintenance services for the building and facilities, and really that's an internal service fund, so it's kind of an accounting-based change to move that together into Fund 81. So that's why there's such a big increase into that fund.
Back to what we talked about earlier. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. On 244, this is the for sewer. The Camino, the mainline sewer that runs down Camino del Rio, we're cleaning that out. It makes sense totally to me. Is this something that is endemic across most of our sewer lines? Is Camino a unique animal? I just wanted to get a little bit more.
It's not unique, sir. Ideally, we would clean every sewer line every year with the jet truck. We simply don't have the staff to be able to do that. As you know, our infrastructure continues to age, and we spend a disproportionate amount of time with both the water and sewer crews reacting to breaks and emergencies and overflows at the cost of preventive maintenance. And that's an ongoing challenge that we have, and frankly will continue until we can get ahead of the backlog of deferred maintenance.
Okay, great, thank you. On sewer administration, there was a 3.5 full-time equivalent increase. And was that just adding more staff?
No, it was actually reallocating staff. In the past, we have not had a cost center for public works and administration. And we created one this year, and they were actually, instead of doing reimbursements, we actually just moved them into the other funds.
Thank you. On to trash collection, there's a 2 full-time equivalent decrease, but only a $60K decrease in the total budget. I wasn't sure.
We moved one employee out of the trash recycling fund into the operations side.
So full-time equivalent decrease with those 2.1, I guess, what I saw. There was only one employee that was moved?
One employee was moved out of the trash and recycling fund into the operations, an administrative person, which will now report to our administrative manager.
Okay.
There may have been a portion of other, because their people are distributed across several divisions, and so there was a redistribution of a lot of those.
Pieces of a full-time position can be in another department.
Joey, our operations manager, is paid for partially from streets.
Okay.
Partially from trash and recycling.
Great, thank you. 20 answers the next question I had to. On the transit, Sarah, the decreases, capital purchase decreases from grants, is that any way related to Fed cuts, or is that an expectation, or is that just a seasonal variation?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have, we replace all of our fleet on a schedule.
Okay.
And so we receive those grants in the year that we need to replace the fleet. So that's just a reflection of the need of the fleet.
That's just the way it rolls. Okay.
Nice transit joke.
Great. Thank you.
Fell flat, sir. Fell flat.
Crowd.
Tough crowd. Tough crowd.
Just a
little bit like Mayor Pro Tem.
Imagine doing crowd work.
Gonna be more questions on transit now.
Yeah, really.
I'm looking at.
Water admin, 5.5 full-time increase, full-time equivalent increase. Was that just internal shifting again? Okay.
We do have a table to later in the presentation that shows overall like actual adds or decreases to FTEs, because the tables are very confusing at times when you're showing the shifts and the distributions. It looks like maybe we're increasing 5 people here or we're getting rid of 5 people here,
Yeah.
and that's not.
Yeah, that's but many of my Post-it notes are probably going to get answered on that. So I think that's good. I'm good for that section. Thank you.
Next goal area is engaged and informed community. The departments included in this goal area are city clerk and municipal court and public information office. And staff included Devin in the picture here, so she could be with us for budget this month. And then the 2025 new court management software, streamlining nearly all court processes, modern web page municipal court case management system, language interpretation services in 350 languages, specialty court functions to assist qualified defendants. And then there's several PIO deliverables there that are listed. The 2026 strategic deliverables, upgrade City Hall kiosk to serve as single virtual platform, continue substantial digitization of remaining records in vault and archives. We have a lot of records that we're endeavoring to digitize to save areas there, expanding use of the new case management system. And expenses in the general fund for this goal area decreased by 7%. Take any questions you have in this area as well.
By default, is more better? Is there we're throwing more and more money at social media or time and all the rest? And do we saturate for residents and the delivery of information to residents at a certain point?
Sorry, you mean is more better in terms of like the metrics and the views that we get?
Is more, yeah, more is always better.
Yeah, more is better. I mean, the numbers, we've looked at this from a number of different ways, and the numbers essentially speak for themselves. They do. It's like the underlying assumption is our reach increases, the message gets out there in a wider fashion. And so the more we grow and the more eyeballs we get, it's helping us. Yes.
And there's no way to know when we're reaching residents versus non-residents that are recreationally watching your cat videos, right?
They don't.
Excellent cat videos, by the way. I did not need to be the cat video. It was really,
we hear anecdotally, that it's getting out there, but in terms of like who's actually watching that, we cannot get those metrics from Facebook or Instagram to say, for example, that, of the whatever 50, 60,000 people. I mean, obviously it's more than lives here, but it's not broken down. I mean, generally we know percentages. If people volunteer the information, like when they create their profiles, if they say I'm in Bayfield or Nashua or Durango, we can know, but not everybody creates a profile. So it's a rolling the dice.
Fair to say that the more the numbers go up, the more likely we are to be reaching more residents though, right?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. I got one question for Mike. The $250K that was designated for the Welcome Center, I didn't necessarily see anything that was talking about that. So I just wanted to check in.
What the money is going to?
Yeah, and when it's going to be spent.
Oh, I see. We'll put out an RFP in 2026.
Okay.
And it'll likely be a technology refresh. We may do some remodeling. Right now, the staff is actually going to 3 or 4 welcome centers to look at best practices, understand what vendors were out there specifically in the Southwest regions, Flagstaff, Junction. There's probably 3 or 4 others that are between here and Denver. Yeah, we'll get something out formally from procurement in 2026.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all mine.
Next goal area, strategic workforce development. And this includes human resources, risk management, and the self-insurance fund. Strategic accomplishments for 2025, implementation and deployment of new NeoGov payroll software, reviewed and updated loss control safety regulation policy, reviewing and updating all emergency response plans, implementing the second phase, that's in 2026, find these on the same page here. So 2026 strategic deliverables include implementing the second phase of the compensation study and reviewing and updating emergency response plans and conducting mock drills. My page is cut off, but continue building a robust safety committee culture. And our expenses here in this goal in the general fund had a decrease of 4%, and non-general fund departments had an increase of 20%. And that includes that self-insurance and risk management fund.
Yeah.
Questions in this goal area?
I wanted to call out that risk management had the best action photo in the budget book. Hope they get some kind of reward there. And then is Bonnie? Hey, the employee onboarding program, is there, I always thought that was just a fantastic idea. The few times that I talked to somebody who just came out as a new employee, they really enjoyed it as well. So is that continuing on, and is there much more to do, or it's kind of, it's a good program and it's going to be continued?
Yeah, no, we're continuing it. We run it every month, and then that's going to be the eternity, but yes, as long as we have new employees. And we are looking to make enhancements to that with a new employee orientation video that would go along the lines of our mission, vision, values, and our strategic plan, and really highlighting, bringing employees on, getting that baseline foundation of orientation. So that enhancement will be coming soon, as we just wrapped up the video portion of that, and then continue to just offer that monthly.
And statistics on if that actually leads to a 10-year increase, those things will be coming up.
Yeah, so new, but we do send out a survey after every orientation just to collect your feedback, and then we were going off baseline from numbers from employees. We went out and surveyed prior to, who never attended an orientation, and got their feedback from that. So we have a baseline, and then we look to see how we're growing the numbers.
Great program. Last one's 294, last one for me at least, 294. This is risk management. So maybe we've talked about this a little bit, but the medical premiums and claims is going into expenses. Is that just, are we losing the difference between medical premiums and claims calculations if it gets moved into expenses for the 2026 budget year? Risk management.
Benefits is in the self-insurance plan. The risk management covers workers' comp.
Yeah, we used to use that same object code as the self-insurance, and it didn't make any sense using medical claims paid.
Gotcha.
So we moved them out of there.
Okay.
Into a correct account.
Into expenses. Okay, great. Thanks. That's all my questions.
And here's that overview of all staffing changes, because just trying to clean it up and show the actual changes. So in the proposed budget for the general fund, IT is requesting to transition one position from part-time to full-time. This does add a time headcount because they were previously part-time. They were able to offset those expenses in other areas of the department, so there wasn't an actual cost for that increase. And then Prosperity Office, special events during 2025 amended budget. We did add one full-time headcount in that area as the city transitioned operations of Visit Durango. In addition to that, in the non-general fund changes, the tourism had 7 full-time positions added as those same transitions. And then in 911 fund, we transitioned 4 full-time positions to part-time. And this was part of the 911 fund's strategic staffing plan. So this actually reduces 4 full-time headcounts there.
Katie, I thought you had a lot of contract labor in a previous year and then it kind of moved into, is that not correct? I'm sorry, there's too many budget numbers. So your staff moved from 4 full-time positions to part-time and not from contract labor, you were filling spots and moved them into actual positions?
We haven't ever contracted out for dispatchers.
Okay.
These are for operational staff and we're losing the 4 full-time positions and we're actually bringing on 7 PTEs for remote call taking
Okay.
for our administrative lines.
And I'm sorry, Mike, was the tourism marketing, was there 7 full-time positions when it was not with the city and it's just replicating what they had?
That's relatively correct. They actually had some attrition when they, right before they moved over. So we've actually streamlined the number of positions a little bit. I don't anticipate growing that.
Next up will be the general fund overview. Do you mind if we take a 5-minute break for some staff members? So the rest will come back.
Don't just leave like. So to get bad news, the coffee shop is closed today. The person who runs it had a sick day, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Can we look at Luke's budget next?
Luke.
Show me the budget.
Just keep walking. I don't have a single dime that goes to the coffee shop in my budget, just so you know. Just keep walking, you're fired. That's it. We're done.
That are in our fees. Oh.
Just put some more together.
Driving down the river trail in a Subaru. Yeah. So I'm gonna sit down. No.
All right, city manager, take it back to you and go to the next one.
So now we're ready to slide,
It's in my.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm not, I don't do great at projecting. There's a little bit of an echo here. So this slide just gives an overview of what the general fund is and the primary purpose. So in short, it's basically anything that's not restricted to another fund. We have other special revenue funds for certain purposes restricted by law or by purpose. And the general fund is for the things that are not restricted. But it also does provide resources such as taxes, license, permit fees, charges for services in certain departments, interest and other income sources to provide for the basic activities of the government. And a lot of those departments, as you know, do not have specific revenue sources or they're very small, such as police, fire, track for emergency services. We have our community support funding in the general fund. And then many of the administrative offices, such as city manager's office, finance, city attorney's office, municipal court, city clerk's office. Then just showing a breakdown of area. You can see that safety and quality of life. So the majority of the general fund at 61%. That does include the police department, the fire services contract, and Parks and Recreation. This slide just shows the expenses by category, and it's broken up. As you can see, the largest percentage is wages and benefits for our workforce, and then supplies, materials, and services. So as we talked about before, those services include the contracted services in various departments, professional services, and utilities, anything that's not in that other supplies. These are just some highlights for the revenues in the general fund. Overall, revenues are projected to increase by 3.5% in the proposed budget. Sales tax, the regular city sales tax, we do have projected around 3% increase. Excuse me, there are some caveats to that. The TIF payment for the URA district does offset a portion of those revenues in the amount of $227,000. This is something that wasn't budgeted previously. We did make a catch-up payment for that contribution earlier this year that really was for the last 2 years. So this is the first time that we are including it in the operational budget. And then our sales tax from the county, those are budgeted flat based on the numbers that they provided for us. Property taxes, the assessed valuations were around 15% higher. But of course, the way that the state regulates doesn't mean that we're going to collect 15% more in revenues. So our projected revenue for property taxes is a little over 3.8 million based on our rate of 5.007 mils. And we budget 98% of that to account for the 2% administrative fee. And of course, we pay our fire district services quite a bit more than what we actually collect in property taxes. We take our valuations and then we apply that to their mill rate of 8.2 mils to pay for those services. So there was an increase there. So all tax revenues combined are projected to increase by 1%. And then charges for services and miscellaneous, we kind of push those together because there are some pieces that are similar in both of those. The fees that are charged externally, they're really flat in the 2026 budget. We are putting together a comprehensive fee schedule as we talked about recently so that we can really look at all our fees comprehensively and look at other cities, benchmarks, things where we may need to in that schedule. So we also have revenues here that are fees for other funds that pay into the general fund for administrative services. There's internal charges. And so these did increase. We had a few increases in these areas in the general fund. And then any transfers from other funds are also in this category. So we have some transfers from some of the parks funds that come into the general fund. That's where they are categorized. And then also we did include in the proposed budget $1 million transfer from the general fund capital to offset costs there. And then intergovernmental revenues are projected to increase by 5%. This is mostly due to the highway user tax distribution fund revenue received from the state. Provide those projections to us. License fees and claims revenue are relatively flat. And one of the highlights of the budget this year, investing in our workforce. So we did, HR completed a comp study, comparative analysis of the market. And so we did include some increases to bring certain positions to market that were below those values. That's included in the proposed budget. Additionally, the regular increases that we normally provide each year, these are 3% and up to 5% for high performers. And then the step increases. These are all included in the budget. However, in some cases, they are netted with if there was market increases. So if, for example, a position is receiving higher than that normal increase rate, then it was decreased so that it wasn't. And so these are just the numbers for those increases in the budget. The general fund market increase was $485,000. For the total of these is a little over 1.2 million. And we're just bringing out there that for the general regular increases alone would have been around 9,000. So that increase by netting those in that manner have an impact of 320. So we did have a goal to keep expenses flat this year. We do have, as mentioned previously, a 25% reserve requirement policy, and in order to really achieve that, and we want to make sure we do focus on the reserves and have these for the future. It wasn't necessary to keep expenses pretty flat. So we have, drawn down on fund balance in the past few years for catching up on deferred maintenance, some time expenses, and so this year we really needed a flat budget. So in line with this, we worked really hard through the budget process with the departments. They all wanted to invest in their people and keep this as flat as possible, even making reductions so that we could include those market increases. Other items that we moved in the general fund, we did cut that ERP software upgrade for now. So we look at that a little bit later. Did originally think we would have to pay for that for a portion of the debt service for the city hall and police department project in the general fund. For now, we can push that off because we'll have so much interest in the first, at least the first year, and likely the first couple of years, that because those revenues from interest have to be paid towards the payment, and so we have sufficient funds in that fund to do so. And then, as mentioned before, we did move the building services internal service group over to that other fund where a portion of them were already budgeted. That was really an accounting change, correction. Also, customer services division, finance, but they perform the billing and collection for utility billing. And so these were really offset by transfers from those funds because that's the duties that they're performing. And then we did make some changes in the VES fund, the vehicle equipment and services fund, we really looked at what we were projecting as the life for some vehicles. Some of these large equipment last long time, and we were able to adjust some of those to reduce some of those payments. But then we also had other cuts that were made by the departments. They really came in. We asked for them to make reductions to their budgets. So I did outline these, most of these in the next few slides. As you can see, a lot of these were changes that we really appreciate from the departments, but in some cases, they really hurt. So as you see that first one, the drone is a first responder. I'm sure that Chief Bryce can tell you, that that's something that they really would look to add back in the future. The area of safety for the city. But there's also an additional 220,000 in those various categories that police cut. Police and parks, of course, are the largest departments in public works and the general fund, and so they had the most cuts. Of course, the smaller cuts are hard in the smaller departments as well. The parks had a mini excavator, around 77,000 for use in the cemetery, around 260,000 across other categories of expenses, and these included, contracted services in other areas. And also there was some delay in the hiring of vacant positions that was put out there. Public Works, we did see, that they have redistributed some of their personnel so as not to increase the general fund. In development services, they gave a vehicle and some professional services. Same in city manager's office, some professional development and supplies, IT, and some large cuts of 122,900 made up of various areas, as well as the other departments listed there in those areas. Okay, this is the 5-year forecast. As you see there for the 2026 proposed budget, we are achieving the 25% required reserve expenditures, and we project that out and we're able to achieve that. In 2029, we look like we're dipping down just a little bit. We have a few years to plan for that. As we mentioned, we're looking at the fee structure and various items. So just in talking more about the general fund reserve, the fund balance reserve is really to have a measure of financial resources available. Sometimes it's to plan for any type of major revenue shortfall or catastrophic event. And there's various reserve by various government entities. There's some state requirements. Tabor requires a 3% reserve. And then our policy has been 25%, which includes that 3%. Some cities have a contingency and other kind of tiered approaches. The contingency is a little more flexible. So on the next slide, we did include
How do we unhide that?
We might need your help. Slides is hidden. I didn't mean to hide. You have that.
The slide between the two.
Yeah, so I was looking at it, but it's not. Slide. $51.
Yeah, it's fine.
Your web page is kind of high also.
Yeah.
The one he's working on unhiding, and I can just talk through it as we're getting there. But it was just a look at some of the other cities in Colorado to see where they are with their reserve requirements. So we have a population of around 19,800 and our general fund budget's around 56 million. And we have that 25% requirement. Golden has a similar population and a somewhat similar budget, and their reserve requirement is between 10 and 20%. Louisville also has a similar population. Their budget's quite a bit smaller, but they do have a 15% requirement, and then they have a goal. So they have the area where they this is required, but then they have another area that they strive to get to, and that's the 25%. Montrose I included, but I did not find their policy. Centennial, they have they're a larger city and a little bit larger budget. They are at 25% reserve requirement. Really, 114,000 with a much larger budget and 20%, and then Denver, of course, which is much larger and a larger budget at 15%. So showing that variety there. Best practices by GFOA just really require for a city to review and see what best fits the city's needs, what kind of risks there may be facing the city, such as weather events or catastrophic events.
So on this next slide here, I am going to tweak that just a bit, kind of looking at where we're at our fund balance. My recommendation, I think, really first is just to keep where we're at right now with the proposed budget that I've provided, and then look at the beginning of 2026 of revisiting our fund balance policy and determine is 25% really kind of where we're looking at. I think from my standpoint, seeing that we're at the very highest of it, I would rather come back and propose to the council the range between 20 and 25% is where our fund balance goal should be. And we should strive to go into that, giving us a little bit of flexibility as we look at budget years moving down the line. As we determine that, then we can always see that plus mid-year of looking back at some of these areas that we did have to reduce and see if we can add those back depending on how revenues are performing, as well as kind of where our fund balance is. But I think for the benefit of the council, it shouldn't be based on, hey, we need to do this to balance the budget, because we do have a balanced budget. We do have a budget that we can move forward with. Let's take that part out of it and look at fund balance as a consideration as a whole, and really have those discussions to see where do we think we belong. Is 25% really it, or should we do ourselves a range?
So the 25% fund balances came as the recommendation and work of the SALT FAB. That's the Strategic and Long-Term Finance Advisory Board. And I came on right at the end when we were finalizing all of the proposed reserve policies, because we have one for the general fund, we have one separate for the airport, correct? That I remember Tony working on. Are you saying we redo them all or just the general fund?
On this one, I would say just the general
What else
fund.
do we have? Do we have a utility one? I know we have more than,
I don't know if they approved the utility one.
we were working on it though.
Yeah, there was a part where I know they did the general fund, I think airport fund, and I'm not sure the others actually got approved.
Before they merged over to the financial advisory board. As one counselor, I would recommend let's talking to the finance advisory board. There is a lot of people on there that did all that work to get us to where we're at right now. I mean, it does seem like it's higher than a lot of municipalities are arranged, but if there's reasoning behind why, because I know there's a few people still on there. And I came in at the end, so I don't know the whole process. Tony might, I don't know if anyone else was on there.
It was, I mean, I think when you look at the times in regards to when all of that happened and occurred, it happened right after the investment.
Yep.
So I think from that portion of it, that's kind of where I believe SALT FAB started being created, because it's still a little bit before my time, and an ability to kind of use that and move forward. 25% kind of came from an interview question I had when I was interviewing for this position. They asked me, what do I thought about fund balances? I said, usually 25% is kind of where we're at. 27% is usually where I like to fit into. Different scenario though, that was a question about my past previous experience, not necessarily here, because there was a different revenue scenario portion through it. So what I look at now that we have built, I think, back the credibility of the finance department, the credibility of our finances, is a time to take a look at and see from the council's perspective, because in a grand scheme of things, this provides you as a council more financial flexibility when it comes to the general fund. Does it always have to be at 25%? Does it need to be at 20%? Here's what some of those things are able to do. Some of the operational expenses we'll be able to continue to provide with some more services, and allows you to have that tool in your toolbox, where I look at it from the standpoint of the data shows that 25% is the highest, 15 to 10% is the lowest. So I think the 20 to 25 is a very good range to go through, so that we're actually not having to budget to a specific number, but with a range, and have those discussions as we're talking in the general fund, allowing the council to have that ability to discuss. Maybe there is something that you'd be willing to go from a 23 to a 22% because it would include this.
I think it makes sense from my perspective. I would just say, since you have a balanced budget and you're not asking us to do it this very second, to present it to FAB and see if they have any feedback or remarks for us as well, since that's their financial advisory board.
For sure, I think we would need through their bylaws kind of a different recommendation formally from council, because their bylaws do not do the general fund.
Yeah.
They're based on their 25, the special sales tax funds and utilities and that portion of it. But again, if that's the council's pleasure, that's not a big deal at all.
Shirley.
Thank you, Mayor. So is the reason or perhaps the recommendation related to bond rating?
It plays a part in your bond rating in regards to what your reserves are. However, I think your bond raters are really looking at what's your policy and are you meeting your policy and how much are you meeting it by. So us being at 25% really kind of limits to where you can go a little bit different on that side, depending upon where you go with it. How do you do your bond policy? Like, why do you do your fund balance policy? What's behind it? What's the structure? How are you able to adjust it? How are you preparing yourself? It's more than, I think, just the number. It's a lot more of the methodology of why you came from that, and that you're preparing yourself, organization, to be prepared for something that may happen catastrophic that you didn't foresee.
What is the delta between 25% and 20%? Roughly $8 million-ish?
So we did go through the exercise. Actually, this is not coming down to 20% because first we were looking at it if we did actually add those things back and we were at 20% to project that out, it actually came where we, the next few years in the 5-year forecast, we were below that 20%. So we don't want to be in a place, we don't want to recommend anything that would cause the city to be below that 20%. So we just went through the exercise of adding back up to where we met at 22%. And of course, the council can have a reserve policy, say 20%, and we still bring you 22%. It's not that we have to bring you exactly what the reserve is. That's just the minimum. And so then that does carry us out where we are with current fee levels and no changes there to where we need 20% for the 5 years.
I don't remember a time during Gold King, COVID, anything that we ever were at risk. Like we ever took more than a 10% hit in the revenues and those things. It seems to me, I'm not actually all that interested in going to FAB. I'm fine if we go that way, but the range above 20% is still just fine. It protects us against every foreseeable problem that we've had, including some pandemics that have just been, shocks that nobody could have foreseen. So I don't want to be so conservative that we're missing out on opportunities to serve the city. And it makes a lot of sense to me to go ahead and stay in that range.
Did we dip into that at all during the 416?
Wasn't here. I don't know.
I think the only time we dipped into it was after 2008, 2009 for snow removal. That was an issue back then.
What does dip into it mean?
I don't remember the specifics on that, but I do remember there were some issues with the fund balance at that particular time.
We went below 25% during that time. Is that
we weren't at 25%. We just got to 25% like
first 2021.
Well,
because I think before I got here, the fund balance was around like 12%.
Yeah.
So the 25% is relatively new since about 2021. So depending on how far we've dipped below during probably Gold King and snow removal and all that, your fund balance is probably anywhere between 10 to 12%. So we're still double that, even on the low end side of that with this.
Yeah, I think that's a real good point for us to understand is at our worst, we only dipped in a little bit. And what is the lost opportunity cost by maintaining these very high reserves, I think is important for us to talk about.
Yeah, those are very good conversations because even when you look at the 25%, we had the embezzlement side of it, but we're in the throes of COVID and everything was in virtual mode. So you could kind of see maybe even the thinking process with those two things coming into it, where a 25% recommendation would come from, making it more hedging our bets. But now coming through COVID, and Councilor Coso, some of the things that you've already said that we've actually went through and still were able to handle does show, I think, that range would be respectable.
Is there a stacked conservative assumption here too? Because we rarely spend everything that we budget for in a given year, correct? So we've also got those buffers that are built in some way, shape or form. And if as a city, we see a 2008, 2009 reoccurring, we would slow down our spending and we'd adapt accordingly. So it's, if the COVID shocks aren't hitting us and that's such a rare unicorn, I'm not sure you build for that. It sure seems to me that 20% is more than adequate. Very comfortable between 20 and 25 for sure.
Okay, Dave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to say I agree with the opportunity cost if we don't change the fund balance. Lower it from 25% because a lot of our staff in the programs we fund would be at risk this year, so I agree with what it's happened last week because the 2 or 3% at this point with our fund balance isn't going to take a big hit long term, but our services to the public.
We've been really good savers for years and years and years. At a certain point, you say, okay, what have you been saving for this? And I get it.
No, absolutely. I think that the flexibility is really important for the council. I think it allows you to make more strategic decisions where you see things that maybe you want to hedge on. Obviously, then we didn't have a PD City Hall project that you're funding with, and you may want to have a little bit more extra room and giveaway on that side. And I think that it's totally reasonable, but I also wanted to make sure that it wasn't tied upon you must pass this or else our budget doesn't work. Our budget does work. I think there's things we can add back in. Obviously, every time we look at a budget, it's a moving target. Normally, and man, I've got plastic tables, but I'll do it. Our revenues always usually outperform where we're at. We always see savings in where we go. So I do kind of want to have this part from a staff perspective. This is one of our first years. This is our first year we've actually had to make cuts. Per se, it used to be just like, what aren't we going to be able to get? Just to kind of live in it a little bit and let's just see where we're at and then go to the council in the winter, get a new fund balance policy if that's where it is, and then be able to make any kinds of shifts that we see at mid-year. And this actually concludes the general fund portion of the budget.
You wish.
Our presentation on the general fund portion.
Did we get resolution on taking it back to FAB or not? Do we need to do some kind of?
You would
vote on
need
that?
to, if you want to take it to FAB, we can have that conversation in January and bring the item up.
Okay.
But it would need to be a direction from the council at a council meeting.
Is it? Just my ignorance on the budget process, but is it possible to budget for 25%, then be able to like set that $2.5 million or $2 million, whatever that is, into like an opportunity fund? And so we're kind of by default putting that money away by presenting the budget at 25% reserves. And then I don't know, I'm trying to think of like, we talk about opportunity, and we had the opportunity fund that allowed us some cool opportunities when I first got into council. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of like where some opportunities are for future opportunities that may present themselves that we just don't know about yet.
Sure. In your fund balance, it's there. Like, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. We can't take anything out of that fund balance unless it is approved by the city council. So it's already kind of in its own area. If that position was, okay, hey, we did decide to switch, the policy got approved and said we can go down 20%, whatever that delta is in your fund balance would be, could utilize to do an opportunity fund. I just don't think you have to actually put it somewhere else right now. Just keep it where it's at because that has the most safeguards, in it not being able to be used unless it's allocated by the council.
Okay, great.
When's the appropriate time to bring up kind of bigger projects and just some explanations around those projects?
This is the general fund side. So we still have like the utility and sewer, we still have the capital improvement, your 2005, your 2000 or 2025, your 2015, your 2019. This is literally just wraps up the general fund portion of our budget. So anything that you have questions in regards to the general fund of what you've been presented, that would be the appropriate time now. But there may be other projects that you're looking on that are going to be covered later on in this presentation.
ART Demon Bridge, wait for those.
15 or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to come later.
Wait for those.
If you want, we can keep just going through, and then if there's something we missed,
circle back.
we can go backward.
Thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
All right. I'm sure we'll have no questions on this one, so maybe I'll just go ahead and pass on. If you
fast forward.
Oh, sorry, Jose, there were the Conservation Trust Fund and the Parks Development Fund. Those are
No, Sarah, I was looking behind Sarah if she might,
hey,
because I don't know any of.
I don't know much about those two funds, to be honest with you, but I'd be happy to find that information and bring it back.
okay, because the Conservation Trust Fund has got no expenditures in it for 2026. And that didn't quite understand.
We're not any requests this year for that fund, so I'm not totally familiar, but I believe that it's for certain uses and.
The one we used for,
Yeah, it's kind of like that emergency fund, so say something comes up, so it's Colorado lottery. So it stays there and then say something comes up that gives us the opportunity and we don't really have it, we have that conservation trust money. Yes. So it's kind of nice so it just continues to grow if we don't use it.
What was the other one? Councilor Koso?
Well, I'm not sure I'm really happy with the Conservation Trust answer. The other one was the Parks Development Fund. Is that the in lieu fees? Yeah, in lieu fees. And I guess it just kind of sits there and builds. It's not huge or anything, but it also, what's the purpose that do we want it to build to X and then we'll start using it? Do we want to, or are these contingency funds, much like Kelly was talking
Or
about?
I guess grants too, like when we have a grant opportunity or unexpected things that come about. I'm trying to think, do you guys remember what?
I think especially if there are extra funds needed aside from the 2005 and 2025, 2025 and 2015, those had been historically helpful funds. I don't think in the past 5 years, we've historically needed them. I think we've dipped into Conservation Trust Fund maybe one time in the last 3 to 5 years. Yeah, it would just be like if a project didn't have funding, that would be an extra place to.
Sure, I understand the theme behind it. I guess it's tying up $750,000 as just something that just kind of keeps rolling along. And if we're denying some projects for funding purposes, because we're trying to keep the budget, I guess I'm not understanding necessarily why we're keeping these as.
but some
two
can't
funds
be
that are
used. So like the Colorado Lottery Fund can't be used for most projects. I think the only one that's ever been applicable since I've been on council was the Oxbow land one. And that was the only one that could be used for it. So it sits there until there's a project that maybe.
So these are those two funds. There are no projects that we're doing out of the general funding that could be paid out of those funds. Is what
I don't believe.
I don't
Right.
think so.
Yeah, we didn't cut any projects from either of the special revenue fund either. We were able to afford all of them that were.
But we could use those special revenues. Does that make sense? I feel like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm just trying to get to, can we use these funds for some projects that free up general funds that we could use for other projects? Does that make sense?
Not that we're aware of, but we can
Okay.
definitely verify that.
No, that's a good answer there. If there's no projects, there's no projects. But okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the water and sewer fund, we know this is an enterprise fund, so it's self-supporting from user fees and for the maintenance, collection, treatment, distribution of these utilities. Did not match. So this is just showing some historical changes in costs across the state in various areas, kind of showing that costs are increasing around us in all utility areas such as trash, sewer, water, cell phones, cable and satellite, streaming TV, natural gas and electric. And then it's just kind of comparing with basically our 5-year average. We did have an increase in sewer in the last 5 years, but over that 5 years, it averages to about 2%. Water, we had a reduction, so it would be negative. And then just some further background on our rates. We did have a 2014 rate study that recommended 2% annual increases for both water and sewer. These were implemented per the study through 2019. In 2019, we had another rate study that recommended 3% annual increases for both water and sewer. These were not implemented in 2020. So we did just project if, if those had occurred as recommended each year, then that would by 2026 be around 21%. And then in 2022, the recommendation of the Infrastructure Advisory Board, at their recommendation, we implemented a water rate reduction. And then also we did have a 10% increase to sewer rates to fund the wastewater plant. We haven't had any rate adjustments since those. We have been able to maintain our rates from the last analysis and minimize these adjustments. We have had some gradual drawdowns in fund balances. And so we have a combination of several factors that are really causing a need for us to look at the rates and develop a long-term plan. So a lot of these relate to increases in operating expenses. So we have had over the last 5 years in personnel and personnel and benefits increase of 19.6%, which is about 3 to 4% annually. Chemicals, that's a kind of a expense that is variability. The increase over the 5 years was around 69, almost 70%. Other contracted services, the increase over the 5 years was 185%. A lot of these relate to contracted services for repairs and failures due to an aging system. And then we have increasing repair and maintenance costs that really over the 5 years was an increase of 281%. So I'm going to let Bob take the next few slides and help us through some of this information.
The biggest single investment the city has is its public works infrastructure. This chart is intended to not scare anybody, but the reality is everything we have in the ground is going to have to be replaced over the next 50 years. We have pipes in the ground that are more than 100 years old. And when they fail, we have a problem. Infrastructure failures are a little more challenging than a hot water heater fails. You can call the plumber and have it fixed the next day. If a major water or sewer line fails, we can do emergency repairs, may take a couple of weeks, but ultimately the replacement of those things requires extensive long-term planning, design, and then construction. So I just show you this slide. If you assume everything has a 50-year life, you're looking at an average annual investment of $16 million a year just to start replacing what we have right now. And that's in 2025 dollars. You start adding inflation to that, you can see where it's going. It's important to realize this does not include annual operation and maintenance costs. We spend $8 to $10 million a year in water and sewer fund just to keep the plants running, to keep the pipes flowing, and those sorts of things. I've been carrying this Fram oil filter around with me for 40 years. You may remember the commercial, pay me now or pay me later. That's where we are. We also did some analysis on rate increase scenarios. And you can see from the slide here, the various, a 10% increase in water rates would result in an average monthly residential increase of $2.80, an average commercial increase of $16.76. If you went to a 20% rate increase for water, you can see basically double that, $5.60 for residential and $33.52 for commercial. On the sewer side, it's a little more expensive. Average monthly residential with 10% would go up to about $4.59 and commercial $39.07. With a 20% increase, you can see the numbers here. This is just for accounts within the city. If you're outside the city, you pay about a 15% premium for water and sewer services, but this does include all the customers within the city, whether they've got a 5/8 inch meter or a 4-inch meter. Obviously, the 4-inch meters are going to pay a lot more than the 5/8. About 98% of our water accounts fit in the 5/8 or 3/4 inch meter. So that's the vast majority of our residents. The recommendation of the manager is to increase water rates by 10%, sewer rates by 20%. As you know, we have recently contracted Freeze Nichols Incorporated to do a full-blown master plan update for our water system and a first time ever master plan for our wastewater system. We expect that to be complete the middle of 2027 so that we can use that information in developing the 2028 budget. And that will include a very in-depth recommendation for future capital improvement projects, as well as a rate study and some recommendations as to how to fund those. Best management practices for water and sewer recommend reviewing rates annually and, if necessary, adjusting them no less frequently than every other year. All the utilities I've ever worked with before have had annual rate studies and annual rate adjustments just to keep up with inflation. Here you can see a comparison of our rates with some of the surrounding cities. The average base rate for the 5 cities.
Sorry.
1 second.
You can take that from here.
They're hidden.
And I'd like to point out on this picture, you see the date 1892. That's a water main downtown, still in service. The city certainly got its money's worth, but it needs to be replaced.
Bob, while they're working on that, why is sewer more expensive than water? Is there?
I don't know. Why is it more expensive? Why do we need a bigger rate increase?
Yeah.
Well, we need a bigger rate increase because we've been spending the fund balance down much quicker.
Okay.
Over the next 5 years, we have several major water projects to include replacement of the 9-mile pipeline from the Florida River to the plant. That's going to be $35 million. That's probably going to require issuance of debt to pay for. We have a new 3 million gallon water tank at the plant that we have to build in order to drain existing 7 million gallon tank, which has some significant deficiencies. We also have a major water line replacement along Highway 160 that's going to cost $5 to $8 million. And 8 years out, we have a major project to do a rehabilitation of the 75-year-old water plant. So right now, sewer is financially needs more help than water, but over the next 5 years, the water rates or the water projects are going to require substantially more funding than the current rates will generate.
I got more questions, but we'll let you finish. So.
There's the water rate comparison spot.
You can see here that the average base rate of 5 cities surrounding us, almost $48.30 a month. Our base rate is $30.96. That's slightly higher than what's shown in the rate schedule because I've included 3,000 gallons in that rate. All the cities above it include anywhere between 3,000 and 6,000 gallons in their base rate. We don't give any credit for water in the base rate. So, and you can see the volumetric rates there. We're at the low end for the first 6,000 gallons. The average residential user consumes about 3,000 gallons on average during the low period of the winter, which is what sewer rates are based on. Obviously, in the summer when we water, that goes up.
That's per household or person? Sorry.
That's per household.
Per household. Thanks.
Similar on the sewer side, our base rate is about half of what our surrounding cities are, but our volumetric rate is considerably higher.
All right, Bob, a couple of questions on these slides specifically. The average, is that taking into account commercial and residential?
Yes. We took it right off of there. Some cities don't have a difference on their sewer rates. They charge the same. We charge residents sewer based upon consumption during January, February, and March, which is the low usage period. For commercial, we base sewer on their water consumption year round.
So I'm sorry, one more question. The average number here then is incorporating higher use commercial as well as low use residential.
Yes.
Is there much of a difference if I break out commercial versus residential on what the averages are?
The commercial is still lower for us than it is for our surrounding cities.
Okay. I
can give you that. I'll have to run the numbers, but I can get you that information.
If I can piggyback on that, I'd love to see median rather than averages too. I don't know if a high water user is pulling everybody up or not. It'd be interesting to see median on commercial.
I do median and median.
Thank you.
Showing the 5-year forecast, including the proposed budget, which does include those recommendations for increased fees. We also show, you can see there's a large amount there in capital. We had a large amount budgeted in 25, which a lot of that will carry over into 2026 because those projects will not be complete. The same is true for 2026 projects. Likely they will roll over into the following year. So we did not add any additional capital projects in the future years in this forecast. So basically it would be the same as if we had generalized those over the 5 years. So we just wanted to call out that because it does look like a lot of capital projects right there as compared to 2024. If we had drawn those over the 5 years, they would still, and so this does show a negative amount at the end of 2030, and that is really showing that need for the full study. And I will give it back to, well, I'll go ahead and on this slide. So we're going to talk through some of those projects, which I'll invite Bob to do so. But these projects are items that we're expecting to come back and be continued through 2026.
I think we had some questions still on the previous presentation. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. So Bob, you talked about a 10% increase. Just given the extent of the work required and how long it takes, is that something that could be spread out over a few years if we don't have enough contractors or, we just just the projects take so long.
You're asking if the rate increase could be spread out?
Right, just given, I mean, because, you know, if projects take long or that we don't have enough contractors to do the work.
In the sewer fund, we net that rate increase just to meet operational expenses. We actually project without a rate increase in the sewer fund, we will spend more in 2026 than we will take in fees. So we can't put that off, and there's no capital projects planned for 2026 because of that. As Gloria mentioned, we have been drawing down the fund balance every year to cover our operating and capital costs. And in 2026, those lines cross where total expenses exceed total revenue. So I guess the short answer is no, we really can't put it off.
If we're upside down, I'm sorry.
No, that was.
If we're upside down in 2026, if we have to wait until did I read this right? That we're waiting until 2027 to get the master plan to?
No.
No.
Master plan is funded.
Sorry.
He's saying that we increase rates now and then they're gonna do a full study in 2027 to maybe do different or whatever.
I am guessing that when the master plan is completed with the large capital projects that we have, there will be a recommendation to have significant regular rate increases. We issue debt for the 9 Mile Pipeline, for example. You've got to get revenue to service that debt. In 2022, we increased rates 10% to pay for the debt for the wastewater treatment plant, but the 10% increase was not even enough to cover the debt service, which is partially why we had to keep drawing down the fund balance.
So it seems to me what we're missing is the 10% and 20% increase is a recommendation, but we're missing an additional annual increase to start moving towards not making the same mistake we've made historically.
Yes, sir. That's the reality.
And in 2027, we'll get that recommendation, whatever that number is.
But I think what I'm saying is we should be doing it as part of this recommendation to move forward on a rate change for 2026.
The recommendation is that we do increase both water and sewer rates for 2026. We actually have to do that from the sewer fund in order to have a balanced budget.
Sorry, I might be stating it incorrectly. I understand that, the recommendation, but I think the sin of the past has been the councils haven't had an annual increase going to buffer this, rather than wait for 2027 to make that decision and lose out on 1 year of
He's
this
saying more.
conversation.
He's saying more increase.
I'm saying 10, 20 plus a 1% annual increase or 2% or whatever that recommendation might be.
So yes, in holistically, I would say that what has happened, not to put anyone there, but had we increased our water and sewer as our rate studies had told us from day one of us having it, our rates would be significantly higher of where they're at now.
Right.
Since we haven't passed that on, we are having to take these bigger jumps. And I think it's kind of exactly where Bob started with the pay us now or pay us later. If you want to spread it out more, it just means it's coming more. So the rate is the rate. So the 20 to 10 that we have right now is what gets us through because we have a utility master plan that's being conducted as we speak. When it gets completed in 27, we will have a better idea of what those rate increases should be tied to how do we A, continue to fund our operations, but importantly as well, B, maintain or replace all of the capital infrastructure that needs to be going through. At this point, until that gets done, it would be a shot in the dark really for us to kind of talk about what those rate increases are. That's why we're waiting for that utility master plan to be done. And really what we're looking at with the 20% and the 10%, it's really heavily based on just our operational costs and ensuring that we're keeping up with all of those costs that had been explained that have been increasing at a drastically more accelerated rate than we've been able to even come close to keeping up with.
Yeah, me, I'm sold on 10 and 20%. I've got no problem with that. My piece is more about the conversation with the community and hitting significant increase for all the right reasons right now. And then also coming in next year and saying there's going to be an annual increase as we go along, instead of having that conversation at the same time. So if I change 2026 for 10 and 20%, I guess I'd like to go in and say for 2026, it's 10 and 20%. We're going up 2% every year. And we're going to do the master plan evaluation to see if that's enough.
Yeah, I would be hesitant to say like it's 2% every year, but I think that the portion with it is we're going up every year. And I kind of point back to this slide here. And I think this is the most important one of like, when you look at utilities and everything that we pay, our cable bill, our streaming TV, our natural gas, everything is increasing every year. And so when you look at all of those and kind of see what that over the last 5 years, how the cost as an average has increased compared to what we passed on, shows that we haven't actually passed on the increase of cost. So when we have those talks with the citizens, you see these types of costs, that's just annual increases for these utilities to keep up. And those are what we're going to be looking to implement within that rate study.
So why not do that at the same time as we're telling them we're going to do a 10 and 20% increase? Why not look at this and say, water's been up over the last 5 years, 4.8%. So we're going to do 10% and 20%, and there's going to be a 4% annual increase so that we have this horrible community conversation all at the same time.
You could have that, yes. The only thing that I'm hesitant with is throwing out a specific number because it may be bigger. We may say it's going to be 4.8%, and then we get our study back with the infrastructure that needs to. It's like, actually, it's going to be 10%. And the community may then say, well, now you've just told us something different. And that's the only part that there's absolutely going to be annual increases. I would just be hesitant to throw a specific number that we don't know may be truthful or not.
I think we just disagree. I'd rather soften the ground and sit there and say, this is the way it has to be in the future, and we maybe adjust that rate. And I think you're saying, until you get that solid number, you don't want to say anything.
I'd say we're going to increase annually. Yeah. We are going to increase annually. I just don't have what that number is going to be.
I think what he's trying to say is that we're going to wait till we get the data compiled so we can raise the rate to a reasonable price to keep up.
Can I ask some questions real quick? I know it's before your time. What was the recommended increases when we built the wastewater treatment plant? Because there was recommended increases.
3% a year.
3% every year, and then city council decided not to do that. Is that correct?
You also had an infrastructure advisory board at the time as well.
The IAB, yeah.
Yeah, so I would just say, because I don't like placing it on everyone, it's like, it just never was passed on for a variety of reasons.
Right, no, that's fine, and I'm not trying to blame you, I'm just trying to get a number of when that happened and what and it was going to be every year we were gonna get that 3%, correct? Okay. With the enterprise fund, what are there's different rules and regulations, remind me, if we're not paying all our bills and charging what we spend, what's the repercussion? Is it
supposed to support itself? So
right? Yeah. So we need to charge what we are paid, and this year or next year we're in deficit.
We did not increase the rates in the current year.
If we don't do it right now, we will be in deficit by the end of the year. Okay. I would like to, what Councilor Gonzalez mentioned, this, and I'm not saying I don't agree with the 10-20 because we probably need it and we probably have to rip the Band-Aid off and just do it. But this like phased, so it's 30% increase right off the gate is not a 3% every year. That can be a little bit more palatable for residents. That's a big jump for some households, right? Maybe not all, but some. Is there a way that we could get to, and I'm not asking for this number right now because I'm sure you don't know it, but like this year we do X and Y, and next year we do Y and Z, and then next year we have the rate study, so then we know exactly what we're doing forever.
I think when we looked at it from this side of it, 10% on the sewer is what we need.
20.
Solvent operational.
20%.
10% sewer.
10%
sewer. I'll get there.
Oh, okay.
10% sewer is what we need specifically for operational.
Okay.
But what that leaves us is zero capital.
Yeah.
So if anything went down capital wise, we were in trouble. Yeah. So what I did was say, all right, let's do another 10% for capital. So if a rainy day, something happened, at least we had something in line that we could do the capital projects. On the water side, the 10% is more of, we know it's coming and it's trying to get us out of spilling it to where it's going to be a bigger increase. So some of these bigger increases that we're doing necessarily still don't even get us caught up to where we would have been had we continued through the portion. So we're already behind the ball. And so the more the ball goes, it means at one point, one day, that increase is gonna even be bigger because we're behind where we should have been.
Okay, one more question, sorry. There's been so much and I'm like trying to remember all the things because when I first got onto council, there was citizens saying that we needed to refund water rates because we had so much money because we weren't doing Ridges Basin or Night Horse or like whatever. We weren't doing I don't know. There was like so much talk of we had too much money. And then now we don't have enough money. Like what changed? What happened? Can you fill me in?
So a lot of this is happening as I'm getting involved with it. And I think you had people in the community that believed we had too much. We had a growing fund balance in our water fund, which led to a perception that we were charging too much.
Yes.
And then there was discussions about a second water treatment plant, Lake Night Horse, and all of that kind of came into the conversation of why are we going to spend this money? Because that's what apparently it was earmarked for, or the intentions were to use this money to do a second water treatment plant in Lake Night Horse. And why are we doing this? And so the Infrastructure Advisory Board made a recommendation that we have such a great big fund balance, we can reduce our rates. The hard part with all of that is what seemed to be not taken into consideration during those years was the maintenance and the replacement of the lines. And that's really what we're talking about here, not new projects, but projects that we have 100-year water lines going through that need to be replaced. The bigger one is going to be the Florida line that comes in. It needs to be replaced. That's going to be 40 million. And that's going to be a whole other topic in regards to how do we fund that, because rates by itself are going to get a little bit, that's going to really be a heck of a rate. Bob, what'd you say it would be if we had to fund it through just that line alone?
If we issued 30-year debt, it would mean an annual increase of about $50 a month for every ratepayer.
So
when you do the
Do it this
amortization.
way, it's better.
There's ways with that. You know, I wanna say that also as staff, as we understand what we're going into, there's other different revenue sources that we need to start taking a look into. Now, how do we get to there? Because obviously doing a $50 a month to everyone is going to be backbreaking. So it is looking at now some of the infrastructure funding that we have, the 2025 with the parks, the 2015, the 2019. Do we expand those uses so that water and sewer infrastructure can be utilized in there and tap into some of those funds, understanding that it may take away from parks and multimodal? Do we also look at using lodgers tax as ability to raise that because of the impact that visitors bring into our infrastructure and utilize that funding to do some of this water and sewer? So there's a lot of things that we can still look at and we begin to look into now, understanding where this is at. The big piece is that utility master plan that comes in that actually helps us lay out that roadmap of here's what's the most important, here's what that's going to cost, here's second most important, here's what that's going to cost, and then allow us to bring different funding streams into that. Because I don't think, again, this is just me kind of looking at it, we're going to have the ability to do some of these by just increasing the rates on our ratepayers, because that's going to be tremendous.
So the narrative that you're suggesting is water by 10%, sewer by 20%, plus there will be an increase annually to keep up with.
Yes.
Inflation.
27 increase by X date of 2026.
Okay.
I would hate to not have that increase come.
The increase will have to come. We have to. We've held on to so long expenses, and everybody knows it. It's a rate, and actually in all your business, but it's still the same thing, right? Cost of stuff has just increased. And that cost of stuff that just increased affects our ability as well in operationals. We're all facing it in our homes, and we're all facing it in our parts. We're facing it in our businesses, and we have to continue to pass that on. Otherwise, we get behind, and we have these bigger jumps that are hitting people because we hadn't done it at the 3% every year. We're making up for decades of rate increases that probably haven't been passed at the level that they were recommended.
Just devil's advocate, why not water at 20%?
That would not hurt my feelings a bit. I mean, looking down the road at the water projects, the Florida pipeline, that's our source of water for the city. That's going to cost a lot of money, and if you increase it 20%, that would help long-term significantly.
The reason becoming me is I don't have a capital plan that can outline that. With the sewer side, I can say I need 10% because operational, I need to continue, and I need 10% because we need to have something in our capital. I don't have a specific justification or rationale to say water needs 20% also, because it's in a different situation. The 10% was, it's in a different situation today, but if not addressed, it's going to be in the same spot as the sewer side. And I would look at more as that utility master plan is done and I have a document that says, here's where it is. Then I have something to talk to the residents in the community about of why are you increasing it? Here it is. And here are the things that we have. That was the only reason for it. Does it mean it's not needed? Absolutely not. It probably is needed. I just don't have a specific metric or data that I can point to why 20% is the number.
And is there any merit at this point with the water to look at high users versus low users and adjust these rates so that if somebody is conserving water, they've zero escaped their house, they're doing a good job, that they are significantly paying less than?
I wouldn't do it at this part because we're going through a rate study with this utility master plan.
We currently have tiered rates. The more you use, the more the cost per 1,000 gallons.
Keep them as they are though.
For right now, I think that's.
And as they come through with their rate study, I mean, there's time for input from staff and everybody else of what if you change the rate study this way? How do you look at it that way? But that's all part of this utility master plan to come up with a rate scale for us to A, be operationally solve it, and then B, do the infrastructure improvements that we need. Thank you. Let's see if we can get through. Let's go at least till noon. Kyle just said lunch is ready. I kind of figure maybe we got 15 minutes, see if we can get through water sewer. If not, not a big deal, but I think we still have some more time to go through if that's okay with the council.
We're about to start with projects now. On the water fund side, this list is projects that are expected to continue into 2026. Funds that are designated for those projects currently in the 2025 budget. We will bring those back to you if they do continue into 2026 as a request for a budget amendment in 2026 when we know that exact dollar amount. This is the 5-year plan on CIP, the water fund. So I will let Bob get into this and the project details.
Very quickly in 2026, the Rockridge pump station, we bid that earlier this year. The bids came in about double what they should have been. An example, the contractors bid $350 a linear foot for concrete curb and gutter. The going rate is about $40 a linear foot. We sat down with the low bidder. We tried to negotiate a change. He said no, so we're going to rebid that project. Hope early in the season, hopefully we'll get ahead of the power curve and get better bids on that job. The 160 water line replacement design, we are in the process of negotiating a design contract. This project is in partnership with the Twin Buttes area. We have a development agreement with them. They are obligated to pay for a portion of that water line. We're still in negotiations, but we haven't come to an agreement. The train 1 improvements at the water treatment plant. This is designed to do an estimated $20 million upgrade. So we have some redundancy. We have 2 trains. If one of them goes down, we have to rely on the other one. The train 1 could not handle the full capacity of the summer. So we need to upgrade that. The Rivera Bridge is designed for replacement. I'm sorry, that is some minor repairs that were uncovered when the state did its biannual bridge inspection. And the design for the Wildcat tank improvements, we've got some deficiencies there that we need to correct. I guess I'll go through these. Let's see. water line replacement I've covered. Rivera Bridge, that's down near the Home Depot area, and that's erosion. The Wildcat tank you can see here, it's not gonna be an expensive, design project. Here we get into the critical piece. We have asked for $500,000 in sort of a reserve fund for emergency repairs. Just this year, in the last 2 months, we've had 2 major failures. We've needed to go into our funds to recover that, but we call this Swiss cheese. We have a lot of water lines that look like this, believe it or not. And you can see that we lose a lot of water. The soil tends to keep the pipe closed up. That's not a good situation. We do need to replace a pump at the Santa Rita pump station. That's the station where when we need additional water, we pull it out of the Animas River. We pump it up to the treatment plant. There's 3 pumps in this station, and we're doing an analysis right now whether we need to replace the pump or whether we can do repairs if the repairs would be cost effective. We have a water main flushing program. This is a critical part of maintaining any system. You get rid of the old water. We flush it through fire hydrants. Right now, we do not have a very robust flushing program. It's kind of hit or miss. This would help us develop a plan, a long-range plan to systematically flush our lines on a regular basis to ensure that we don't have dead water anywhere in the system. And finally, this is the contribution of the water fund to the utility billing system replacement that Gloria has mentioned previously. Question?
Let's go to the sewer one real quick. There you go.
Come on, Jose. I was all geared up.
This is the last one. Then you could go back to the questions on that
I
side.
think that we are.
That was trash and recycling.
It's like
Sewer funds right there, right? There you
No,
go.
we
The
just
operating
had-
costs.
just had- Yeah, we have the 5-year, but
sewer.
those.
Before.
Are.
Before.
Water.
So this is the.
That was just the 5-year.
The 5-year forecast. Again, this does include projection for raising those rates to 20%. Also to call out on the sewer fund, we do have a reserve requirement. That is because of the bonds. So we do have down towards the bottom, you see that reserve. I'm calling maybe cut off.
The fund.
Yeah, it's right before the fund balance.
Yeah, it's there.
So it is part of our fund balance, but it's a portion that we have to keep separate. We can't use, it's required by our bond covenant.
My apologies. I don't see the sewer section
Yeah, we're missing the sewer section in here.
in the budget book.
Sewer section.
No, yeah, we got that in the presentation, but in the book.
There are no capital projects for the sewer.
Yeah, that's not capital.
There you go.
Yeah.
Beauty.
That's why Kip has questions.
So that's just the sewer fund 5-year forecast. So on water and sewer now questions that y'all have.
Oh, I have a question.
Mhm.
Okay, in the change in the fund balance from 2025 to 2026. Okay, so 2025 was like 3 million in the hole itself. In 2026, it looks like we're at 1,347,000. What's the difference there?
So most of it is capital projects that we
Completed?
completing in
Okay.
this current year, yes. So we don't have any capital in the budget suggested for next year. But we did have some projects and once we started looking at this and kind of seeing that position, Bob and his team held on a lot of things, but there were some that were must do's.
Okay, thanks.
Bob, the emergency repair budget's a great idea. I saw that in a couple of different departments, so I think that's fantastic, and I appreciate you guys thinking through that. also the Santa Rita pump station had a really good explanation in there. I had questions and they all got answered in the text, so thanks for the time there. A finance question, the encumbrance figures for the Waterline project and the Rock Ridge pump project are the exact same number. And I guess I didn't understand.
Okay.
350 and 351. But I don't know if I know how encumbrance works. It's in the text and the timeline analysis. It talks about how much has been encumbered so far in the design of the project, which I would assume is what we paid to some designers. But it's the exact same numbers that just need correcting, or is that how we run it? Just needs correcting? Okay, cool, thanks. Bob, on the water main flushing, I guess I had a question around unexpected failures possible given the pressure and the antiquity of the system itself. So is that something that is not a worry because it's so isolated that if we do blow a pipe that wouldn't have been blown because of the pressure put into it, is that not a worry?
Well, it's always a worry. We have a very high pressure system.
Okay.
In some cases, our pressure is in excess of 150 PSI, which is extraordinarily high. We do have pressure reducing valves all over the system, which helps reduce that. But the pressure in itself is not a major concern.
Okay. Okay.
Because we do have the PRVs throughout the city.
Okay. Well, the flushing program, I think what you're saying is we're getting into a more regular cadence of where we should have been on the flushing program. We're going to work into that over the course of the next couple of years.
Two critical preventive maintenance functions in the water system are flushing and valve exercising. If we don't exercise the water valves regularly, they tend to freeze up. When you need to isolate part of the system, you try to open the valve, the shaft breaks, and then you have a significant problem. But, you know, preventive maintenance is critical in the water system.
If I remember right, some of the downtown restaurants and those folks, when we flush the systems, they get a bunch of brown water. So it was maybe an incorrect adjustment to the fact that we didn't want to interrupt their operations, but we just kept doing it year after year after year of not flushing these systems.
If we do it on a regular basis, we won't have that problem.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a question on that. Did we not do the flushing and the maintenance on the valves because the staff didn't know, or that wasn't in the maintenance program?
The real reason is they spend all their time responding to emergency breaks and leaks, and there's no staff left over to do the preventive maintenance. That's what we're trying to get away from breakdown maintenance and do more preventive maintenance. But the age of the system dictates, we don't have any control over the breaks. We have to respond to them as the number one priority. That takes away from our ability to do preventive maintenance, such as valve exercising and hydrant flushing.
Alrighty, so is there any room to put another full-time employee on the maintenance side of keeping track of those valves and the flushing? Or is that, have you taken care of that?
A couple of additional staff would allow us to have a regular valve exercise program. But the budget really, more people helps always, but there's a fiscal reality there that we just can't keep adding staff because when we add staff, costs go up, which means rates go up, and it's kind of a vicious circle.
Okay, thanks.
Last question, the coating failures it was in the text of the Wildcat tank improvement, but coating failures seem to be an issue that we've had on multiple tanks before. Was this related to one vendor and unfortunately we got a bad deal, or is this just the nature of it?
No, there's various vendors. It just happens over time and we actually fix the Wildcat tank until we get the water line along 160. Because we have to isolate it, and so there's several pieces to that project, which gives us a sense of urgency for getting the 160 water line in as well.
Also the age of the same.
And age is a function. Nothing lasts forever.
We've had some coating replacements that were just a bad product though, right? And do I remember
Particularly
this correct?
in the sewer plant, we
Yeah.
had some really bad liners.
Right. But this is an age-related failure on the
Yes.
coating. Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. So regarding the rate increases, that also has to go to the voters?
Yeah.
So why not? What is the distinction?
Because it's your sewer rate, you're required, your council, you get to do that. It's not a tax rate. It's a rate for services.
We can increase rates in what other areas without going to the voters?
Anything's not a tax.
Trash and recycling, you can increase rates.
If you needed to.
The only thing is by Tabor is just a tax. Anything that's a tax has to go through the voters or debt.
So capital would not be required. Any capital improvements don't have to go to the voters.
How's it getting funded?
Only if it's getting funded by a bond. Right?
Bond or.
I see. So if we needed to replace the entire water plant and it was in the many millions.
If you went out for a.
But not rate
I don't know if you do with utility though.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, it
I
depends.
don't think it, does it, Mark? Do you know? On a utility?
I think once it's an enterprise fund, it's an enterprise fund, and you wouldn't want to mix the tax base. Well, you wouldn't want to mix the tax base and a fee base.
But if we're taking on debt with the voters, I think we have to go to election. I believe,
So if you're taking on debt, I'm just trying to understand
Tabor.
why, because it seems pretty significant. And so I just wonder then why does that not have to go to? voters?
because it's going towards our operations. And so, and that with an enterprise fund, we have to stay, like, we need to charge them for what we're paying. So enterprise funds are different than.
Because sewer set is an enterprise.
Yeah.
Finance question, what, the 10% versus the 20% increase in water, in year one, what is the difference between those two numbers?
10% versus 20%.
Correct. Is it in there? Maybe.
Yeah, there's a slide.
Had the arrows on it,
Yeah, the ones with the arrows, 10 to 20.
page 59. Back.
Right here.
Yeah, it is.
Right, but what does that mean for the revenue side? Sorry.
Oh.
What does that mean for overall revenue? I apologize.
So for the 10% on water, additional almost 900, about 855, 5,000.
So it'd be an extra 900,000-ish for the water. Bob, when will design be complete on the Florida River? The Florida Road 9
It's
mile
projected to be completed in 2027
for design?
with an end. If subject to funding, we would start construction 2018 or 2028. And we estimate a minimum of 2 years for the construction.
Okay. Kind of think of, what would it mean if we went to 20% and what would that mean for forecasting, any sort of CIP? If we're getting an extra 900 million a year, and what was the 160 west?
The 20% increase in sewer will bring in
The water.
about,
Yeah, I was looking at, because right now we're recommending 10%. What if we did do 20%? It'd be 280 per month for the average user. But what would that mean for in terms of like, what sort of projects could we eventually?
that's only going to be about $170,000 a year with the 10% on water.
Right. But 20%
Would be double that.
Right.
It should be more than that because we're bringing in more than that in water. So 10% is more than 170,000.
For if water.
What's our?
But if water went to 20%, it'd be closer to 500,000
We get 500,000 extra in revenue per year-ish.
as opposed to 250,000.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So do we want to take a break or do we want to work through lunch? I leave that at the council.
Is Kip just gonna ask more questions?
Damn right.
Or is
Damn
he,
right.
or are we gonna end early? I'm just kidding.
That's why I was elected, is to ask these questions.
I'm kidding.
I know.
I
How
don't.
about half and half?
Trouble.
Yeah.
It's up to you all, like, what, do you all want
Yeah.
to take like a? Let's take like a 20-minute.
Yeah, a little break, grab, yeah, grab,
Yeah, I could have it.
Yeah. do it, have an F.
All right, grab some pizza, it's out there.
That's it.
What?
That's what it is.
Yeah, I can take on that without a vote. I was the voters, but we might have decided, not we, but you might have decided like.
Sometimes they don't. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Times to the library district as a go. Yeah.
It wasn't Johnny, it was something.
Oh, yeah.
We're just out there, right?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But two of these. Medical, that's what we come back up.
Good.
You better take me that. Set a couple of somethings.
Yeah. Can I help you with file here? Very
Hi,
How are you?
I didn't go today. Back in the sound.
Excellent. Yeah, it was fun. We had a good time. Still another. Oh. How was your thing Saturday?
Short answers. Go around. Pizza, thank you so much. A whole lot. Nothing, any salad. What's your salad? That should be good. That's why this isn't.
Use that.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, no, I'm just stretching. Go ahead, please. They're spread out.
Trying to like.
The Humane Society nonprofit organization, they run animal control and the shelter. And we just paid in your services, so it's us in the county, so it's a nonprofit.
He's hanging out.
Something that.
I am. You know.
That's why we're looking to take that part.
It is absolutely the perfect.
Just because, with them, it's with the county, so they do the whole entire county, supposedly. In there, we are, it's to get a certain. So, by us taking it, and having to control that, and say, why did them say officers within the city and ensuring.
Messed up.
Taking terms of like the dogs and the trail. We're able to have two control officers that we can control and say, hey, we just.
You noticed that?
Where we're focusing
Fragile.
on services.
The news is pretty hot, see my ducks, I'll be like.
Yes, there's.
Everybody is.
That's big. Something like that, yeah. Depends on social.
Okay.
It's funny, like, my husband's and he has them, like, they'll bring it right there.
For some reason,
I think that's what.
that corner is closer than it is. I know markets are like, most people charge, they go.
Yeah,
They're
they're like.
very north, east. Seems like it's what's in the way. Myself.
Yeah, it's very first.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they would ever. We'll see what the.
What was your doctor's appointment?
I mean, just, you end up walking twice as far if you actually guys. I mean, people are gonna keep walking and filling the rocks all over.
Right, yeah. We're not, there's only the county and the city that are part of it. The other cities are not.
I'm very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's interesting in our, it's been the main line, north and south ends of it. And the same thing, it's got, the city goes through, you go this very much, you can't understand, you go down. You got a road.
Well, I'm just thinking,
Through the rocks, duck the cross, down, keep the plants, one across the fire district. Because they don't want to waste time. That's just like, come on.
Yes, the person who's had humane. When they issue a citation.
That's great. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, municipal work with all that.
That's what I would say.
That's what happened. That's the way it happened. People come and drive.
Yeah, anything that's special sky training.
Well, we've done it.
It's really, visitors are renting cars.
Just the I don't like to say that. So they take you already.
20%.
Or it's like a day and a half, but I think it was like it's here for 5 days. Trip now, it used to be crazy. It's really great.
More people.
Yeah, I just don't know. But.
Business trips, quick ones.
We know this, you know, they're long.
Running 5 and 12 years.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because like, I'll add a day on my schedule. Because sometimes I'll bring it up. And we fly back on a Tuesday, school and hire 2 days. Of course, then you have the hotels.
Studying Grease Spring.
Yeah.
That's just.
What's he doing?
Built that shop.
And Crater. I just don't think we're.
No, but I know it's. So.
Weather, so we wild there.
Because they're asking for.
Yes.
Dogs are.
Probably fair.
Before we get that, you know, that 5 more.
5:30.
Power lines. Probably stay what they.
Yeah, all that, that looks like. On that anyway.
And it's been developed.
So they had to get on and be like, you know, you need.
What the.
Y'all just need to go. I just enjoy it.
That's crazy.
Control.
No service. And then, when they were able to call. No, I was waiting for them to go down from 2, 3. You know, the.
What? Yeah. Anytime.
People are volunteering, right? And they signed for Sunday. And it's not.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. 1.5 seconds.
Oh, that's.
There you go.
That's it.
I don't have. Ella Langley. It's a wrong start. I mean. Okay. Like go.
Do the same.
Big bucks. On demand.
That's what I do. Tell her by my choice, I'm a messy, just can't tell by my chin.
Oh, cool.
It's not why you moved.
Still are.
That's right.
Oh, cool.
This weekend.
Yeah, no.
It's not.
Yeah, because we'll be answering.
Because every night.
Yeah. It's nice. when every chance you have better.
Then I got.
Kind of spongy.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
All right, sir.
Good. It's a, yeah, it looks like all does a good job.
Oh.
It's called the rain.
Here, he shows up, so it's beautiful there. Nice. He's working a lot.
It rains now.
We need the rain, but that's a little too much.
Oh, my God. Beautiful.
So, it's for-
You dancing, lady.
You have to get wood. That's right.
Yeah, that's what I do. It just makes sense.
He says he was at the good budget, was just for sure. Yeah. Incentive, yes. Yeah. Lots of resistance.
He used to be.
Oh, nice.
David.
Very fast.
So they have to get out and sneak.
What's yeah, the noise.
It's like they're.
Right over the fence in the alley. Yeah. I guess they followed him to make sure he was to school.
Are they big?
Glorious other.
Track how many people are online.
That's what I call
You
it.
keep track of who's online and I don't even know, do we have 40 people online or do we have 2?
Oh, for this presentation?
Yeah.
Oh.
Crickets?
We're ambitious.
Yeah.
I would guess.
Two.
Yeah. But, yeah, we'll check.
Spice?
Yeah.
Really?
It's like thousands.
Yeah. My election coffers go up too, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah.
No, he wants to be in a bigger school. Yeah. I think he's gonna try, yeah.
Yeah, man, Bob.
When I didn't know the decision was getting made. I don't know those seizures. Yeah, I'm scared to look far away.
Well, during lunch.
And we're,
That's true.
it's weird what happens when you take your prescribed medicine.
Thanks. You didn't need to do that, but thank you.
I was curious.
It was. Like, wow, Tuesday, huh? I see. No, just a year ago. They started a year ago. Part of the reason Sawyer moved up. Mhm. Yeah. That's weird because it started saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
Husband has lots of kids.
We have 4 boys. I know what it's like.
President of.
Yeah, that's lots.
Okay, but he had,
Yeah, we had his brother and his. One of them boys too, but, yeah, he has 2 little boys, 8 and 12, and then Sawyer.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking.
Yeah.
Sick. Year old or something.
My grandfather. I need to call him. It's part of, over in Connecticut, New Hampshire. That was his tribe and he,
Excited.
he actually,
He's
I
excited.
lived in Connecticut,
Well, winter.
but I have, but I don't live in Connecticut. And I finished my education, so.
Things, he has to do things.
Well, I'm gonna go for my master's, but I,
Most of the time.
yeah. Many people do.
So I was living as a Pollard and. Yeah. Not a lot, yeah.
Oh, wait, I bet she was violence?
Yeah.
So I was all like that small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every day. I'll do something new.
Yeah.
Schools.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I get that.
Where's he?
He's at University of Dubuque. Which is like baseball.
What type, what's the name?
In Dubuque, Iowa. Same. Yes, private to boys.
Yeah, all choky. Well, that topic.
That's when you got the state.
Yes, why do
All your comments combined.
You know, because vodka, you could have vodka.
I didn't know what it was.
Sparkling water.
So you just grabbed, yeah.
Sure, I that from apartment.
Would have been my drink either, so.
No.
My sister.
Nobody wants to see you not to like. Crazy. Yeah.
You're allowed to break it. No, that's it.
I would really.
Yeah, before you go.
Meeting?
So close to.
Well.
Well, I have celiac, so stay away from it.
Yeah.
It's not always the best, though.
Thanks.
Yeah, the worst thing ever.
I simply.
Yeah. They do a good job.
Amy like to break it.
6 years.
6 years.
You know, it's the same company as Steamworks in Gilmore.
I agree.
You know, I still.
It's great.
And I'm still doing like new foods. I had
We go
CrossFit sessions.
college.
Yeah.
Go a couple times a week.
It's a block from the house. It gets them, you said, her. Lot.
My mom.
Oil labs.
They
Kale.
Three to wash the hair. Really?
Yeah.
Do you ask for it?
I don't trust you. Who's ever walked through?
Stop it.
But you high five it?
Oh, yeah, not just sitting right. I just worked in it for too long, you know?
Yeah,
My daughter.
come a long way since the 50s, all right?
My daughter's a boyfriend.
So like,
They actually worked at a restaurant. for like
21
salad.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So they said, well, it was a specific restaurant, so it wasn't all.
It'll be great.
No, it was in Avon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's different.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that.
My first 2 years were this, so.
I moved down there, down to Vail in December.
Oh,
I
nice.
was there for 41 years.
27.
In Vail?
Huh?
Marching at the Sundance.
Oh, what year?
Marching at the Sundance.
Wow, so that was just like maybe 8 years ago.
Yeah, just a couple. Yeah,
My parents dragged me out there when I was 11.
Okay, wow. Vail is.
You fill up?
Vail was very young in the 80s. No, no, but.
And lots of it empty, right?
Probably like
No,
a minute and a half left.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't go to gym. Oh, for you, her. If I see them.
So
But out of it.
That.
When
I.
Bring out the kids that close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good day, Pete. Yeah.
Where is it?
Here.
we were lucky. We bought a bunch of properties.
Nice. That's one of those.
I was there for. You saw the end, like.
They're under.
Office has been great.
Oh.
It's finally everything.
Stakeholder
Yes,
bunch of stuff on this.
we were gonna fund other things. Funding into the DC. Why was that? No, we had to have a renovation. That's really. If I only see the big Tax not a fee. I just hope it's like, you know.
Not what I'm saying. Slow down now.
It's more
So I was gonna say, so.
You're right this weekend?
Does it make sense?
You know.
Yes.
It's very cutting edge. It's size. In our budget, but and people will stay in there. I just started. The luxury of Friday. Somebody is like. You know, it's a sudden notice of affidavit that's just continuing.
Yeah. I got, I get that.
Yeah, so that's something, I think it'll be a chapter. I gotta just. And you get.
You have adequate hangar space out there? No. That's how I see a lot of things.
Where it's just. It's expensive to build a house. Yeah, I think the hard part is.
A lot of.
So it's gonna be.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's something that's. So here.
Like, you know, think like.
Trail system, so maybe like here. No, I was thinking that, there's like, I mean.
Yeah.
And then these are really recent.
So.
Try to start the meeting.
Okay, Jose, take it away.
All right, I think we'll hand it over to Gloria, but now we're at the trash and recycling funds.
Get back over. Go through a couple of projects.
Okay, our first project is, pavement preservation project. The, best way to extend the life of pavement is through preventive maintenance, sealing it on a regular basis to keep water out of the subgrade. First project is to, seal the asphalt, in front of the parking areas, at the trash and recycling center. The second project is to design an expansion for our garage. We have more trucks than we can store inside. The winter, the animals, all kinds of other factors impact that, especially when you have hydraulics. We can expand the garage to house all our collection vehicles. It will not only get them inside, but it'll help extend the useful life of them. And the third project is the trash and recycling share of the utility billing system replacement that has been mentioned before.
Questions or feedback on?
Bob, there's a possible relocation in 2029 for 1.3 million that was in the budget. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to build a truck garage now if 2 or 3 years later we're going to relocate somewhere else.
That's kind of a pie in the sky. We don't have a site identified. So at this point, I wouldn't worry too much about it. It'd be nice if we could. We renegotiated the contract with our transfer station operator. It's up for renewal in 2026. If we change vendors, that could change the landscape. But right now, I wouldn't put too much stock in that long term.
Bit of a placeholder out there in 2020.
More of a dream than a reality right now.
All right. And then the baler replacement, is a baler used no matter what happens with the materials?
Yes, it
mixed
is.
use, single stream, all the rest?
We did a significant upgrade on it a couple of years ago to try and make it last a little longer. It's heavily used. It's a very expensive piece of machinery, but it's critical to the operation of our recycling efforts.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, no, my other questions for later. Thanks.
Next up is Education Fund overview. As you can see in the 2026 proposed budget, the expenses do outweigh the revenues. We do have some fund balances there available. We're drawing down on for these operations, but we did have a sale of property this year that helps us to do so. Any questions on the transportation fund?
Transportation section. Do you?
There's not any.
There's no capital improvement. So this is only.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bounce around.
Projects, those sales tax. Next is the 911 communication fund.
I'm sorry, where are these in the big budget book? Can somebody help me a little bit?
In the summary section, if you give me the book, we're going through the different
At the
funds.
front?
So I think we have a page that shows our pages on the online book.
This is the fund summary section?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
911 is page 98 in the budget book.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and so on this fund overall, we are balancing revenues to expenditures. Fund balances are remaining flat. Into the Housing Innovation Fund. We are doing a drawdown of fund balance here as revenues do not balance with expenses as well. Anticipated fund balance is 1.7 million. Self-insurance fund, we have talked about. Okay, the Durango Renewal Partnership, this URA, this shows the TIF area. We have a portion from sales tax, as we discussed earlier, the areas in that business district. The sales tax comes into this fund, and then the same for property tax. So those are those revenues there in the amount of $386,000. We show expenditures in the amount of $560,000, ending with a fund balance anticipated of $311,000. On the self-insurance fund, this is the fund that we have health insurance premiums from the fees and the departments. We did not increase the amount per employee in the budget for this year. We did do a plan change for the year. I think we decided that was in 24. And so that changed our plan year from January to July. Thank you. Jump in anytime, Bonnie. And so we will be looking at this through mid-year of 2026. We may have to come back with, once we get our proposals for next year and see how that's looking, keep an eye on that and bring that back to you if necessary, or in 2027.
Well, and Jose had talked about high cost claimants had spiked recently for us. Is there a trend over the course of years that we're?
You know, it's dependent on the health of the population that we're covering, right? So last year we did 24, we had, I believe, 41 claimants over $50,000. And then we have 41 that were over the $50,000 mark. And it would keep going. And there was 14 that went over our stop loss threshold of 1,000.
14 went over the stop loss.
Yes.
It's 100,000 is the stop loss?
Yes. So it's always varying. You know, this last year we came in with I think the loss ratio was 103%. You know, the prior year before that was 94.5. So I would say it's not evenly where we can trend and say, yes, we're always on the trajectory of costing more. It's just based on the year and the ailments of our people that we're covering. So.
And have we adjusted the stop loss level at any point?
We did. We did that, I believe, 3 years ago. We went from 75 to 100,000.
100, okay, thanks.
Is our risk management fund. This is the fund we talked about that contains the liability coverage and workers' comp insurance. So that number for expenditures did come down a bit since that original proposed budget went out on the budget book, because we got those numbers in for workers' comp. So we are projecting to end the year with an ending fund balance of around $430,000. Next, we have our capital project fund. Those are mostly our sales tax funded funds. First one is the 2025 sales tax, parks, open space, and trails. So this is the reallocation from the 2005. We do have some projects that we do expect to extend into 2026. These include the open space maintenance, Durango Mesa Park, and parks, open space and trails improvements. So when we get to the beginning of next year, we will bring those balances back to you where we are in those expenditures, those contracts as a request. Getting into the 5-year CIP and the project details themselves, I'll let the parks go into projects.
I'll go through the projects for that. Scott McLean is out of town right now, so I'll go over the summary, and then if you have questions, we've kind of got several of us here that will do our best to answer those. Two of the continuations, because I think that will come up, are the Green Mountain Cemetery water line is to start construction on Mondays, and that will continue into 2026. So that funds that aren't spent this year will be asked for continuing then, as well as the Animas River Trail, segment B, I refer to it, from Santa Rita to Albertsons, the one that's under construction right now and not pouring concrete today, unfortunately. But they will we'll do some final cleanup and billing in the end, but the project should be completed by the end of November. The first project on the list is the open space maintenance project, an ask of $577,300. This is a recurring project to enhance and maintain our city's open spaces. That includes the maintenance of the trails, developing new trails in collaboration with Durango Trails, our forest health and stewardship, wildfire mitigation, and control of noxious weeds. We also include in that the Animas Cemetery fencing and conservation and ecology. So it's a open space maintenance catch-all to enhance the recreational opportunities. Next project is the Durango Mesa Park Bike Park. There are many entities within the Durango Mesa Park, but this is going to be the work associated with starting our phasing of bike park portion. It's going to be including the adaptive sports park, the pump track, the dog park, and a lawn and event center. If anyone ever wants to see any maps of that, I think the website has a good indication of what piece this bike park is. That's a $1,716,588 ask for 2026 that I believe there's some rollover from 2025. The next one is our parks, trails, and recreation improvements. This is where we keep taking care of what we've got in the system. This particular, for 2026, we have identified that the playground would be replaced at the softball complex. There's been a few outside entities that have come in and asked for a different playground to be the focus, but we will evaluate based on the evaluation, the assessment, the parks assessment, to be sure that it's one that needs replacing. And then we'll replace some very dated swing sets at Biles Park, Rank Park, Rio Vista, and Pioneer. And that this fund will also include repairing the musical instruments at our Harmony Park that are not functional right now. That's a $347,842 ask. Next up, Durango Mesa Park operations and maintenance. So as we start building things and start recognizing that those items are going to need to be maintained, this is to start the process of paying a contractor to maintain the newly constructed trails, not the new bike trails that were just presented, the ones that have already been installed at the park, including revegetation efforts, weed mitigation, and erosion control. This, as is most Durango Mesa Park items, is a 50-50 split with the foundation. And this continued maintenance is protecting our investment of what we've already installed and helps manage the costs in the short term, whereas we will lay this foundation to continue scaling it up as the bike park becomes bigger and operational. Next up, Buckley Park Master Plan. On the heels of our developments at City Hall facility, the Buckley Park that is adjacent to it, we're proposing to do a feasibility study of what that could include. It would be a long-term vision of what the framework of that park, what that park needs, would include a pretty extensive community engagement component. So we would be hiring a consultant to identify what those community needs are and how to prioritize. And the result of that will be a preferred schematic plan and a cost estimate of what we need to plan for to implement it. And the last in this batch is a maintenance transfer. It's an annual maintenance transfer that supports our ongoing maintenance of these 2025 tax projects.
Maybe just, kind of get an awareness of like the long-term plan. So Durango Mesa Park, how long do we anticipate the bike park finishing up, like 2026, 2027?
2026 has a particular list of items that would be finished up, but no, then there's a phase 2 of the park. I don't have the phasing. They just fed us like 100% plans of how the phasing is going to be. HDR is our consultant. And I want to say that it was 2028, but we can find out.
The only reason I ask is that Smart 160 to Durango Mesa Park, which I think we can understand. I'm just trying to figure out what sort of, because I live in Three Springs, and so I get that question quite a bit. So,
right.
What new developments are there? What can we expect? And so, you know, knowing what the long-term plan for having the Durango Mesa Park, you know, kind of sense of completion kind of on the horizon, that I think might be able to help address people's concerns that we're never going to.
Right. Well, 2026 will be operable features to visit and enjoy, and momentum will start. And then they're obviously working backwards from the 2030 goals.
Sure.
And then just a feasibility. We've got people chomping at the bit ready to work on and install Durango Mesa. We are not there with Smart 160. And then I think the numbers were bigger. They were able with the 50/50 to fit the numbers of Durango Mesa Park's bike park and include many other things. Whereas Smart 160, the numbers were so high to build the walls and the switchbacks, and then even through land we don't even know that we can pass through yet, that it took away from a lot of the other list for only a partial trail that only got us the trail to a little farther.
Gotcha. Okay.
I guess I want to keep following up on that conversation. I don't see enough for Three Springs in the budget for 2026. Smart 160 for a variety of reasons has been pushed off, but we still are, to my flavor, ignoring Three Springs after 20 years of development out there. And the Mesa's got some real perks to it. I get it. I understand it, but it feels to me like we're deficient in projects out in Three Springs. I know that there are below the dividing line, which is the phase 1, phase 2 dividing line, that power line at Three Springs. There was a pickleball courts, there was a dog park. There were some of these things were included in the master plan. And with the school going in there, there's some conversation with the school building most of that road, us talking about streets, completing that last 100 yards of road, and at the same time putting some amenities into that small kind of community park area that would be absolutely applicable to the phase 1 residents out there. So I'm not sure how to you know, I'll pull whatever levers I got to pull as we go along here, but you know, Three Springs just didn't get some love that it deserves in this budget.
Yes, my understanding, because I'm mostly involved in the Smart 160 component,
Sure.
but I see a lot of conversations and work on ideas for that. We just aren't at the 90% plan to add it to any budget or to understand where it can fit into the 5-year.
Sure. No, except we've been doing this year after year after year. It's been 20 years. So at some point we got to start putting some more infrastructure out there and some amenities for those folks, in my opinion. And I don't mean to shoot the messenger on this one for sure. Appreciate that. Couple other comments on some other stuff. All right, to go ahead. It looks to me like the Durango Trails contract was eliminated in this budget. Is that true?
That rings a bell. It isn't, I noticed that as well, and I remember there being no reason for that, and I don't.
Was it, they are going to start charging a contract for services instead of like a fixed amount?
Yeah,
Something.
there was a fairness in like,
Page 300, 5 lines up, Durango Trails contract got zeroed out in 2026.
It's a different way, I think, that they're doing it.
Yeah.
They haven't been cut out of our budget, it's just a different shift.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, there was a conversation I had somewhere in the community where they were maybe gonna start charging for services on a case-by-case basis instead of just like, oh, you give us a net amount and this is what you get in return.
Okay.
It's more of like, I think, a mechanism for them to be more aptly compensated for their services on an individual basis.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, because it was just like a $40,000 line item forever and ever and ever that our, we just approved, and now they're wanting to change it, I believe.
Okay, so does that mean if it's going out to contract, we're gonna have to get additional bidders to award that?
Don't believe so. It's just a different way of how we're going about it, I think. And again, I remember the conversation, and I think it's just, as Councilor Buell pointed out, it's just so we don't give a flat amount and we're actually reimbursing for the cost of their services. So when they do something, we cost it to them. But I'd have to get Scott McLean, I guess, when he gets back to give you an email clarified.
Yeah, love the concept of us working with local nonprofits. I think it leverages city dollars because they're getting volunteer workforce on these maintenance. So whatever we do to keep moving. I know Maura up at the foundation is also very interested in trying to leverage those nonprofits. So hopefully we'll keep a focus on that. The maintenance costs will, in perpetuity, that's a 50-50 split with the foundation. Do I have that as a clear understanding?
not in perpetuity.
Okay.
We do have an agreement in place.
So far as we know, 50-50, great, okay. And then the revenue offsets, this is something I kind of keep coming back to. The infrastructure that's being put up into the foundation, into the Durango Mesa Park, when they start generating revenues, whether that's camping, performance venues, et cetera, I didn't know if we were also benefiting off of those revenues. I didn't, it might have been, that might be on the side conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Bob, you know, 'cause, well, I don't think there's any anticipation of us sharing.
It makes sense to me that we should start having a revenue line of what's coming in, revenues on the foundation, but maybe I'll have that conversation later. The musical instruments, these seem to be vandalized a lot. I don't know who am I talking to, sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
They seem to be vandalized a lot.
They do.
Do we just keep putting good money after bad and we need to think about something different here rather than replacing with another set of musical instruments? Drug college students seem to take their toll on the musical instruments, in my opinion, so.
I agree, and I think that I think they are loved by the community, so that's how they make it in a budget, is just community desire. Where are our instruments, when are you guys gonna fix these? They do the mallets get stolen a lot, but the vandalism that we saw back in, I believe it was April, it's the most extensive vandalism we've ever had at Harmony Park, where all three of the large instruments were like pretty severely vandalized. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, as council, I'm not totally comfortable just keep putting money into something that just keeps getting vandalized over and over again. So would love some other ideas on, do we relocate somewhere? Do we put these, I mean, they're a great amenity. I don't have any problem with that, but it sure feels like we're just signing up for a perpetual cost here.
If I could circle back to the Durango Trails in the post stewardship funds, there is an extensive amount of trail work going that's in that 577,000. So I think that allows, that's where that, instead of doing, like they said, the blanket contract, we've kind of lined that amount some projects, and it'll depend on their capacity and stuff too. So
okay,
probably more potential.
Okay, great. All right, thanks. That's it for me.
Any more questions? Hey,
Next is the percent tax
Capital Improvements Fund. This was reauthorized for the City Hall and PD project. On the wrong slide. Back to the. 1 second, I gotta coordinate my screens. Okay, this is the 5-year projection. We did, with the bond authorization, when we brought that to council, we did ask for a reimbursement resolution. So we will be bringing with our year-end budget amendments a request to increase the budget for 2025. So that will put in place the budget portion of that, expecting to spend around $3 million in 2025. And that will reimburse other funds for those costs as we have the design underway, and we have put out a construction manager at risk contract RFP, and so we'll be selecting those firms shortly. And then we are expecting to spend around $10 million in 2026 on the project. The majority of the project is estimated to be spent in 2027, a small amount remaining in 2028. And let me go backwards to this slide, just shows an overview of the fund. So the sales tax reauthorization, we expect around $3 million in revenues. We do expect some interest revenues as we have those large amount of funds and bonds on hand in the beginning of the project. And then as we get started, project expenses. So we expect to be around under 50 million at the end of 2026. That's all, the only thing we have in that fund. So I can go to the next one unless you have one.
Yeah, Jose, we've talked about City Hall. This is a really signature project for the city, and I just feel like it's a real black box for me as a counselor right now on where we're going and what we're doing with it. So some updates coming to council in the not too distant future about what the next steps in the plan are on this thing.
Yes, we're still in design phase. We just started and kicking it off. So there is regular communication that's coming. We're just not at a point to give you any communication yet.
Sure. Who's engaged in the design phase?
There is, as far as staff or as far as
staff, community members, anybody that's not HDR.
You've got Bob, you've got Aaron. Who else is there?
We had engaged Rango form on that too.
I don't know, like we do that as well.
Scott McLean, Jamie, Price, our city engineer, Gloria.
And then Archaic is our
owner's rep.
Are there any community members that are involved? Is this going through the historic board process? Is this anything that's not?
We haven't gotten to that part yet to go to the Historic Preservation Board at this point. There is no community members in it. We've already done as the mayor had pointed out, our community engagement with the community in regards to the exterior, the interior, the design of the project, with the commitment that if any of that substantially changed, we would go back out. But our charge was to follow what we had presented to the community.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we do tentatively have an update scheduled for November from Archaic will be presenting to kind of give an overview of where we're at in the process thus far and provide an overview of kind of the project timeline.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, I have a question on this 3 million 2025 capital improvement fund, the reimbursements. Okay, so you're going to reverse the funds that we've been using the money to go ahead with the first stages of development. Which funds have we taken those from? This 3 million.
Other capital funds that have budget available, but those costs that we would actually reimburse those funds would be minimal. The majority of this is funds that have not been spent.
Okay, thanks.
Next one is the 2015 sales tax divided between parks and multi. And we do have
The same in this fund where we expect some of the 2025 projects to carry over to 2026. This includes Brusa Avenue, College and 8, Camino Crossing Design, Downtown's Next Steps, ADA Improvements Design, Chapman Hill Ski Area, Retaining Wall Construction. Slide, I'm sorry, is very small, but it just outlines the 26 projects, which is also, I think, on the next slide here, so that one may be a little easier to see. And then we have the individual project details, staff go through, and I have multimodal first.
Okay, thank you, Gloria. We have a few continuation projects in multimodal and only one new request. So I'll just go through these kind of quickly. The first one is the Camino Crossing design. As council knows, this is designing an underpass at Camino del Rio near 12th Street for bicycles and pedestrians. We paused design while the fire district was working on the design and construction of their new fire department. We did have $250,000 opted in 2025. We have identified some additional design costs for 2026 with the expanded utility scope, where the feasibility study recommended that this crossing actually be located has some significant impacts to our utility lines in Camino or along Camino. So we are asking for an increase to expand that utility scope. That will require some new surveying and account for inflation. So we are requesting an additional $325,000, bringing that design cost to $575,000. Next up, Downtown's Next Step. Never heard of it. This is also a continuation project. We requested, or we had budgeted just over $1 million for that in 2025, which included $620,000 in DOLA grant funds. This is kind of a cleanup. We are requesting the CIP management and contingency cost to the scope. So it's just an additional $149,413 requested in 2026. We will have design plans completed in the spring. So we will have a construction cost estimate to bring to council at that time. We have a 60% design public meeting scheduled for October 29th. The ADA transition plan design, this is also a continuation. We budgeted $1,070,000 in 2025, and that includes $4.5 million worth of awarded grant dollars. The project right now is finalizing design, and we're going through right-of-way acquisition. So this is North Main from 17th Street up to Animas View Drive. We'll be improving the transit stops and all of the sidewalks and curb ramps as part of this project. So there's quite a lot of impact to access and different changes to property owner access along the corridor. So right now we're having all those conversations and we're acquiring the right of way that we need to construct the project. The additional funds that we're requesting are to finish the right of way and final design. There were a few small change orders for lighting improvements and extra utilities. And then the final project is our only new request for 2026. This is the 8th and 8th intersection design. This is in coordination with Public Works project that they're working on 8th Avenue between 8th and College. So the multimodal division is looking specifically at the intersection to make improvements there. We have had community request at this intersection for several years. And it was prioritized by the Multimodal Advisory Board several years ago for design. So we're just moving forward with that and requesting $115,000.
I included questions slide, but any questions on those projects?
I have a question. Okay, so long term on the Camino Crossing design. Okay, so currently the design what people think may happen is an under the ground crossing. Okay, there's no way we're gonna be able to afford that. And I would suggest let's delete that and just make it a nice either bridge or put up.
God, bridge, don't say bridge. No one says that word.
Yeah, a bridge over it, because digging under the ground at that point is, if we've got all these infrastructure projects that we're not gonna be able to go forward here. So and I know the business district wants it, a lot of people want it. I wanted it in the beginning, but now that I see realistically what the budget is doing, why waste money on it?
Well, we did complete a feasibility study for
I
a
know, but
crossing.
the studies continue and continue.
No, but was she saying that there was a feasibility study about bridge, about same on street and under, and the bridge didn't work?
Okay, so maybe just a crosswalk, because we don't have the money to do it. Why fool people? I mean, look at, and compare that to downtown Next Steps. They said that it would be completed this fiscal year in 2025, and now you're asking for more money in 2026.
I think
And wait. And we cannot afford that. That's a mandated project that we have no funding for when we need to do all these infrastructure projects. So why would we spend another 10 million to redo downtown at this point when we need to fund like 9 miles of main water lines?
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my.
I'm not far away from the mayor in regards to, it does seem like we've got some continuing costs that are really eating away at budgets. And we don't have a very solid idea that the end product is going to be something we can actually do. So I understand the system, but I echo the concerns that both the Camino Crossing and Next Steps just keep having perpetual lives that just keep sucking budget each year. And at some point, we got to fish or cut bait on this. And if the money can be used somewhere else better, I'm certainly inclined the same way.
I guess I understand the concern. Well, why even do any project? Oh, I think it's gonna cost too much because I think, instead of actually knowing the design, having the actual numbers, having the data to be able to make an informed decision instead of just I think. So I believe that we can get a much better idea. I know it's a lot of money now, but it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be that much. So let's just go ahead and start it without really knowing how much it costs. So to me, spending the $500,000 now is going to give us the information we need to make a decision to be like, oh, it's going to cost $4 million or it's going to cost $24 million. It allows us to make the decision as a council body before we move forward in any direction. So $500,000 now saves us the pain much more expensively down the road.
It feels to me that councils in the past have looked at the bright, shiny new thing that they can do and put out there, and they've not paid attention to infrastructure within the streets. Sure. And we need to start really changing that focus. And this could be an infrastructure and enforcement council, or this could be an infrastructure only. I don't know, but infrastructure has been delayed far too long. And it seems to me like putting new projects out on the horizon that might take on more significant capital is not the best thing for us to do. So.
Buckets of money.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are two different buckets of money.
Yeah,
Water.
understandable.
Sewers,
We all know
different.
that this is fungible money at times, depending on the project.
Yeah, but I also think safe crossing, and it's been a clear importance, this project has been a clear importance of our community for decades, like long way before I was on city council. And I think it's important that we don't just scrap it. I think we need to know what it's gonna cost. It might not be able to fund it this year, but when the 2015 comes up for reauthorization, are we funding infrastructure, or are we funding this project or downtown Next Steps? When another tax or a new, like, there's lots of different things. I think it's important we have it. I think it's important to our community, especially this project.
Well, you know, $325,000 could go a long ways to making our budget more friendly to the community than spending it on somebody who lives in Minnesota or Chicago to do a design for.
I
This
cross
is a-
at this intersection every day to get to work.
She's talking about.
And also, I mean, this is a major artery towards the community, and why wouldn't we do it to, not for somebody from Minnesota or Chicago, but our kids that use that crossing every day to get to school, to use the river trail? Why wouldn't we want to look at every possible way to keep our community safe through a major thoroughfare? I think we owe it to the community to spend a little bit now to really look at the nuts and bolts of this, to figure out if this is gonna be a long-term plan that keeps our community safe.
Okay, I thought that Sarah had said that she had a plan early on that also looked at a bridge crossing.
Yes, that
Now,
was the
that would
feasibility.
make worse than digging in the ground and making a tunnel that we still have to manage the stormwater that goes into that tunnel.
Well, and the feasibility study identified, we looked at the crossing of every intersection from College to 14th, and we looked at underpasses, at-grade crossing, and overpasses at every one of those intersections. And it did determine that the safest option, the most likely to be used option was a underpass at this location. And so what this is funding is the actual engineering drawings. And I would just remind council that all of the projects that we are pursuing are identified in the multimodal transportation plan, which went through quite a bit of community engagement too. So it is in order to fulfill the request of the community for safety and connectivity.
Okay, well, those are probably just guidelines or goals to reach, but what I'm thinking about is long-term, how much do we want our residents to pay extra money on stuff that I know that we cannot fund?
You don't know that.
I do know it. It is gonna cost, I don't know, 10 million, maybe excess of more to dig a hole under there and move all the utilities and the water and whatever else is under there. There's gotta be big boulders. I mean, I had to change my water line several years, well, 20 years ago, and there's big boulders everywhere. It's gonna cost a lot of money, so why continually spend money on design? This will be dragged into next year also, just like
the council's approved.
Just like downtown Next Steps, multiple designs and somebody's making money, and we're spending the money that the residents want on their particular project.
So if you don't want this project to move forward, you need to bring it up under new business and we need to cancel it because councils have approved this project to move forward. All previous councils I sat upon did, like the last year, like that's what the direction. You can't just cancel a project or say to go and do a bridge when we've done feasibility studies and community engagement that have said no one wants a bridge. Were you here when 32nd Street got put in? Oh my God. That was psycho. If you haven't seen it, Google newspaper articles around 32nd Street Bridge. Like I thought everyone was going to get fired on the whole city.
I don't think we need to bog down too much on one item. I think you're absolutely right. There's methods to pull the project. There's also within the budget process, there's opportunities later on for us to vote on removing anything as well. So if everybody's okay, I think we keep moving on to the next one.
Mhm. Oh, wait, Julie, did you have something?
No.
I have a very non-controversial question on how do we determine how much to transfer to maintenance out of these ballot measures?
That's a good question. This is going to go to parks maintenance, and do you know historically, Kelly or Sarah, how we've determined that?
We did it by how much acreage we acquire and how much we have, and it's a dollar amount of acres of open space.
So there's a formula of however much we have, we're gonna pull from the ballot measures, how much money we want to provide for
Yeah,
maintenance.
that's how it's been.
All right. Thank you.
Is there? You guys are aware? Okay.
Next fund is the 2015 sales tax parks projects.
So first project on the 2015 sales tax capital improvements is the Animas River Trail 29th Street to Demon Bridge. So in a series of 3 sections of the trail, are only 3 remaining sections that are still asphalt, that are falling apart. This is going to be the second one. As we wrap up, we're following a very similar plan as we did that has been successful on the first segment that we are wrapping up. We went out to bid in November. So we plan on going out to bid. The IFB is ready to go in November. It opens the door to get contractors that are trying to fill their 2026 schedule rather than waiting until 2026 and their schedule is full. So we had a really good response last year, expect the same. The original 2025 budget for $100,000 was to take care of any environmental surveys, LPEA contracts, fees that are associated with preparing for the construction of the project. You may have noticed that in and around the Demon Bridge at the intersection by the high school and Rank Park, there was a lot of vegetative clearing that was proactively done to avoid the hibernation of the New Mexico meadow jumping mouse, which is an endangered species. So we were able to make some progress this year to make sure that the project can start construction in March without conflicting with that requirement. So the ask is $2,589,390, which was the engineer's bus estimate and includes the CM and contingency. Yeah, I think that it's obvious why the trail in that area needs to be replaced, and it includes new lighting and a new bridge, which will elevate this project to being a little more complex than the previous section that we're wrapping up, and also the railroad crossing. Neighborhood dog park. I think that we've recently been on the table with council to discuss the parameters of a new dog park. The $57,500 is to implement a park. We did an analysis of locations. Our next step is to reach out to neighbors, right now leaning towards the Rank Park area. The criteria did include putting this dog park in an existing park. So $57,500 is a fee that would meet the fencing requirements, benches, maybe a shade. It's a pretty modest amount, so it would have to be in an existing park where there are already some amenities. So we'll continue in 2026 with getting that locked down. Next up, Parks, Open Space and Trails Recreation Master Plan. So previously we have been adhering to our 2020 poster, and that is starting to age out, phase out. We need to prepare an updated version. The current is a framework for our parks needs as determined by the community. So this would allow us to get a new, I guess it's a contractor to prepare the new master plan to give us our guiding light for the next 5 to 10 years. It does take into its budget the community priorities, so a lot of the engagement to get to a new poster master plan. Next up, Chapman Hill ski artwork. Community has expressed a big interest in celebrating the Chapman Hills heritage and the sentimental significance of ski history. So this budget of $77,000 includes the fabrication, design, and installation of a sculpture that celebrates that item. It let's see what else. We recently received interest from another partner to maybe enhance a garden space around the art. So we are in discussions with whether or not we put it down at the base area, which is already congested, which is why we're building the wall and all that, or maybe putting it at the top of the mountain as a lookout point that you can look down on the ski hill and relate to it. So more to come on that, but that's the thought behind our Chapman Hill artwork and signage. Chapman Ski Hill snow guns. These are recreation items that Kelly will have more information, but I'll summarize. Chapman relies on man-made snow for reliable coverage. We obviously can't get natural snow to cover the hill during the season that our skiers would like to ski. So this would provide the purchase of 2 new making machines, but also funds to do a complete overhaul of the existing 2 units. So doing both would allow us to have a more consistent snow quality, reduce the labor of staff running around and moving snow machines to get coverage, and it optimizes the use of water and our energy resources. The newer ones are more efficient than our old system. And as we know that this ski hill supports our youth, school, and community programs. Next up, our ice rink feasibility study. So there is a strong community interest in additional ice in Durango. So the feasibility study will provide an objective analysis to determine whether or not it's a beneficial investment for our community. It will provide us the assessment necessary to make lead a good decision.
Are you paused?
No. Aquatics hot tub repairs. The hot tub at the rec center has existing damaged tile surface and grout. This is a proactive maintenance means to replace the failing tile surface in the hot tub and make it safer. Open space sign replacement. So as the picture indicates, many of our signs are looking dated, but also showing signs of abuse. They are the first impression to our city parks. So in an effort to have a consistent branding and a high quality of infrastructure, it's proposed to fund $121,000 in creating a sign branding that will clearly identify our parks. Many of our are different styles. And you will be able to identify exactly that you're at a Durango Park, and they will, it helps reinforce the quality and identity of our public amenities. Chapman Rink dasher boards. The picture indicates what a dasher board is, and those are in need of replacement. The dasher boards, the kick plates, and the cap railing, it will ensure user safety. It entails the complete removal of the old and installing a new one. This actually should be a maintenance transfer. It's the transfer of ongoing maintenance for this set of tax-funded projects.
A couple quick questions. For Rink Park, if we did put the dog park there, you won't replace the swing set, I'm assuming, because you have the Rink Park swing set
We will
replacement.
replace it down in the triangle part.
Yeah.
So the dog park is up on the
Great.
top.
And then that'll be down. Awesome. Just double checking on those things.
Councilor, can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
one and give it back to you? The rank park was not listed in the parks in the text for the budget book. Was it because the budget book came out before the study session that rank park as the first park? Rank park,
For the dog park?
the dog park in the text here?
Yes, this came out before we did any of that.
Okay, so the recommendations will be what we're after.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we already presented the recommendations.
Yep.
And our next step is to reach out to, we're evaluating that. We've gotten feedback from the high school. We'll be reaching out to the neighbors. And while we're still balancing whether or not that is the best place.
Did you have one?
No, that was it. I mean.
Okay, I have one question. You know, on the strategic plan, parks and trails, recreation, that's what, are we going to have a lot of community engagement to get input from the community as to what they want in this plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that also includes like the statistically balanced survey that went out with the last one as well, so to make sure. As well as a lot of community input.
Couple more questions on my side. The statute, the artwork for Chapman Hill, is any way to pull that out of lodger's tax instead of out of the general fund?
We worked on that. We tried to get that last year, but this is the route that we were directed to go. Because there's limited lodgers tax too. Is that what you guys?
Is there any reason why we couldn't pull it out of lodgers if that was the route that was chosen? I'm looking for Mark, I guess. You have any idea? I mean, it's artwork. Lodgers tax, pulling artwork out of lodgers tax rather than out of the general fund. Is there any hurdles to that you know of?
Yeah,
I'd have to look at the lodgers.
we have an arts and culture section in lodgers tax.
Yeah.
But then you'd have to just coordinate that with whoever's doing that, or
Could be the-
Tommy.
DCD, right?
Tommy DCD. There's like a variety of.
There's something there to further check.
We shouldn't do something. Counselor, there's grant opportunities via the arts and culture and lodgers tax. It depends on how big of a project that is, but it certainly could apply to a grant and receive grants to cover that.
If we kept it within the 11% for the dedicated lodgers tax, council could vote to go ahead and fund this in excess of what normal limits would apply.
But what I'm thinking, knowing their application for those grants, is that if it's a Minneapolis firm that is doing the artwork for this, the points will probably not.
Yeah, gosh, that would really bum me out if we had to hire a local artist.
Oh, I know.
Chapman Hill.
I know.
Oh,
You're barking up the wrong
yeah,
tree.
no doubt, no doubt. Can we just have Tim Toos go up there and carve something out of a tree or something?
We gotta do it if we don't.
The ice rink feasibility study, I guess I just want to raise the point that I really appreciated the Animas River Surfers raising half of the money of the feasibility study. It says to me that the groups are interested in doing it and not just coming to a council meeting and say, I have a wish list item, please make it happen. If it gets funded, I would really prefer us to only fund half of it and make the groups raise the other half of the feasibility study. And I don't know how viable that is. Jose, I think I threw something new at you with that before on the Animas River Surfers, but as a general policy, is that something we could look at?
As a general policy, I mean, the council can set it and
Sure.
it's in y'all's realm if you want to do it that way. I don't know if I would say it's typical, but being in a policy item, that's within y'all's realm of if that's what you look to
I would just,
incorporate into, but obviously that's with your fellow councilors.
there's not an organized nonprofit that is at the rink. The rink is just city rink users. You know what I mean? I mean, there is JHA, I guess, but they're the youth organization, which doesn't typically have the money. I'm not saying that they shouldn't or can't or wouldn't. I bet that they could do something, but also say, I don't know, there's lots of things.
This budget feels heavy to me on the ice rink and Chapman Hill. It feels like we're doing an awful lot for one segment of the population. Granted, it's a segment that's been under facilitized for a while, but I guess I just wanted to throw out there the feasibility studies. To me, when we're talking about multi-million-dollar builds, it seems like the best gauge for enthusiasm in the community would also be that they've raised half the feasibility study money.
And we did meet with Ashley Tucker's kind of taken a lead on this, and she brought up that trying to raise some money to help with it. There was also, we wanted to be careful that they didn't like have influence on the firm. It needed to be a very neutral feasibility study.
Great, that's a good point. The Beaman Bridge to 29th Street is just a huge chunk of the budget, obviously. So the Beaman Bridge has been a problem for a long time. It was a used bridge, I think, when we bought it back in the bazillion years ago. And so is this, most of this cost bridge cost, or is much of this cost spread out on trail improvement as well?
Well, the segment B was, I could compare the prices. So I would, if I had to just throw it, it would be 2/3 to 1/3.
Is
the
bridge cost
Mhm.
to trail cost? Okay, great. All right. The fiber redundancy, Justin, that gets us this, is there a plan that this is fiber redundancy? Is this just take the opportunity to put something that crosses the river while we got an opportunity to do it?
Yeah, we have empty conduit up at 29th Street, so it actually completes, well, continues that segment.
Okay.
And we just, when something's torn up, advantageously putting in conduit. at the time is less expensive.
Do we do it almost on every bridge, every once in the 30-year things?
Specifically with the Animas River Trail, we always try to put fiber conduit in when it's torn up. We put the trail back on and it protects the asset to leverage later on down the road.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay, thanks. Going on to Chapman and the Hill Guns. I guess I want to bring up in Chapman, we spent 2.2 million in 2024. We spent 550,000 in 2025. We're talking about rough math here, another 400,000 between the artwork, the guns, and the not bumper bullets. What's the word? I'm looking for?
Plates.
Thank you. So it does seem like Chapman's got kind of an insane amount of money that we've been putting towards it in the last 3 years. I'm just not sure that I'm comfortable continuing to keep funding it. Would love to see the artwork come out of the lodger's tax if we can make that happen. But the snow guns is half the budget of any benefit to you, Kelly? Does one new snow gun or anything like that need anything, or is it?
What's going on there is the 2 snow guns were used and we bought them in 18. And so what's happening is they're freezing up as the snowmaking. And as you know, in our town, like snowmaking nights are precious. Like they had very few, and we were one of the few places in town that even had snow, which was completely amazing. But it's a lot of work out there and it's manual and they're dragging those guns. They're huge. The snow, we have a new snowcat. So yes, it's very hard for them to make that snow on that mountain with 2 guns that are freezing up in the middle of the night when it's -10 and they're trying to unthaw them. They have to take them down. So very inefficient currently. So this price would actually get us 2 high-tech guns that you could turn on remotely even from the bottom. Right now, they literally walk up to the top or drive, mostly walk, it's quicker, and then turn them on. You know, it's pretty difficult work up there. But, and then it would be to fix the 2, so we'd actually have 4 running and we have enough water pressure. So it'd really help save a lot of money on our labor and get the hill open on those days when we only have very few snowmaking like we did this year. Plus we opened up a little bit more space this year with the new lifts. So it helps cover it better. Because if you guys skied there, we had a hard time getting that top part covered just because it was so warm.
Is there like a service life associated with these guns?
There is, I should have pulled that up, but yeah, since they were used from ours, I can't remember what year they are, but they're a very older model.
But the new ones would have a.
Yeah, they're brand,
service
yeah,
life
they're
of
new, like.
10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have a warranty of like.
I think it's
almost
probably
15.
amortize it over the
Yeah.
course of, however many years, and you might take that bite a little bit, easier to make,
Yeah, I guess I just go back, 3 million on Chapman. I keep wanting to call it Calico, sorry, on Chapman, and we're not doing anything in Three Springs. Like there's some disparity here that I feel like we're not doing a great job of evening some of this stuff out. It's not, I certainly love Chapman and everything that we're doing there. It's the focus of money in a relatively short amount of time. It's giving me a little bit of heartburn.
Yeah, I think that Chapman, we did kind of let it, like, hadn't spent much money there for a lot of years, and now it's catching up with us. That's one of those maintenance item things that you can let go until it gets to be.
It has pretty good cost recovery, I would say.
It has good cost recovery? Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Is that close to the 90% that we shoot for with rec?
Yeah.
Really?
I think Chapman Hill, well, has been since I worked there 25 years ago, has been one of the highest in the city.
Yeah.
Look at that, finance coming to the rescue.
And just if you guys ever go to Chapman, you talk about trying to engage teenagers at a ski hill, you go to Chapman and it is what we are wanting. I mean, it's like the place that you can finally get teens to go.
Yeah, it's all beneficial. It's how much we've spent in 3
I
years.
know, I get it, but you're.
Thanks. Last comment, the signage updates. I think we're updating signage at the trailheads, which is great. I think we need to present well on the signage. Trail finding signage on the back sides of many of our trail systems are just way out of date. And so I didn't see it in the budget, and I haven't heard much conversation about it, but I'm in Horse Gulch a ton, Sailing Hawks, all kinds of different trails. We do a great job at the entrance, and we're doing a pretty poor job on the backside. Ancillary to this conversation too, I think the signage that's coming off of Durango Mesa is really incredible signage. I just don't see it ever getting vandalized. I think it's very good wayfinding signage. And with the mountain bike championships coming and everybody going to obviously bleed into Horse Gulch from the Mesa, there's some time and energy that needs to be spent on how do we get the signage updated over the next couple of years into Horse Gulch. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. The park and trailhead signage that's specific to this, we are hopefully going to receive a fairly large donation that will probably get applied to Horse Gulch signage, but wayfinding signage is included, I believe, in that 577,000 post. Is some additional wayfinding signage.
Okay.
Spec'd out.
And is it fair to say it's equitable across the system? We do a great job on the first mile in, and then the stuff that's really kind of further back on wayfinding is just not, we just haven't updated well. Is that, or is it per park, we do a great job of updating everything and it's just taking?
I think it's more by park.
Is
So
it?
we do a big push for updates and then move to the next park.
Okay.
So we've never done it by like the first mile or just one section. We tried to complete the trail system, but the trail system, it's not like a tree. It changes and moves and we add to it.
And we change names of trails.
We change names of trails.
Okay.
Lean on community partners like Trails, Drago Trails to do
These
some of
trails
that.
has definitely helped with installation and map swap outs and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Over the years, now that we have a natural lands budget specific to, there's there's dedicated staff now where there wasn't before.
Yeah, we just have a 3-year run here before we start getting into the mountain bike championship stuff. And it makes a lot of sense to me with all the build out that's going on at Mesa, that we're carrying that signage and wayfinding across into at least Horse Gulch, and then if it's applicable for the other ones as well. So, okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, one more item on the signs. Okay, so in your project description, it says sign replacement, and then in your project purpose, it says consistent branding. Okay, so are you just gonna replace sign, or is the intention to do a rebranding of the logo at every park?
So the signage, the old signage, the green ones are pretty much beyond their useful life. The posts are rotting out in some of the areas that are irrigated. And so we have 2 metal style signs that are slightly different, but really pretty close to the same. The Oxbow Park, for instance, is one. So I think we're just looking for some consistency with our signage. So it's not like the old green ones. There's some that still have this funny little mountain and they're little. So just bringing in a more consistent sign approach, but not necessarily rebranding the logo or anything, just finding a sign that it's obvious. Oh, I'm at a city park, I'm at Oxbow. Now I'm at Dalabetta, and they look the same versus having different styles of signs all over the park system. Yes.
There are potential sponsorship opportunities with businesses and organizations to help fund some of that.
Oh, I think that's an interesting thought, something that definitely wasn't explored.
I was gonna ask that same question. So I think I was afraid to say it out loud. It's corporate. But if they were
I can't say that's totally comfortable.
Well, I
with
think
me.
the interesting thing about Durango is that we're such a vibrant community of small local independent businesses that it would make more sense for us than someplace like Chicago that has, bigger.
Yeah, but when REI wants to donate to fund versus, Pedal the Peaks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I think we can be intentional and strategic about who we ask for some of those partnership opportunities, but I don't know. I'll leave that defer to you.
Yeah,
Professionals.
I wouldn't mind to explore opportunity if it presents.
Yeah, it's actually a bigger picture, whether we start putting commercialized, signage. I've seen it at like Westminster, all their dog bags have a different, sponsor on it or a dog.
I'm okay if REI wants to be on poo bags.
Yeah. But it is an interesting idea.
We have a great opportunity for you guys, REI. Branded poo bags.
Branded poo bags.
Yeah, because except for Chapman Hill, we haven't actually actively, in the Park and Rec, we don't actively put advertisements in the vet center or around.
Oh, in the ice. I was like,
Yeah.
where is it? I was thinking the boards, because lots of rinks will have board advertisements and we don't.
do that.
Anyway, just
County basement. See if that's county.
gonna commercialize us over here.
Next fund is the 2019 Streets Fund and those related projects. This is an overview, and again, if you have it a bit larger than the slide. The continuation projects that are expected 2025 to continue over to 2026 include the alley drainage and reconstruction, sidewalk and ADA ramp improvements, and annual pavement preservation program. There's that 5-year CIP where you can see clearly the projects from 2025 and 2026 and forward. And then we have the project details to follow as well for the streets projects.
Thanks, Gloria. First project is alley drainage and reconstruction. We had a very successful alley project this last year, Alley 54, where we used permeable pavers. So far, that project seems to be holding up very well. And we have another similar project next year, but it's not going to be permeable. We want to give that a couple of years to see how well it holds up, how bad the snow plows mess it up, things like that. But this is a very successful program. We're trying to get a little ahead and do a couple of designs in advance, so we'll have some stuff on the shelf as we move forward. The next project is sidewalk and ADA ramp improvement. In the past, they have been two separate projects with not a lot of funding. And we've had difficulty even getting folks to bid on the sidewalk program. We talked to contractors, they suggested if we'd make it worth their while, we might be able to get better bids. So we've combined the two. We're looking at trying to do concentrated areas of the city where we do 80 ramps on each end of the block and the sidewalk in the middle. It's kind of a new and different approach, but hopefully this will be much more successful. As you all know, we don't have any trouble finding locations to repair sidewalks. The annual pavement preservation program, we're taking a little different strategy this year as well. In the past, we have allocated specific fund for each type of preventive maintenance, which limited our flexibility, not one size fits all. So this way we'll have, if we need a little bit more seal code, a little bit less HGA 5, we'll be able to have a little more flexibility in that. And I think we'll get a lot more bang for the buck approaching it this way. Parents Canyon, the bridge design. Every 2 years, the state does a bridge inspection. This bridge has been determined to need replacement. It's not in danger of collapsing anytime soon, but it's really in pretty bad shape, and the cost of trying to repair it probably is about 80% of the cost of a replacement. I figure this is a much better use of expenditures. And similar to the utilities, we want to set aside some money for emergency repairs, kind of a contingency fund, because we just never know what's going to happen. And finally, we have a transfer into the street maintenance fund, which basically just goes for day-to-day preventive maintenance, street striping, school cross striping, things like that.
The substantial increase from 2020, I'm sorry, in the pavement preservation program, there's substantial increase 2024, 25, 26. Is there a reason that it was a ramp up and not more money earlier, I guess?
I can't speak to the history of it.
Okay.
I'd really like to see a little bit more than pavement preservation. We're only spending about 25% of the 2019 sales tax on pavement preservation.
Okay.
a lot of that goes for new projects, reconstruction. In terms of a strategic approach, the ideal approach is to do more preventive maintenance to extend the life of existing pavement as long as possible, because it costs about 10 times as much to do a reconstruction project as it does to do a preventive maintenance project.
As you said, the sidewalk improvement, there's no lack of sidewalks to be improved on this whole, in this city. So the same thing, I guess, delaying substantial increases in the budget, is that more related to being able to get somebody to do the work, or is that just a budget tightness?
The reason we increased it this year was to try to find somebody to bid the job. In the past, we'd only had $100,000 for sidewalks. Nobody was interested in that. The bids we got were just absolutely outrageous, and it would have been sinful to spend that kind of money.
Fair to say, I mean, you went 55K in 2025, 300K in 2026, and 660K projected for 2027. But fair to say, as much money as you could get, we would have sidewalks that need to be repaired.
We could easily spend $10 or $15 million replacing sidewalks.
Okay.
But we have other priorities too.
How do you prioritize the sidewalks?
We have, first of all, we look at the condition, which is the easiest part. Then we try to look at pedestrian traffic, school routes, things like that, where we have the most traffic.
Okay.
That seems to make the most sense. We want to get the most bang for the buck and renew the sidewalks where they're needed the most.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bob. Do you use PCI scores for?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
At what point is 70 the point where you start to add that to the list?
In the older part of town, most of our sidewalks are well below 50. So I could throw a dart at a map of the old part of town and have about a 95% probability of hitting a sidewalk that needed reconstruction.
But how about for streets?
We also use pavement condition indices for that. That is just one indicator, because the PCI is really just a surface condition. In the past, we have tended to do a milling along the curbs, but then do full depth pavement in the middle of the street. We have many streets that have a huge crown where you may have as much as 12 inches of asphalt in the middle of the street and only 2 inches on the side. So we're expanding our analysis to include coring the street, see the depth of pavement, also trying to determine what kind of subgrade we have, because that's critical to the life of the street. But I think we're trying to do a more sophisticated approach to determine what really needs to be done and what the best treatment is.
And same system for prioritizing, like I mean, whether it's constituent feedback or whether it's like routes to schools or collisions.
In terms of reconstruction, we work very closely with the utilities, because we don't want to reconstruct the street one year and then come back next year and tear it up and put utilities in. So we really try hard to coordinate water, sewer, and streets and storm drains as well. And we also get input from multimodal on some of their projects.
And the coordination, is it literally, do you just pick up the phone, or is there some other IT or AI method of doing that?
Well, we haven't started using AI yet, but we sit down around the table. The water people prioritize theirs, street people prioritize theirs, sewer people prioritize theirs, and we look for where there's common overlap, and that's really where we put our highest priority. If water, sewer, and streets all needed, that goes pretty high on the list.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm not there, I'm sorry. Next one is the general fund capital. Similarly, this has project for continuation into 2026, which is the 32nd Street storm drain. Additional projects. This is for drainage project.
I think you are all aware that our stormwater program is the one in the, probably the greatest need of funding because we have no dedicated funding source for stormwater projects. It all comes out of the general fund. We cannot use the 2019 sales tax for stormwater projects. The only piece of that is specifically allows for curb and gutter replacement. It's part of the collection system, underground conveyance. We can't use the 2019 street fund for that. So we have a fairly significant backlog. The 32nd Street extended detention basin, it sort of ties in with the 250, 251 project. And we're hoping we can get that awarded yet this year. Most of the work will be done next year, but we're scrambling to get that one done. It's a critical project and it has significant downstream impacts. The 13th Street is undersized, aging system in the CDOT right away. Again, this is where we have failing pipe. A lot of the old pipe in the town is corrugated metal, which rusts, and when it rusts, it fails. We estimate about 30% of our storm underground conveyance system is non-functional due to pipe failures and collapsing. And this has been on the books for a long, long time. Don't know whether we'll get it done next year or not, but it's a much needed project. And then we have a project over in Rusa Avenue, Avenida del Sol. Just a couple of months ago, we had a huge failure over there. We put it back together with chewing gum and baling wire and duct tape. It needs replacement, as do a lot of our projects. This is another critical need, and as well as fiber conduit. Of course, this works with Bark Group to make sure we have adequate expansion capability. I guess I ought to probably let Parks handle that one. That's your project?
That was,
Or is that Justin's project?
No.
You already got it. We talked about it.
Okay.
And next, it's 6 to 9.
Yes, the next one is the 8th to 9th Street storm drain ditch design again. That's just kind of pictures worth 1,000 words there. And finally, we do have a piece of the ERP.
This is actually the accounting side of it that we originally were trying to fit in the budget, but we've taken that out, recognizing the need for the stormwater projects and also balancing the general fund budget. We may come back to council at some time future requesting if we can find another source of funds.
I would say our stormwater projects, we'd like to get designs on the shelf so that whenever the council decides to implement a stormwater fee, we'll be able to jumpstart the program.
Council break or keep going?
I just took one, so but other people might.
All right.
Okay, next is the airport fund and capital projects.
Sorry, stormwater real quick. Did anyone, because I did take a break and I walked out. Are we gonna get a proposal for a stormwater fee increasement? Did we have the study group? Did we do the things?
But we did the stormwater, and it's a bit on pause right now because of looking at the water and sewer increases. So we want to get those through and then.
So is that 2027?
For what?
To do a stormwater fee?
Uh,
2026 you would propose, and in 2027 we would implement stormwater fee?
Depending, I mean, you could implement it earlier if you wanted to, but 2026 probably would be when we start working with FAB just to kind of talk, see where they're at. We did one version with them at FAB, the presentation. There's a lot of questions still about accessing the fee and then putting some part of money on the affordability. So we'll have to circle back once we do the water and sewer rate increases. That's what happens. In addition to.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, Tony.
The project's expected to continue into 2026, including capital expansion phase 1B, snow removal acquisition, revenue parking equipment replacement. This slide shows the 5-year CIP, and then we have the project details.
Quick run through here on proposed 26 projects for the airport. First one is a standard pavement maintenance project for taxiway Alpha, which is the primary parallel taxiway to our runway at the airport. Standard crack seal coat, restripe of critical pavement access at the airport. And it's also a heavily state grant funded project. Next up is the taxiway Alpha electrical upgrades. Same surface we're talking about. We're just upgrading the electrical infrastructure. The underground wiring, cans, lights, and signs that run on each side of the full 200-foot long taxiway. This is a 92% FAA grant funded project, so receives heavy grant funding on that front. We'll be updating significantly aging infrastructure there on the taxiway. Next is another in a line of snow removal equipment upgrades at the airport. We have been working over the last decade to upgrade a lot of infrastructure at the airport. One of the trailing things we've been starting to get into now is some of our heavy equipment. You saw Gloria mention one of our continuation projects from this year is also another snow removal equipment acquisition. That they're about a 500-day manufacturing period, which is why there's a continuation on that. This would be a new project to buy a new carrier vehicle and front-mounted rotary broom, which is the primary snow removal equipment we use on the runway. I'll be replacing equipment that is 2001 vintage and is currently wearing out on us in terms of its applicability at the airport. Next is a lesser valued project. It's just a simple restriping of our commercial apron where aircraft park at the terminal. We reorient the striping layout at the terminal to align better with our moving boarding gates that are coming to the phase 1B project. It's just a little bit more elaborate effort than a standard restriping from us, because we have to go through it, phase each gate individually, scrub out all the old markings and put down new. So we'll look to contract that versus our standard in-house striping that we do for most of the airport. Next up. The next two are simple unit replacements. The airport exists outside the vehicle replacement fund that the city does. So we budget for and acquire units individually. So these are simple pickup truck replacements. Unit 2100, which is a 2013 unit that'll be replaced. And then the next project is unit 2106, which is replacing a pre-2010, I think a 2006 model on that front. So just standard vehicle replacements on those two. And to the next. Next up is design for parking lot expansion phase 3. We're talking about parking earlier at the airport. We just paved 150 new spaces this summer in our main lot. And this project would initiate the design for anticipated phase 3 of the parking expansion, tentatively scheduled for budgeted for construction in 27. So this would be a design only project for 26. And next one, there's two back-to-back projects, our south and north general aviation apron. These are pavement maintenance projects. Similarly, very standard crack seal coat restripe projects that are best industry practice maintenance for critical asphalt surfaces at the airport. There are 2 general aviation aprons where all of our private aviation and hangar activities exist at the airport. So this is the South GA, and then the next project, the next slide, is the North General Aviation Ramp. Both of those 2, the South and North GA, are also heavily state grant funded projects. Carrying on, we have a smaller project to adjust some perimeter fencing at the airport. The airport is fully enclosed with security fencing. However, we have one section that has historically struggled with some significant erosion issues. It's in a draw, it's basically put in a bad spot. And so we're going to be putting in some new fencing to get it out of that zone and get rid of that long-term maintenance issue that exists in that specific area. And then we have our aircraft rescue firefighting snow removal equipment building tube heater replacement. This is just a standard asset replacement project to replace aging tube heaters and our large scale maintenance and fire facility at the airport. We store all of our equipment, including fire trucks and snow removal in here, and just looking to upgrade an aging system. I believe that's the last in the slideshow. I just note those one that didn't make the presentation that is in the documentation, which is our rental car quick turnaround area design. This is a design only project for 2026 that will be creating the engineering plans for a brand new rental car quick turnaround area. That's currently to the south of the terminal complex and relatively site constrained area. We're looking to move them into essentially a greenfield site, which is on a parcel of land we bought in 2019 at 820 Airport Road, which is north of the terminal complex. That'll remove the rental car facility from its congested area, put it in the right size space, allow it to grow long term, and also free up some existing rental car area for overflow surge parking for us into the future. Be able to sort of double win with repurposing those existing assets. So that is a design only project for 26. Should be in the rest of the budget documentation, just to get the slideshow here today.
Water saving features part of the car washing facility, hopefully.
Yes, that'll be the intention once we get into the design. We're very water conscious, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, given the fact that we treat and produce our own water out of a drought challenged river watershed in the Florida River.
Do you have any questions?
Next one is the Vehicle Equipment and Service Fund, or VES. This is the fund that funds pay in rental payments to for replacement of certain equipment and vehicles. This fund is showing an ending estimated fund balance of $918,000. Next fund is the lodger's tax. Made up of the various categories of the lodger's tax authorizations. We are expecting an ending unreserved fund balance of 1.3 million. This does not include the MOU amounts that Mike mentioned earlier that are designated for certain purposes that were brought over from Link. Yeah, thank you.
But I've got a question on that. That last slide. Mike, the lodger's tax, arts and culture is at 11%. The council determination is at 14%. Did I just switch those? Discretion is at 11%, arts and culture is at 14%. And yet the budget amounts are basically the same for 2026. So I didn't quite understand what was going on there.
The council determined is
Council
440.
determined is 446 and arts and culture is 447.
It's 568.
That's the revenue.
So the
Oh,
revenue expected.
Oh, there I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Allocation.
Sorry, I'm down. I should have said expenditures.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're not spending all of the allocations.
Sometimes it does carry over.
Okay.
It depends on, again, a large use of those, especially arts and culture, is not contract based, but it's grant based.
And you don't know how much is going to be asked for in grants. And so you're proposing that it's going to be that, but it could go over if you get more grants and there would be budget available for that. Do I have that correct?
Tell me which line item you're looking.
Sorry. So if we're arts and culture, because that's the heavily grant based one, if that's not 14% of the revenue that we're expecting in that category.
Yeah, I don't think that 447 is accurate.
That's what Tommy submitted.
And I'm not, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to know if there was a reason between what we make and we don't hand out, if that was intentional.
Are you on page 175? Yeah, I have it here.
He went way over this year. Maybe he's taking that, see how he was 549 and he spent 689? 20, or no, that's 2024. Anyway, sorry. No, I know.
Anyway, I can take this outside if you want to just check on it.
Yeah, I have a number from Tommy for LTAC expense budget for 2026 is 568,620. That was originally budgeted,
That's the revenue.
That's the revenue.
the revenue.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about expense, yes, you are correct, Counselor. We can only budget so much expense, not knowing exactly where we're gonna come in.
Good.
And so the revenue is expensed higher, I'm sorry, the revenue is budgeted higher than the expense,
Okay.
giving us a balance.
And it would be standard if you got extra grants in that we could expend more than what you've got
Yeah,
on your
and,
budget.
and that's why we have an ending budget that's usually a little bit higher that we're carrying over,
Okay.
because that money gets carried over year over year over year.
You try and keep that same reserve?
I think it
for lack of a
varies.
better term?
Yeah, I think it varies on the year based on what we're estimating.
Okay.
On the expense.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for a clarification. I didn't see.
And so that fund is the council determination projects. We do have the amount, as you mentioned, Counselor, in the we did present those proposals to you at a previous meeting. And we haven't received all of your rankings back yet, but so if you can forward those to us, we do have the expenditure equal to the revenue included in the budget. But this slide shows those project proposals. They were made up of the Free Fare Transit Summer Program, Community Events Transit Service, Parking Program for local employees, Meridian Barriers, the MRG for the Houston Winter Air Service Pilot, and the Florida Economic Development Alliance Child Care Investment. Additionally, there is, as we were just talking about, when funds aren't spent completely, there is fund balance available. So I just added on this slide the total funds that are available for these projects.
So I missed that from the next door. So what did you say, Gloria?
Just as we were just talking about, when the expenses aren't all the way up to the revenues, we have leftover that goes into fund balance. We do have fund balance available outside of the reserve requirement, and that is that 364,622. So the total funds available really is 811,305. That's at your discretion.
So in addition to this, we have 96,000 more dollars.
Yes.
Yes, that's part of the.
But does it have to be spent towards arts and culture, a percentage and
No.
discretion? No, that's discretion.
Yeah.
Is
Right,
okay.
because we're just like.
So you could fund every one of those.
And have $96,000 left over to, could we hold on to that if something else comes up in the future that we want to fund?
Absolutely.
So I'm sorry, some counselor has not given you the ranking.
Yeah,
of the
sorry.
Priorities. Is
That's-
that what I'm hearing?
that's
More than
David
just
Meadow.
counselors holding everything up right now?
Excuse me.
More than just one.
Was it two counselors?
Do that.
Now, sir.
Yeah,
Task.
out of order.
Can I, please, I'm so sorry for his interruption. Please continue. He's driving us off topic right now.
Trying to study this book, okay?
Is there merit, given some surplus, in going back and asking for other recommendations from staff? Is there anything that didn't make this cut that we didn't hear about
Last year we didn't use.
prior to?
Yeah, I mean, there's always that possibility to do so. If there was some portions to it, then we can always ask back for staff. I mean, there's always things that are gonna have funding needs required to it. From a budget component and standpoint, it's not really material just because we already have the expenditures
the expenditures are what the expenditures are gonna be. It's just now determining what that money gets spent to. So if you wanted to start with this and then ask for extras at the end, you could, or if you just wanted to wait till the beginning of the year, or you wanted to do it within this process, it still is just council determination.
So somebody correct me if I'm erring here. I have a problem with the Houston Winter Air Service pilot. That segment is doing very well all by itself. It seems to me to be 185,000 that could go in many other different directions to better purpose. And I'm not sure how we have the discussion about whether that's merited to stay in this list anymore.
You could just look at it in regards to, the discussion could be at the first consideration of the budget and saying that with the council determination funds, that no funding would be spent on the winter service air.
Can I get clarification on that real quick? Sorry. We don't have Houston Air in the winter.
Correct.
So the
Summer,
service isn't doing,
Tony, what's the load factors on that plane during the times that it runs?
oh, like now?
Right,
Okay,
so-
sorry.
So the backdrop on Houston is historically that is run as summer only. This year it was expanded to daily from late June through mid-late August. Load factors, to Councilor Coso's point, were through the roof. They were close to 90%, just under about 89.9% through the summer period. So it did fantastic in terms of demand during the core summer period. We just recently announced that United, as a result of that, did choose to expand that daily service for 2026. So it'll start about 5 weeks earlier. It's going to start on Memorial Weekend and run through the same mid-late August period. So it's capturing now the entirety of the core summer market at that point. So really the route has fully proven itself as a very profitable and sustainable route for United in terms of summer. The question is, what or how will it perform outside those areas? And that'll just be ultimately up to United, of course, to make those decisions about when they feel like they want to take the risk outside that platform. Now, 26 service in that expanded period continues to look very, very impressive. There's nothing to say that United could not make a similar decision in 2027 to continue expanding that season up to and including a full-blown year-round service, which is ultimately the goal with any of our routes, is to have a consistent year-round service. However, they have been more leery about their ability to expand in the winter. Historically, the demand period is not as significant during that off-season period. So that's where the MRG comes in, and that it's not necessarily going to change the results of that route. It'll either perform or it won't in the winter. What it probably does is potentially expedites the timeline around looking at it. Organically, we don't know what United's timeline could be. It could take them until 2027 to make that decision on their own, or it could be 3 more years and they're perfectly comfortable sitting on the very profitable summer route type of period. This would potentially give them the impetus or the financial backing to make that decision earlier and prove it out on the earlier front. So that's kind of the backdrop.
So if we don't do this, then we just wait for United to hopefully grow a pair and say, let's go.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we, technical terms. Sorry, that came out. I probably should have. If we do this though, I feel like you guys said in your presentation, if we decide to do this and they make money, we don't spend all of that.
Correct. That is an advantage of a minimum revenue guarantee program, is it's a minimum revenue guarantee. So if the route does attain that level of revenue, then you don't owe a dime under the agreement effectively. So if the route did perform well, which of course we can't guarantee, but we have reason to believe that it would be at least reasonably successful, you could potentially pay less than that full 185,000 up to and including all the way to 0. That's probably unlikely to get all the way to 0, especially on first initiation of a route. But that's the unknown, or also the other advantage is you could potentially see that all come back into the fund balance, or at least a healthy portion of it if the route proves to be quite successful.
Okay.
I believe it heavily incentivizes United to look at that route seasonally, not just seasonally, but year round, because we give them the ability to have a revenue guarantee for that specific time period, which we may or may not use based on performance, as Tony just elaborated. But it does accelerate their decision-making process. And of course, the objective here, if you look at how the Houston line's been performing, it's for various reasons. It's business travel for people that live here. It's also visitor travel, which generates significant amount of potential tax for us. So I see it as a healthy investment that accelerates the decision for year round.
I'm just not sure we're not picking a winner or a loser here to guarantee that they've got funding when there's other entities that are probably more in doubt than United Airlines that has increased both the size of the planes, load factors, and has already expanded the time because it's had a successful route there. So, you know, it's a conversation that we'll have at first consideration. I can't seem to get those words right, so sorry about that.
The amount we have included in the budget currently, without knowing which projects to allocate those to, is the amount of the revenues, the 446,000. So I'm not totally sure what the process, if you council did desire to utilize more funds than that. If maybe this is a question for Mark, if council should direct us in that manner now, or if they would at first consideration.
I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and put the 811,395 in there. And then if council so chooses, they pick the projects that fit to that. If not, it just rolls to the fund balance and we move on.
I guess, Jose, so we still haven't answered if there's projects out there that potentially would apply towards lodger's tax that got denied because of the general fund restrictions. You feel like there's nothing out there?
It got denied because of the general fund?
Correct. You've had multiple departments
cut, yes.
Cut back. Sure. And I don't know if any of those projects or potential projects could have applied towards lodger tax funding. I don't know, so.
Not that I know of, because most of those in the general fund were more operationally driven. Either holding off on doing a hire till mid-year or some sort of contract that would really not have anything to do with tourism.
So tourism dollars, so Mike's department, not anything there either? Is there anything specific back to the tourism element?
Mike's department's not necessarily, it's there's not very, there's a little bit of a portion that's general fund.
Okay.
But that would be up for Mike to.
Okay.
For the police, because we've done a bunch of police funding. Is there anything that he withdrew that you could apply for?
Not that's not reoccurring or.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to talk with Mark on some of those, because some of these areas would be a little bit of a stretch and some of them we gotta make sure legal is okay with it.
Okay.
But there's nothing that's a natural, like, now that we got this, bam, this is one that can do it.
Okay, if something does come up, you present it. That makes some sense. Thanks.
Okay.
We twist and turns. Yeah, it's gonna get frustrated.
We are under committee support funding.
That's very slides.
Excellent. Like, I do want to talk to Mark.
We do have presenters here from our various organizations. We have Access Health, Team Up, which was previously United Way, Society, and La Plata Youth Service. So first we want to talk about Team Up, which is going to be presented to us by police.
Yep, I'm gonna bring my computer because I can get my printer to work. Is that okay if I?
Sure.
Okay.
Gloria, was there a section in the budget book of this at all, or this is the first we're seeing this piece?
It is in the budget book under the general fund. It doesn't have the.
No, it's just that one safety quality of life page that we referenced before with the community block grant. I believe that's the only page in the budget book.
If you give me a page number when you get a chance.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry to hold up.
197.
Thanks for having us be here today. Sorry, I thought you said hold on a sec.
Okay, it's a 197.
My name is Elise Savastano. I'm the Vice President of Finance and Operations with Team Up. I also have Lynn Urban here today. She's our President and CEO. I'm gonna have Lynn here in a second if you want. So we have been working, just a little bit of background for those counselors who might not be super familiar with us. We've been working with the city for about 25 years to manage and distribute these funds. The purpose of these funds that we manage is to give financial support to organizations that provide basic needs, services within the city limits of City of Durango residents. The purpose of this for the purpose of this proposal, basic needs is defined as childcare, food security, healthcare, housing, life skills, mental health support, and persons with disability support. Eligible nonprofits submit their applications to us. We review them. We have an all-volunteer committee that makes funding recommendations, and then we manage the distribution of those funds. And you can read more about our process in the handout. I believe that was just given to you. And some of you may be asking, who is Team Up? 25 years in the recruited view. So we were formerly United Way of Southwest Colorado, and I'm going to have Lynn just briefly talk about that.
Yeah, so there've been a lot of questions, and the answer is actually pretty simple. We changed our name. But there is a reason why we changed our name. For 54 years, we were part of the United Way Worldwide Network, which we were an independent nonprofit, but we paid dues and followed certain rules to be part of the network. And it benefited our community for a long time, but I've been watching over the last decade, and that benefit has really declined, while what we were asked to contribute to be part of the network continued to go up and up. And we have really been operating from a place of strength. We've developed some really phenomenal collaborative programs over the last 10 years, and they continue to grow. And we just felt like we wanted to be independent of the network, and that saves us money that we can put here into our community. And it lets us continue to grow. Really, we're focused on these super effective collaborations, more so than just, the money that we raise separate from the city, just blasting it out there, putting it toward things that are really strategic is what we're doing. So it's a name change and leaving that network. We have the same tax ID number, same staff, same offices, same activities, and we would love to continue working with the city in the same way. And so if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask me, but we're really excited about this change. It's been going really well so far, and we look forward to many years as Team Up. Yes.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, since you changed your name from United Way, and a lot of employers just have a deduction come out of their paycheck to give to United Way. Have you covered that? And so now the deductions are going to Team Up?
That's part of what we noticed change over the last probably 20 years is the employer participation with United Way has declined significantly across the country. And so when I started here 13 years ago, we had about 120 workplace campaigns where employees were giving through their paychecks. Now we have about 10. At the same time, our budget and the revenue we're bringing in is bigger than ever before. So we've really shifted where we're getting our funds and how we're doing our work. And so, yes, there are still some of those. We've probably lost a couple. We did that analysis before we made the change, but it had become such a small part of what we were doing that helped us make our decision.
Good, thank you.
So in addition to asking to allow us to continue managing these funds and implement our processes and hopefully make your lives easier in this aspect, we are requesting a $10,000 increase this year over last year for a total of $335,000. This is inclusive of our 5% administrative fee. This increased amount is based on the 2025 Consumer Price Index cost of living increase of roughly 2.7%. So of course, when the cost of living goes up, so does operations. The second thing we're asking for is approval on an application limit of $25,000. Previously, there was no stipulation on how much people could apply for, and it kind of wasn't an issue. But if you look at that 5-year funding proposal, you can see last year we kind of had some folks coming in shooting for the moon, so to say. So we feel like setting the application limit of $25,000 helps set realistic expectations for applicants moving forward. And it also is about the max that we have awarded anyone in the past. And again, you can refer to that 5-year award summary spreadsheet. If you look at that too, you may notice some relatively small asks and awards in that spreadsheet. You may be wondering how, that small dollar amount can possibly make a difference. But what we and many of these organizations know is that the city doesn't have the financial capacity to fund all the basic needs organizations in large amounts. And we also know that the city does not want to be responsible for sort of making or breaking funding of organizations or programs in any way. So that's where this leveraged fund piece comes in. If you've been here before, you've heard us talk about this before. It's one of the most important pieces of this community support funding for our nonprofits in this community. And through this process, almost all of our applicants and awardees use city dollars to leverage funds to bring in outside grants from private organizations or government organizations into our community. And so even these small city dollars can go a very long way in terms of bringing in more funds for their programs and their services. Of the 33 awardees we had last year or this year in 2025, 18 responded to our survey about leveraged funds. Of those 18 organizations, they have brought in over $3.5 million in outside money into our community, thanks in part to these CFS dollars. And so how that works is that a lot of organizations want to see local government buy-in before they will even consider funding an organization. And so that's why this funding is so important to so many of our organizations and frankly to our community as a whole. So you can see that the impact of these funds do go a very long way. And we and all the nonprofits we represent and support involved in this process are so grateful for council's continued support of this program. Again, it goes a long way in our community, and we hope that you'll continue to see the positive impact that's having in our community. We'll continue it for next year. That's all I have. Question?
I got a couple. Thanks, Bryce. Thanks for all the work. Really appreciate it. Is the Alice metric still going to stick around, Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, that's not a United Way proprietary thing. You guys can still.
It was started by United Ways, but we are still allowed to be a partner.
Okay, great. That's really important. And then I guess the 25K limit, it sure doesn't seem like you had a couple crazies come in for 100,000, but then it just doesn't seem like it's been that big of an issue.
Yeah, it hasn't. But
Okay.
we feel like this will just sort of set a realistic expectation that the funds are not limited.
Okay. And then Jose, I'm sorry, they've got the amount requested. Is there a staff recommendation associated with this?
The amount requested is the amount, or I think we put in 325. I think they've asked for a 10,000 increase because this funding comes from our general fund, and all of our general fund departments, for the most part, have had to make a cut in their budget. We're keeping it flat is our recommendation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Program is the Plata Youth Services. I think. Jason.
He's good.
Can you all hear me?
Oh,
yes. Yeah, thank you for making accommodation. On the way to a high school reunion on Friday, and I blew a transmission, and I am stranded in Phoenix currently. So as the world goes sometimes. So yeah, definitely appreciate it. Thank you to the City Council and the City of Durango for hearing our presentation. As you all know, La Plata Youth Services has been a partner for many years with the City of Durango. Over 31 years, we've been providing innovative and adaptive programming to meet the continued shifting needs of young people and their families. You know, and I think that the context of that is so important currently. I think I sat up in front of you all last year talking about the amount of time I've been doing this work in my professional career, over 25 years. And these last 3 to 4 have been heavy in a lot of ways, a lot of sleepless nights that go along with that. But really this post-pandemic world that young people are surfacing and engaging with has had exponential consequences on their mental behavioral health. And we're seeing this across the board in the work that we do. You know, data from La Plata County supersedes a lot of the state a lot of the state data when it comes to mental behavioral health, suicide ideation, access to basic resources, as well as trauma. And so La Plata Youth Services is at the forefront of addressing these concerning issues and the trends as they develop more. And more, and I'd say this, in the last 4 years or so, this organization has come a long way from a small nonprofit to be really a community, not just a community expert, but one across the state. We are being sought after for the programming, the expertise of our staff, to be the experts in this field when it comes to youth development. And I could not be prouder of that in a lot of ways. As I mentioned, the data is alarming. Young people are struggling. Anecdotally, I hear stories directly from youth all the time, whether that is with suicidality and crisis involvement. Even the tragedy that struck our community with the Walmart murder-suicide affected some of the young people that we serve. And so we really, we are in every point of contact pretty much when it comes to this work, including with Team Up and some of the summer initiatives that we played. We currently offer, our same level of programming with some modernizations, innovations, of course, providing therapeutic mentoring across community, school, and summer-based offerings, including mental and behavioral support that occurs throughout the instructional day across almost all City of Durango schools, including piloting at Animas High School for the first year. Schools are seeking us out. Providers are seeking us out to provide this much needed support. And this impact that we provide isn't just about serving the young people and the families in the community, but it goes further beyond as far as a community investment. When we don't have proper treatment placements or options for young people, oftentimes we're the ones who are called in to assess and address a lot of these issues. And so, what we're really seeing across the board is, a lot of young people struggling with access to basic needs and resources, housing and food insecurity, as well as the mental behavioral health support. And we support youth and families, even if we're not a basic resource organization. We either figure out how to help them or we resource out. And so we do a lot of work with, strategic partnerships and collaborations across the board. But ultimately, we're starting to hold some of those in-house, including coincidentally, I guess I'd say, we've had an influx of youth coming to the office during lunch and after school for snacks, drinks, a safe space to be. And ultimately, we partnered with Manna in the last week to provide hot lunches for some of these young individuals so they can either eat there or take food home, because many of them do not have access to healthy, nutritious food across the day. The agency as a total serves approximately 600 youth and about another 200 families each year across our various levels of programming, including diversion, which works closely with school districts, law enforcement, and courts, and including the DA's office, to keep young people out of the school to prison pipeline. What we know is once young people enter that system, it's very, very difficult to exit successfully and have an opportunity to succeed in life. I think the last thing I want to really talk about too is, in the last 4 years now, we've created a very robust and comprehensive internship program where we stipend all interns who provide services for us, but ultimately contributing back to the workforce through this reciprocal relationship where interns are supporting the young people and we're supporting the interns. So when they do enter the workforce, they have the skills, competencies, and confidence to do so in a fulfilling way, and ideally keeping professionals in the community, which we know is becoming harder and harder. And then the last piece is that we're staff recruitment, retention, and really taking care of the people who do this work on the daily, because we do know that burnout and vicarious trauma are real for our people. And so we're committed to, not just those that we're bringing along through the internship program, but those who have been with us for many, many years. Yeah, it's been heavy days in our worlds, and throughout the last several years. Our team is committed to continuing this work. As I mentioned, we really strive to meet the shifting and adapting needs that we're experiencing in our communities, and not just maintaining the status quo. Our ask is mirrors the same ask that we received last year, and just knowing how budgets are right now, we wanted to be mindful of that also. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Jason, Dave Woodruff, Durga City Council, thanks for filling us in. I do have a few questions.
Sure, Dave.
What is your annual budget?
Our annual budget is about a little over $1.5 million, with about 70% of that going to organizational costs specifically.
Okay.
Programmatic costs. Let me clarify that. Programmatic cost.
Are you getting funds from other municipalities in La Plata County?
We receive funding from La Plata County, and we receive funding from the town of Ignacio. Historically, we received funds from the city or the town of Bayfield, and we're notified a few weeks back that they were not able to make that work within their budget for this next fiscal year.
Okay. Have you seen a decrease in municipal funding besides Bayfield, from any other municipalities?
Not municipalities. I do anticipate some things with school districts moving forward. Most of our funding is through various grants. We have a few state contracts where we did receive less money specifically for diversion through the Division of Criminal Justice. It's about a 40% decrease from what we received annually for a period of time. And I'm a realist, Dave. I know these the amount of funding is going to shift and decrease as time goes on. And so we're very strategic with how we're diversifying our funding streams.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Think that's it?
Excellent. Thank you again for the accommodations. Appreciate you all and look forward to connecting soon.
Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next program is Plata County Humane Society.
Friends and neighbors, I'm Julie Dreyfus. I'm the Executive Director of the Humane Society. And I'm here to talk to you about the shelter. I know animal protection is up there, but I had a meeting with the city on Friday, and we have decided that animal protection is going to be returning to the city. So we're just going to be talking about the shelter today. So I want you to just take a moment. It's been a long day. And I want you to imagine your favorite cat, dog, or kangaroo, because we are Durango, snuggling you during this presentation. I am here to represent those vulnerable cats and dogs and kangaroos in our community today. So we've been doing this work for about 50 years, actually over 50 years at the Humane Society. We've been taking care of the pets in our community, especially the most vulnerable ones. We have an incredible adoption success rate. We have 99% of the adoptions stick. Compared to the rest of the country, it's more like 80%. So what we are doing is really, really working. It's getting homes to the dogs and the cats in our care. We are also a no-kill shelter. That is a national recognition because we have such a low euthanasia rate. And we even have our pet insurance company has waived the waiting period for pet insurance because we're that awesome. We take such good care of our pets that they don't have to worry about when we send them home that they're actually going to be sick 2 days later. So and the other thing is it's a little thing, but we've also won Nonprofit of the Year for the last 10 years running. So we are doing something right. So when the city invests in us, you're not only investing in the requirements of Chapter 4 of the Code of
ordinances, but you're also helping to build one of the best shelters in the nation. I think that investing in the Humane Society is a very good use of taxpayer dollars. And I think it would actually cost more for a municipal shelter than it would for what we're doing. And I want to go over those statistics with you because if anybody knows me, knows that I love data. Kind of a data dork. So I'm pretty sure you haven't memorized chapter 4 of the ordinance, so I have spelled it out for y'all. So if Durango was to run its own municipal shelter, first you would need a shelter. Our shelter houses around 150, what did I say, 3 dogs and cats. I'm assuming that if the city took over the shelter to cover chapter 4, that you would probably not build something that big. Ours is worth about 3 million. I'm guessing you would do 50 pets, so it would be about $1 million, but building a shelter if you're lucky. And then once you have a shelter, you would need to feed the animals, give them water, give them care. And last year in 2024, we had 216 stray or abandoned pets from the city come into our shelter. And it costs us around $678 per pet. So that would cost the city around $146,000 just to care for those 218 stray and abandoned pets. Next, in chapter 4, you have to have a courtesy shelter for pets involved in court cases. Last year, the city had 12 of those, and that's approximately $8,000. You would also be required to have an isolated shelter for 10-day bite quarantines to prevent rabies spread. Last year we had 51 of those, costing about $33,000. We also have to have rehabilitation for victims of cruelty, abuse, and neglect. Unfortunately, we had 179 of pets who had that situation, and that's about $121,000. And then, of course, the rabies vaccinations at 3 months and annually. Spay and neuter surgery is required for all pets over 6 months old, and medication for dogs and cats to prevent euthanasia. That requires a vet and medical supplies, which is about $245,000. You're also required to provide training for dogs with behavior issues to prevent euthanization. That training costs about $86,000. You also have to provide humane traps to retrieve wandering dogs and cats. That's about $5,000. You have to humanely euthanize dogs who have viciously attacked other animals. Last year in the city, that was 30 cases. That's about $20,000. You also have to provide cremation for dead pets and medical care for injured pets. Unfortunately, we had 38 of those last year in the city. That's $25,000. And then, of course, there's dog licensing. I'm just counting the part of the license. That's about $5,000. It doesn't really count the administration and record keeping of licensing. So those are all the things that are required by the city to provide to our community according to chapter 4. And those are all the things and more that the Humane Society provides. So if you add all of that up, it's actually $696,000. But I don't think if we went out of business and we gave this back to you that the city would actually be able to afford $700,000 plus $1 million to build a shelter. So that would actually mean that you would have to euthanize more pets. That's what municipal shelters mostly do. That's how they manage their pet population, is they euthanize. And that's why you guys partner with us. So we are not a community that euthanizes our vulnerable pets. It costs us $1.7 million to run the shelter that we run every year. But we only earn about $350,000 from our shelter services. So that means that we have to find the rest of it, and that's where the city comes in. So if the city doesn't fund the Humane Society at a sustainable level, we'll survive this year, but eventually we will run out of our savings and it will go back to the city because the city is required to provide these services through the city ordinance. So this year we're asking for $359,000. Last year y'all gave us $200,000. So we're asking for an increase of $159,000. For actually what you're getting is a $700,000 service. And so I think that we can all agree that by investing just $350,000, a small price, $350,000, you would actually save money and save pets' lives because it's cheaper to run the Humane Society than it would be. Questions? This is Amelia. This is one example of something that we did this year. Amelia, as you can see, was starved and abused, and she came to us and we spent months having her in foster care, giving her food, giving her love, and actually rehabilitating her to the point where she could be adopted, and she's now in a happy home living in Durango.
Julia?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Okay, so you said the amount requested, you had 300,000, then you had, 300,000, 359,000. Which one are we asking?
I can get that for you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the animal protection is the one we talked, because you were at Fort Lewis College. We were actually taking over the animal control side. So instead of paying the funding to them, so that's staying to the city. The only thing they're asking for is the 359,312, which is for the animal shelter. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
That was an easy one. Can you answer all my questions?
I'm gonna do a hard pass on that. I appreciate that.
Come on, Jose.
This is kind of the same questions I asked of Public Youth Services. What funds are you receiving from other municipalities?
Yes, we receive about $400,000 from the county. And we have an agreement with Ignacio / the Southern Youths for a case by case. We get a couple dozen pets from them and charge them according to that.
Oh, a couple grand, maybe. Okay, but you get 400,000 from La Plata or La Plata County. And then I assume that you're asking for the same amount this for 2026. Have you seen a decrease in municipal funding from La Plata County into 2026?
I'm not sure yet. They have told us that like everybody else, they're gonna slash our funding.
Okay.
So I don't know what that will
Bayfield,
be.
you're not getting any money from, or Breen, or any other La Plata County municipality besides Durango and La Plata County proper?
Correct. And then we fundraise the rest. So between the county and the city, it's about currently 600,000 because the city gives 200 right now and the county gives 400. So that's 600. And then with our own service fees, that's about 700. So every year we fundraise or try to fundraise $1 million in order for the shelter to function. So if you're talking about sort of return on investment, we are inputting $1 million and we're asking you to input 360. And this is a contract, like we have a contract with the city. So this is unlike the other presenters. This actually is like, it's chapter 4. So it's a requirement that the city provides it. So you contract with us to provide those services. So it's not optional.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So does your organization, you mentioned here there was something related to training, training for dogs with behavioral issues. So you do that service instead of euthanizing the animals? Okay.
Try everything possible before we euthanize.
And what if there's like a hoarding situation or something like that? Is it also your team that goes to address that?
Yes. Last year we had a hoarding situation with 80 cats. in one motorhome. The owner was living in her car. And so we went and helped her extract the cats. Our team had to wear hazmat because they all had infections. We had to euthanize most of those cats, but some of them we were able to save through medicine and care, and we were able to adopt them out.
And how many staff and how many volunteer?
For the shelter, we have about 30 staff. For the entire Humane Society, it's about 50. And for our volunteers, we have between 100 and 200 regular volunteers. A lot of those volunteers come and sit with the dogs or walk the dogs every day, or sit with the cats and love the cats every day. Studies have shown that just 15 minutes of cuddling a dog or a cat actually extends their life. I don't know if you've been to the kennel or a cattery. It's a hotel, it's not a home. It's a wonderful place to stay for a couple days or a couple weeks, but we do see deterioration over time. And we do only euthanize for 2 reasons. One is for safety, as I mentioned. If a dog is gonna kill another creature, then we euthanize it, or if they're suffering. And that happens the longer they stay. So the less resources that we have to help them, the more we have to euthanize, and the less we can get them to a home before they deteriorate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Julie, I'm sure it's frustrating with the enforcement side of things. We needed to make a decision that we have to make. And
No,
the shelter side, our dog was at the Humane Society for 6 months before we adopted the last one, and I think we're on 4 or 5, so maybe that's not a good sign. But I guess I wanted to say, I really appreciate all the work that the Humane Society has been doing. The mission is very resonant with our citizens, and it's really important. It doesn't require Chapter 4 for us to sit here and say the value that's coming in, and we like working with nonprofits that are bringing in the volunteers and all the other ways that we all save a little bit of money on getting some of these important services taken care of. So appreciate all the past work. Appreciate your asking today, and hopefully for all of us and most of the nonprofits, things are going to settle down a little bit, because you're right. Everybody's taking a hit.
Yeah, we are. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, see you at the shelter.
Thank you.
There. Next program is.
So that'll be,
Health. Yeah.
that'll be me. So unfortunately, Molly couldn't make it today, and Haley, who was gonna film it, just left because she had a sick kiddo. So you guys are stuck with me for the evening. But the first, I'm gonna be doing 2 different proposals. The first one is for the co-response teams, and then the second one will be for the Regional Crisis Center and the ETU. But those are separate and distinct proposals as well. So for the first one, we're asking for the $207,799 request for our co-responder teams. And that is the same amount that we had requested in previous years as well too. So we are looking to keep that the same. And I guess I should do an introduction. My name is Matt Teague. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm the regional manager for behavioral health services. So I have oversight for our co-responder teams in the region, as well as a hand in our ETU and crisis services at the Regional Crisis Center. A little bit of my background: I served for about 2.5 years as a clinician, a therapist on the co-responder team, before transitioning into the supervisory role. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the co-responder teams, the general gist of the program is we pair behavioral health professionals, essentially therapists, with 2 dedicated officers with the Durango Police Department. And the goal is to have a specialized team to respond to those in behavioral health crises. And that can look like a whole bunch of different ways. They respond to welfare checks, so family members who are concerned about other family members. It could be somebody seeing someone acting erratically in the city market parking lot. Maybe somebody made suicidal statements and is dealing and struggling with deep depression or thoughts of hurting themselves. Those are all scenarios where our team has a really specialized unit to respond to and provide interventions to hopefully keep that person in community, connected to the correct resources, And then our other goals are to prevent unnecessary hospitalizations when we can, and reduce strain on the criminal justice system. So reducing recidivism, those folks who are maybe getting petty criminal offenses, and getting them connected to their appropriate resources. So our team, like I said, is of 2 clinicians paired with 2 officers with DPD, and it's just a extremely effective way to provide the correct level of care to people in need. A bit of background, the team started in 2021 out of a need that the police department identified for a more specialized response to these types of calls. Because what we know is when people are in crisis, they'll call 911. Even if it's a mental health crisis, you know, a lot of people still use 988, but there may be safety concerns, immediacy concerns, where people will always call 911. We found over 10% of the calls that the police department was dealing with had that behavioral health component to it. And so our teams are able to get on scene, really de-escalate and stabilize those individuals, and then provide those appropriate referrals to ongoing care. Where we provide cost savings for community members is in that form of preventing unnecessary hospitalizations. So because we have the specialized team, our therapists and law enforcement partners are able to collaborate with each other to see if we can prevent someone from going to the hospital, either in an ambulance ride, a ride from PD, and prevent that whole costly burden of using emergency services in a more costly way. Additionally, the team works very in depth with follow-ups with individuals to try to prevent that crisis from happening again. What we know is if we go out and see somebody in crisis on day 1, day 2, they may be a little bit better, but they're probably still in a bit of crisis. So our teams really do that follow-up and wraparound support to try to prevent further crises, make sure someone's not going to decompensate while they really what we've seen is a lot of success in getting that rapid resourcing to those individuals. And we're oftentimes able, through our connection and collaboration with the larger Access Health System, we're able to get people in appointments with peers, therapists, usually within about a week. And so we're able to kind of rapidly stabilize that person more so than. And then really a big component of our teams that was missing before in emergency services was the time component. With a specialized team whose call volume maybe isn't as high as normal patrol for the police department, we're able to spend more time with this person in crisis to make sure that they're getting the level of care they need. And we find that that has prevented a lot of the revisitations, right? The recurring that we still get those, but we're able to more effectively spend time with that person. So some of the weaknesses that our team does come across is the trauma component. Our therapists, historically, clinicians and therapists aren't exposed to primary trauma. So we usually hear stories of trauma and work with people who've experienced traumas. But in this new role, our clinicians are directly involved in it. They may be on scenes where somebody's passed away. They may be on a car accident scene and helping someone who witnessed it. And so we're seeing there is a level of compassion fatigue, burnout that happens with our clinicians. And so to try to combat that, we started in 2024 a program around resiliency, where we're really focusing on how do we prevent that burnout clinicians, because we have a really good team and we want to keep those people on the role as safely as we can. Another weakness that we've seen is sorry, I have a different screen pulled up. So the gaps that we have in services. So right now our team operates between 10:30 to 10 p.m. is the typical schedule, usually about 7 days a week. But because we only have 2 clinicians and 2 officers, there's the overnight hours where there's a gap in services. And then we also have trainings on sick days, PTO days. So that creates a bit of a gap for when the program's available. We've done what we can to solve some of those gaps, largely in the presence of a new referral system, where if PD went out and saw somebody in crisis the night before, they can do a pretty streamlined referral process to the team. To do follow-ups. And yeah, so really the main components that we're looking to do is reduce unnecessary hospitalizations, reduce the amount of time that patrol with the police department spends on non-criminal scenes, and just more rapidly connect those who need services to services. Any questions on the PD budget?
Can I just throw something out there really quick? He's not asking for more money, obviously, but just very grateful. We're always talking about what we're not getting and what we need. Just very grateful for this program here. So wonders, we hear about it from the community nonstop.
I can say we've actually had a patron say, will you please call CORE for me? I'm not doing well. And we've had multiple in the past 2 months where family members are calling, and it has always resulted in much better outcomes, not just for that person, but for the entire library. You know, we didn't have to clear a whole floor of the library because someone was having a serious issue. That person's able to leave the library and come back the next day or the day after because it didn't escalate to a behavioral issue that we had to intervene on.
And that trust piece is huge, right? Not only for the police department and community partners, but I think for family members too. Over the last couple of years, when the community is now more aware that the program exists, we see recurrent family members calling for support too. So they may be calling because they had a good experience with CORE in the past and they know another family member struggling. So we'll call specifically requesting for CORE. And so that trust component, I think, is really helpful from city perspective, PD perspective, making sure people are getting care. Because behavioral health is still stigmatized. People often don't want to call for help. But when they have an experience like they do with CORE, we find that they do volunteer and reach out for help more often. I think we're probably next. Okay, so the next one, this is going to be for the Regional Crisis Center, which is down in Three Springs. So the request for this one is 150 per year with an MOU over the course of 2 years, so 300 total. And this is also the same amount that was requested in previous years. I want to point out that our partnership with the city for the Regional Crisis Center has been around since 2006. You all have supported us since then, which we're incredibly grateful. The Regional Crisis Center is kind of a conglomeration of various different programs, with similarly to the co-responder team, the idea being how can we best provide support to those who are in a behavioral health crisis. So brief overview of kind of all the programs that are encompassed over there. The first one being the ATU, which is the Acute Treatment Unit. And that is a inpatient psychiatric treatment facility that we have in the building. And it is a multi-discipline team with nurses, psychiatric providers, and case managers or behavioral health techs. The goal of the ATU being stabilizing someone through their acute crisis psychiatrically through medication support, therapy in groups, and then getting discharge planning set up with resources for when they leave. We find that typically people are there for about 3 days to kind of get started on medications, track to see what side effects are working well or not, and then move from there. The next program that's large there is the crisis walk-in component of it. So anybody who feels like they want support, we have crisis as a self-defined moment for somebody. So it could be those suicidal ideations I mentioned before, it could be the loss of a loved one, or it could be a college student who has a lot of anxiety and just wants support for the day. So we do have walk-in services there where therapists can meet with that person, skills, so you can plan with them, or refer to the HU if needed. We also have respite, which is a day program to allow somebody just kind of a space away from home for up to 3 days if they wanted just kind of a break from their home life. It's not as structured as the ATU. It is a voluntary program, but it allows that for folks. And we also have the withdrawal management unit there, which is a social detox, which allows people to come off any substances and go through withdrawals in a monitored fashion. Some of the programs that we've had a lot of success with, especially in the ATU, is our new peer program, where we have 2 dedicated peers at the crisis center whose goal is they're people with lived experience. So they've either had addiction issues in the past or behavioral health issues in the past that they've kind of overcome and are in recovery for. And they are crucial in working with the patients in a way that doesn't feel therapeutic. Sometimes people don't like talking to therapists, but they like talking to somebody who's lived through what they've gone through. And so our peers are instrumental in working with those people in the ATU and connecting them to the appropriate services. Really, the cost savings for the crisis center comes from the ATU side of things in terms of preventing out-of-area hospitalizations, which is a fancy way of saying if somebody's in a crisis, they need inpatient behavioral health services. The ATU is the only place in Durango that provides that. And if they're not appropriate for that level of care, or if the ATU didn't exist, all of those individuals would have to go to the next closest psych unit, which would be Colorado Springs or Vail is probably the next closest ones. And that can be costly in terms of the patient's stay at the hospital. Usually placement can take about 2 days to find a bed that's open and available. And then the transport to the hospital usually takes place with during the fire and EMS, or alternatively through the sheriff's office and a long-range sheriff transport. So it's a very cumbersome process. It's costly, and it doesn't feel very humane for people when you're sitting in a hospital bed in crisis for 2 days to find placement. So the ATU is really able to keep the people in community that we can and mitigate a lot of the costs for those long-range transports. And then just overall reduced pressure on emergency services. If we're able to get someone in the ATU, CORE does a bunch of referrals to the crisis center, get somebody hooked up to the peer services, but then also they do referrals to the ATU, and we're often able to bypass the hospital, and CORE will just bring someone directly to the crisis center and get them into inpatient treatment without needing to involve hospital or EMS services. So we do have some weaknesses, some things that are coming on the horizon, largely around. We find that the ATU level of care, oftentimes private insurance isn't able to bill at the level. Either they don't bill that level of care or not at a good reimbursable rate. And then the larger state picture for funding for community mental health is rapidly getting smaller and smaller. So that's always a constant weakness that we have that we try to mitigate through various funding sources through the state, billing insurances, the city, and those pieces as well. And then another one is similar to CORE. There is a level of staff retention and hiring that can be difficult. It's just a small community with not a lot of psychiatric providers or clinician level folks, and that can just be a smaller pool of applicants. Crisis work is also a very niche world where it takes a certain clinician to want to work with somebody who's in crisis every single day. So that is another barrier as well too. And we do try to mitigate that through things. We have a new internship program where if someone's in grad school, we'll bring them in, we'll do training supervisions with them. And that's been really helpful in having an extra level of retention and hiring people into positions. I think that's the bulk of what I have for Crisis Center. Any questions?
Appreciate the presentation. A quick question. I thought we couldn't obligate ourselves to 2 years of funding. There was 150 this year and 150 next year for the MOU. So I just didn't know if that was a functional.
It's just going to have in the MOU a clause that says if you, that any funding is guaranteed upon appropriation to the city council.
Got it. Got it. Thank you for the work.
Yeah, if I may, in reference, I think to your earlier presentation, is you mentioned still, is it still a 911 call and then a referral? Or do they call you directly? Do the people?
For co-response or?
Yeah, for CORE.
So for CORE, yes, it's generally through 911 or a non-emergency dispatch. That's where the bulk of referrals come through for the team, and they will immediately dispatch to that call. But they do also get referrals from the PD and those pieces as well too. But yeah, 911.
And is a 911, do you all handle those calls, or do you know immediately to, or do you have staffing? I'm just wondering the process.
Yeah, what'll happen is a citizen will call in either on 911 or the non-emergency line. Sometimes they do ask directly for a CORE team member, but if it's a mental health crisis, our team is trained to recognize those over the line. So we'll create a crisis intervention team or CIT call, and then CORE will be dispatched out onto that call. So our dispatchers are trained in how to get that help to the community.
Thank you.
They self-dispatch too. If somebody comes up to the PD or they see somebody on the street or something.
And I can attest that this program has greatly reduced our, what we call our frequent flyer callers. folks who repeatedly call into 911 for mental health help because they don't have any other resources. So the core program has been really successful in reducing those repeated calls into our center.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Chief, you said they self-select or what did you say? What does that
Yeah,
mean?
they'll see people, the people come up to the PD all the time, walking up to the front door or they'll just be loud in town or whatever, and they'll go and see them.
Okay, so the people themselves that are having the crisis. Okay, thank you.
The car is unmarked. It's a white Ford Explorer, but it's pretty noticeable if you look for the antenna. So a lot of clients too will see the car driving around the building. Ask for support that way.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Any other questions?
The last presenter, and the only thing we have left is, unless council has any thing else to discuss or any further questions, we have our timeline here. So today is our budget retreat. Next on our October 21st meeting, we'll put in a request for a public hearing for the meeting on November 4th. And at that meeting will be the reconciliation and public hearing of the proposed budget. November 18th is the first consideration of the proposed budget, and then December 2nd is where we will ask council for budget adoption and certification.
Oh, just to be clear, okay, so some of us have items that we'd like to reassess. So what we're gonna do on the first consideration at the next meeting, just bring our resolution, put it before the council, or would you prefer us putting it under new business?
If it's about the budget, it would just be under first consideration and you'd put an amendment to whatever is that you see of wanting to take away a project or whatnot. If you recall the way that the council actually budgets, it's on a fund level. So really, we're just talking about the funding expenditures. If there's things that you want us not to fund specifically, it would be easily, put amendment that whatever X projects either added or whatever Y project is not included or funded or appropriated within the annual budget.
In the first consideration meeting, that'll all get resolved. We'll have the
For anything that the council
proposal, council discussion, and some kind of vote to say yes or no.
On the 18th.
On the 18th.
Okay.
I mean, you could also do one on the 2nd as well. I mean, anytime it's considered, you can make a further amendment.
But ideally,
Ideally,
18th, we have everything done.
Sorry, you just said we could do it on the 4th and the 18th?
No, the 2nd, December 2nd, the last one.
The 2nd, sorry.
Oh, December 2nd, okay. So if I may, so if I had some specific questions, like even regarding Public Works, should I request a separate meeting? Is now the appropriate time to ask about some of the project? I mean, it's more generally about the way we fund Public Works. I mean, is that something to ask now, or is that?
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess my question, Bob, specifically, we know that, that a lot of the money that were presented today was related to planning the projects. So when, how much, in fact, of your budget is just related to planning and not the actual implementation? I mean, is it 15%? I'm just wondering. It seems like there's a lot of planning for projects that don't actually come to fruition.
You say planning, are you talking about actually designing projects?
Yes, sir. The engineering, all of this, the phases that are involved. I know that that the professional services, I mean, you have to have the professional services to implement a project, but what percentage of the cost of the project is the professional?
Typically, engineering services design runs between 8 to 10%, depending on the complexity of the project and also the cost of the project. A very large project of multi-billion dollars be a smaller percentage. A $1 billion project would probably be a higher percentage. But I'd say, as a rule of thumb, you could probably count on about 10%.
Okay, I knew that was I just wondered if that had changed recently. Is it still?
No, but the 10% grows every year because consultants' salaries go up and we pay more.
Okay, thank you. That was really my question. That's all I have.
Mayor, I just got one thing. We did not touch on the city council budget itself. And one of the issues I brought up with Jose at one point was the fact that we've got a third of our city council budget goes to dues and memberships. And that seemed a little excessive to me. So I'm wondering if we could get a synopsis of what we're paying for dues and memberships and see if the value is there for city council members again in 2026. Any issues there? No.
No, anything else?
That's it.
Dave? Dave, do you have anything?
Okay.
Jessica?
Nope.
Shirley? I don't have anything either. So I think we're adjourned.
Appreciation for all the staff time that's gone into the budget process and sitting here today hearing.
It's the mid of my ranking.
Okay.